I've got lots of questions I'd like to ask you, blurry face lady. Why have you got a blurry face? Hey, why have you got a blurry face? You're willing to take people's money and scam them, but you got a blurry face?
You, like, honestly.
Oh my God, that guy's ugly. What is that? Is that like one of those, I think that's one of those dinosaurs. It's a Keith William. Do you think he saw us? Guess what? Everyone lost their money. Guess what? They reckon they're going to get it back. Guess what? They're full of shit.
You know, Brenda should give me some of her USDT because she got it from, you know, her thing. And, you know, she had, no, she doesn't owe that to anybody. Mm-mm.
What a load of crap. I mean a cracker. Should Brenda Chunder, Kalpesh Patel, Keith Williams, Roman, Gorman, Bitcoin Rodney sit on their millions of dollars that they have from HyperVerse? Do you really think that is the case? No. They should be locked up for fraud. Simple. Simple, simple.
Fish are these little fish that they swim around big animals. They attach themselves to these whales and these sharks because they know that nobody's coming after the whale. The whale is the biggest thing in the ocean. Ain't nobody coming after a whale. When is the last time that you heard of a animal actually attacking a whale? Very rarely happens. The points that Brenda Chunga was talking about, that is real.
Brenda Chunga? Oh, you mean for the last 100 videos I've been calling her Brenda Chunda? And it's Chunga? Oh, silly me.
Those are
absolutely fight like finger and nail and tongue in cheek. Just get in there and get into these bastards. Don't be polite.
We feel your pain. I feel your pain. I'm in the same boat. You know,
bullshit. Bullshit.
Things like, oh, you guys are VIP 5s and you made money and
you have made money.
You're this and you're that. Okay, we have. What's your point?
You're rich, you've got the money, you've cashed up, and we can't get our money out. That's the point.
That we actually brought our friends and family in here and they haven't received their 1X.
Oh no!
We feel that pain. Some of you may say, well, the funds, whatever you made, won't you help them, give some back? Well, how do you know we haven't done that?
Because you're not that type of person. You're a dirty... Oops, I'm spitting. Hello, I'm Danny DeHeck. Thank you for flying with YouTube Airways. I'm your captain. Today's flight will be exciting and adventurous. So feel free to put your trays down, your seat back, and even shut your window blind if you want the full-blown YouTube story. Right. Highlights. Well, this talkover that I do is from the 3rd of September, and there's a lot happening with the merge, even though it's not really a merge, of HyperVerse and HyperNation, and the leadership team are really making this up as they go. So if you haven't watched my videos before, I actually am on a crusade to name and shame anyone that is actually actively promoting a Ponzi scheme. So if you are in the leadership videos and I see you, I will investigate you and I will name and shame you, because I do not like people losing money to people that are just trying to build their own wealth. Now there's some real big players in this game and there's a lot happening right now. Some news I heard today is purple box holders that were promised a 20% rebate when they referred somebody to buy a $10,000 purple box haven't received any rebates. And that means that it sounds like HyperNation has actually scammed the scammers, which is hilarious. And the toll on the VIP 5 people that have been educating people on how to scam their friends and family to help them build their downline are really getting tiresome. You can see it in their eyes, you can see it in their mannerisms. And today, if you have a look at my picture, you can see that we actually have Brenda Chunda, as I call her, and she's going through the 5 stages of grief: denial, anger, bargaining, acceptance, and depression. So if you haven't been to my YouTube channel before, I actually do a talk over on a video that has been recorded on the 3rd of December, those training sessions. But I'd also like you to help me by hitting the thumbs up. We get these videos out to more people. It's a simple task, but it makes a huge difference to the algorithm of YouTube, and it helps get them out. If you've got any information on anyone that's involved in HyperCapital, HyperFund, or HyperVerse, and now the rinse and repeat Ponzi scheme, HyperNation, please go to my website, TheHyperDriver.com, and click on the Contact Us button. Give us your name, your email address, and in the subject line, if you want to keep what you're saying anonymous, put anonymous, and I will. You don't need to repeat that. And send me your message. It would be much appreciated. Now, if you go to the top left-hand side of my website, you'll see my YouTube channel. And in my YouTube channel, you will see that I've actually done my best to help expose Ponzi schemes. If you go to my playlist, there's a playlist dedicated to Ponzi schemes. Now, the last talkover I did was one called, it was the leadership training on the 27th of August. And that's just when they were really in trouble. And the things you heard in that video were just breathtaking. But I got carried away, and it actually went on for, I think, 4 hours. 4 hours and 15 minutes. Now, I don't want you guys to spend 4 hours of your life like I am watching these videos. So I'm going to show you a tip. When you're on under the video, you'll see the title, and you'll see a little description and the word more. If you click on the word more, you'll see I've given it a description about what it's about, but I put timestamps in it. And I call them timestamps and chapters, and you'll see all the times when the exciting things happen. So while I'm doing this video, I'm like a live streamer on YouTube, but I record my videos and I upload them later. So as I'm doing my voiceover, I'm taking notes and I'm recording all the good things that you guys should watch. And this is to help you understand whether you should invest or not invest in this opportunity they are offering you. And if you're unsure, you really want to watch this whole video and save yourself a whole lot of money and grief. But if you go to the bottom of the notes, you'll see down the bottom here, it's got chapters. And when you click on view all, it puts all the chapters on the right hand side, and you can basically go down to the part that interests you, and you can see here was a funny part of a lady who rang up in the leadership team while she was at the gym, and she's asking these three Musketeers a question. It was funny, so I timestamped it. So that's basically how it works. Now, what else do I need to do? If you can, please hit the thumbs up button. It's all I ask. I spend a lot of my time and energy doing so. Now, to do that, you basically go down and you'll see that 28 people have so far hit the thumbs up button on my video I did 2 or 3 days ago. If you subscribe to my YouTube channel, hit the bell, and as soon as I publish a new video, you'll be notified, and that will help get these out. All right, and most importantly, I do love when people post comments, and what do I do? I reply to everyone's comments. Good. Hello, everyone. And there's some really good content out there at the moment. And if you want to help me even more, one of my videos that really has taken off really well is a video which I did name and shaming everyone who's been part of promoting this Ponzi scheme. Now, these are all VIP leadership training videos. And people at the end of it, when everyone says goodbye, I've managed to grab as many names as possible out of it. And if you recognize anyone in these pictures, by all means, come along and add to the list on the name and shame video, and that will help me. I'm actively working with a reporter from the New York Times, and he's gathering information so we can do a story to help warn people. And I'm also working with a private investigator. He's not a private investigator. He's a financial crime investigator who's based in America, and we're feeding him information. So do your part to help. And I want to stop these Ponzi schemes. That's what I'm all about. Right, let's get started. And let's see what today's meeting's all about. Now, my disclaimer is I haven't watched this. I've watched bits of it as I was preparing it, but I'm watching this just like we're watching it together for the first time.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome to Saturday Leadership Training with myself, Keith Williams, and our very, very special guests today. Both of them are going to do a fabulous job at leadership today. I'm excited. When we posted this yesterday, I knew we'd max out. We maxed out with 15 to 20 minutes.
So it's the same dribble every week. They max out every week, which basically means Zoom only allows 1,000 people on the room at one time. So they have an overflow room where other people can watch but not get on the stage and ask the same boring questions. Today, there's no questions. There's no question and answer, which is a laugh, because after last week, it was a hoot.
To go. So, guys, we do have overflow. It is on. I'm excited. Who's on fire? Just give me a 1 in the chat if you are on fire and you are ready to rock and roll. This is leadership on a Saturday. This sets us up for the week ahead, and I'm so excited. I want Dale's there with us. Dale, can you put a co-host on myself and our very special guest who should have her camera on as well?
Now, while we've got the funny face on there, I just want to explain how big this Ponzi scheme is. I heard today from a very reliable source, they reckon that 1.6 million people have actually signed up for either HyperCapital, HyperFund, or HyperVerse, and now rinsing and repeating HyperNation. Now, the minimum is $300 per person. So get your calculator out and work out what 1.6 million times 300 is. It's a hell of a lot. They've had lots of problems along the way. For the first year, they were actually paying out people, and that's what a typical Ponzi scheme will do, is you have happy punters at the start, and they rave about it to their friends and family, and then everyone goes all in. And a lot of the people that invested heavily have never taken out their money. Okay, so that's one thing. So to be a VIP 5, you need to have recruited over 2,000 people. So each VIP 5 on the mass I just talked about has brought in $8 million to HyperVerse. And there's 500 of them. So even on those low stats, that's a $4 billion scam, which is unbelievable for people to actually fathom. So they don't even know who's behind this Ponzi scheme. They hide behind corporate, and they blame, or they have people like Ryan Zhu and Sam Lee and Jaden, and there's just been problem after problem, and there's been stalling tactics after stalling tactics, and there's been promises made one after the other. So now they're all telling everyone just to keep calm, keep waiting, and as they do that, the people with the money are drifting further and further away from it. So I believe this is all part of the stalling tactic. So let's get back to it, and let's listen to what they're saying.
Two great trainers coming on today, but someone who you haven't seen for a little while. She's spent the summer traveling, very busy with her young family, and she's agreed to come on today. As it's a Labor Day weekend, holiday weekend in the United States. We had our bank holiday weekend last weekend. We call it a carnival weekend, but we had our late summer holiday weekend last weekend. It's Labor Day weekend for you guys over there in the US. And I can see my beautiful dear friend and wow, the beautiful Brenda Chunga, aka Bitcoin Beauty. She'll tell you her story. For those of you who've never seen her before, maybe you're new to HyperNation, maybe you're new to the Hyper family. She has a wonderful story and a great leader. Dale, you can let me co-host myself. I'll do it myself, Dale. It's all right. Let me put the spotlight for everyone. And let me find Brenda and spotlight her at Spotlight. There you are. Side.
So just to introduce Brenda Chunda, I call her Brenda Chunda. It's not pronounced right. No, I know that, but I like Chunda better. She was basically a solo mum, rags to riches story. She started introducing people back to HyperVerse way back when it was called HyperFund. She's a VIP 5. She has literally made millions and millions of dollars out of HyperVerse. When all the funds were frozen, she decided to start, she's basically on a team with Kalpesh Patel. Now, Kalpesh Patel has meant to be taking out $1 million a day out of HyperVerse. He's been creating fake accounts, what do they call, multiple accounts. I've got a video about 5 videos back of him producing. He had 77 accounts. So basically he was defrauding the community, and all these people at the top, including these two here, have actually been creating multiple accounts and then putting teams of people creating basically teams of people who are teams of influence, people who know how to multi-level market, and they've been profiteering. So they've actually been fleecing the community. There's no doubt about it. So they are wolves dressed in sheep's clothing, as they say, and they go after the Black African community, and they also go after people that are poor, and they're basically stealing from the poor and giving to the rich. Now, I've got videos and videos of all this to prove and back up all this evidence that I'm talking about. But what I'm actually saying, ironically, Brenda has now started promoting another Ponzi scheme with Kalpesh Patel, and it's wewe.Global. And basically, Kalpesh Patel has been on stage at one of the events, teaching people how to have the right mindset to cheat people out of money, basically. Now, the funny thing about this is there was a guy called Roman, there's another guy called Goldman, who's an Australian guy, and then you've got Brenda Chunder and also Kalpesh Patel. This other Ponzi scheme is completely different, and it's promising similar things about the HyperVerse. So it's kind of a bit sickening that she's been away on holiday, but I've been hearing that she met up with all these guys in Rome, and she's been out there promoting other Ponzi schemes. So they're just Ponzi scheme promoters, and they don't really care about the people or the community. They really are out for their own greed.
My side, there you are. Hey, Lucy, how are you?
I'm amazing.
You look amazing. You stood in that beautiful office of yours there.
Looks like a bookcase.
Yes, and I'm so happy to be here. Like, I see everyone. Hello, everybody.
Great to have you back. Where have you been? Everyone's been saying, when can I get Brenda back on? Where is Brenda? The whole summer. Listen, I know you've been busy. You've been traveling all around the world. Every time I message you to come on leadership, oh no, I'm traveling. Oh, I've got this celebration. Oh no. But I know you got the young boys. How are the boys? How's young Alex? Are you feeding him now? Is he?
They're all good. I mean, I am feeding him. He's eating very well.
Well now, yeah. Fabulous.
He is eating very well. You know, Keith, this whole process and everything we've been going through, yeah. I am just, and that's what the training is going to be about today, is just growing through what you go through, right? So when you're going through something, that's when it shows your mental toughness and who you are as an individual. So that's what I've been doing the whole summer, taking the family. We've just been hanging out. Thank you, Auntie. Hanging out and traveling. Again, but we were traveling on a budget. Look, I told the kids, look, crypto's down.
Traveling on a budget. Does that mean
crypto's down? You better travel on a budget.
Like pizza and soda, no three-course meals. What the hell?
Just to be clear, she's a multi-millionaire. You know, at least $1 million a month. She's been in this for 2 years. And even if we think about HyperNation as about crypto, they say, but basically what they're doing is they're working like financial advisors, taking your money and investing in crypto and trying to make money for you. But they're actually promising you a metaverse where Facebook have changed the name to Meta, and he's talked about a metaverse. So everyone's on the bandwagon talking about creating a future on the metaverse. So that's what HyperNation and HyperVerse and HyperFund and all that sort of crap's all about, is taking your money, investing it on the metaverse, and then giving you returns. So it's actually ridiculous. And I will go on a little bit more, but if you basically give HyperVerse your $400, what they were offering is 3 or 4 times, or now 7 times return on your investment, which is ridiculous. Imagine loaning some company $1,000 and they're promising to pay you back $3,000, or is it $3,000? 3 times, yeah, $3,000 for your investment of $1,000. I mean, why didn't they go to the bank and get a loan? But anyway, I won't get on. In a minute, I'm just going to bring up a video just to show you some of the things that she's been up to.
Well, we're going to find hotels that have food included. Like a lot.
All inclusive.
I'm human.
I can see you on the online searching for those deals.
I really do, Keith. I actually really do look for deals.
Best way, absolutely.
The problems of the rich and famous, eh?
You know, these are difficult times now. It's time we're going to pull our belt in, and you know, we all have these grandiose plans. We're going to spend money like it's going out of fashion. But no, the reality is that, you know, if you save your pennies, you'll be okay. And I know you well. You know, you wouldn't starve him, but you're certainly not going to be having caviar every evening.
But you know what, Keith? Whether we have money or don't have money, I look at it like this: it's not how much you make, it's how much you keep.
Hello,
right?
I'm Danny.
You can make a lot and still not have anything.
Yeah.
So I've always just wanted to always stay humble and live that way, because it keeps me grounded. So even that, my girlfriend was laughing yesterday when I was talking on the phone, and she's like, "Where are you?" I'm like, "I'm in Marshall's." She's like, "You still shop in Marshall's?" Yes, I do. And
Okay, so Marshall's is like a little bit of a low budget store where you can get some really good deals and you know, good value.
yes. I mean, because you all in the UK, you don't know what Marshall, and people around the world, you may not know what Marshall is, but my US people, you all know Marshalls, right?
Okay.
We know Marshalls, we love Marshalls, and I will always be a Marshalls girl. So I am excited about the training today. So you said we have someone else. Who else do we have?
Yeah, we've got Whitney again by popular demand. She's excellent. I know you've been away, so you might have missed her a couple.
All right, hopefully this doesn't go pear-shaped, but what I'm going to do is put Brenda Chunder on here and just play a wee snippet of the video I did, which is basically a summary of the whole lot, and we'll see how this works. Let's have a wee listen.
It's been a total transformation in my life.
That's where wealth is created. She's making a ton of money.
And then one day I got a chance to speak with her on a three-way, my business partner and mentor and friend.
Come join us, be a part of this great opportunity, this great platform.
She shares what she knows, she shares her love.
There's people in HyperFund that really don't even speak English, and I'm just absolutely floored that this is something that is just fantastic for everybody. You just plug in and it works. It's been great. Yeah, changed my life. I'm doing better than I ever have.
I was very skeptical to begin with.
Good man.
You can ask this guy, he's my sponsor. And then things, I started getting more and more confidence. So now I'm ready to share it with the world. And I really do believe we're going to be around for a very long time. Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. So I'm not going to talk about this little thing because we're on a friggin' super yacht.
Name is Brenda.
Yeah, so that's just a little bit about Brenda Chunder there. You know, she hired a super yacht, and she's heavily promoting HyperVerse at the time. And now she's talking about how poor she is.
Couple of times when she's bounced onto training, she's absolutely smashed it out the park. She's going to come back and talk about leadership at the back end and why it's so important right now in this moment in time. But she has a lot of experience as well, a qualified trainer as well. But she's going to talk about the industry and how it relates to being a leader now. You and I, we bounced some ideas on leadership and what we're going to discuss today. You thought they were excellent ideas. I thought they were great as well. It's great to have you back. You can see how excited I am. I want to shut up and let you just take the floor. But the bottom line, it's great to have you back. I know it's been a busy summer. We have gone through transition. We talked about that on, the subjects we're going to talk about today. We have gone through transition. Not everyone's happy with transition. I understand that change is never easy, especially if change looks as though it is not a good thing, but we just got to have belief and faith that change is good and that it will be good for everybody, and we just have to adjust to it as well. It's been a difficult year. I mean, we're talking about the last few months, but it has been a difficult year since roughly around January, February of this year. And we know what happened in the markets. We know what happened with the world, the economy. We know what happened with the conflicts that are out there, and that has had a knock-on effect on everything, the whole market, whether it be the crypto market, whether it be Forex or the stock market or the currency market. It's had an effect on all of us, and that also includes Hyper, the Hyper board, the Hyper project. But the great thing is that we're now firmly into September, in the last quarter of the year. And many companies, much larger than Hyper, and I don't want to mention the names because you just need to Google and see some of the big.
So they do paint a real doom and gloom picture. I've just got another wee video I want to show you because Keith Williams and I had a good chat one day, and it was way back when I first started doing these videos, and I just wanted to play it for a wee while just to show you how green I was when I started doing these. So we just chip into this introduction of him, and I just want to play you a little bit of me talking to Keith.
Your question, Danny.
My question is, how do you sleep at night scamming people?
How do I sleep at night scamming people, Danny?
Yes, Keith Williams.
Make that comment. Great, Danny. I'm so happy about that. So are we all scamming people, Danny? Is that what we're all doing? Every single member on here scamming the next member. Is that
yes,
what we're doing,
that is correct. You are.
Oh, right. So how is that possible? So we're scamming unsuspecting innocent members so that the members on the platform can benefit, which they have been benefiting for 2.5 years.
Just because
how do you square that circle when there are members on our platform who are...
So Keith's been trained just to overtalk people so they don't get a chance to speak. And it is quite hard because anyone that confronts him, he shoots them down really quick. But fortunately, I have a few tricks up my sleeve.
Are benefiting from who?
That's right. So Mr. Murdoch had a great Ponzi scheme, and a good way for a Ponzi scheme to be successful, if you're not going to let me talk, mate, what's the point of asking me a question?
I don't want to know, Danny. I've heard.
You're going to cut me off now.
No, I don't need to because you keep coming back every night. I don't know what point you're trying to.
It's the first time I've ever been on their meeting, so I don't know why he said I come back every night. My point is, you shouldn't scam people. There's no product or service. This company has no product or service, and it only survives on memberships, and that is a Ponzi scheme.
Danny, am I the owner of the company?
Danny.co. So now he's trying to move liability. .nz if you want more information.
What do you think, Danny? Do you think that I'm the owner of the company? Do you that or
well, okay. Whereabouts is Stephen Rees-Lewis? Whereabouts is Stephen Rees-Lewis? Stephen Rees-Lewis is a paid actor that didn't actually exist, and no one's ever been able to find the real Stephen Rees-Lewis. And he only come to you reading off a teleprompt. It was quite funny actually. So there's no digital footprint of him. He doesn't exist on the internet.
So is there no digital footprint of anybody? Because I think Stephen's Twitter is on Twitter. Is he not on Twitter?
It's not his account. We've got 2 Twitter accounts, and it's repeated the same information twice.
The next thing you're going to tell me, Danny, that the Who Exchange and CoinW doesn't exist.
Don't know if you've done any research on the Who Exchange, but it basically doesn't exist because it's the most shadiest exchange out. And the other one he's going to talk about is HyperBC, which is a bank where you can get your own card. It's ran out of Dubai. And if you do a lot of research on it, like I have, you can. The bank is not part of any banking institution. It's a separate entity altogether, and there's warnings out from other countries not to get involved with this bank he's about to talk about.
You're also going to say that HyperBC, which is connected to a regulated bank.
And it's not connected to any regulated bank.
No. HyperBC, but it's regulated. There's a bank behind it. Danny, do your research. There's a bank.
I've done my research, mate. The only research I can do on this company, the only research I can do on this company is going to your own website. It doesn't exist. See you later. Oh dear, those were the days. Anyway, back to this Keith Williams.
Giant, some of the big platforms that are no longer around have gone into, I think you guys call it Chapter 11 or something like that. And there's quite a few of them, quite a few projects that are no longer around, quite a few projects that also has the...
So this was a real company. It would have gone bankrupt. The liquidators would have taken all the assets and tried to recover money for people who invested. But this isn't a real company. So what they've done is they've formed another company, taken out all the assets, which are the sales team, and moved them over to HyperNation. But the funniest thing ever is they're charging the sales team $10,000 and $100,000 to be at the top of the pyramid. So there's no way anyone buying a membership plan can actually get to the top of the pyramid because they've sold all the tickets. How about that? And the funny thing about the membership plans, you can't buy those unless you buy a worthless NFT. Now, they wanted to sell, a yellow NFT worth $100 to the 1.6 million people that are part of HyperVerse, but they only sold 70,000, which is about $7 million worth of worthless NFTs. Now, that might sound like a lot, but when you think about it, one VIP would bring in $7 or $8 million. For HyperVerse to only get $7 or $8 million in selling yellow NFTs makes it really hard. So look at the yellow NFT as a passport, and that's what they call it. And basically, if you were going to a nightclub, there's a doorman who's decided to put a cover charge on the nightclub. So you pay your $100 at the doors, you walk up the stairs. Well, let's just say you walk up to the walk towards the metaverse in the ecosystem, and you get up the top and there's a counter up there and there's a lady saying, you need to purchase a membership to go in. And they go, but I just spent $100. And they go, oh, that doesn't count. That was just to get up the stairs. So now they've got to sell all these membership plans, and that's where they're promising 7 times rewards. The whole lot is a hoax, and it's just absolutely crazy. But everything has got glitches. Everything is hurry up and wait. And we've wrote to corporate, and it doesn't work. And that's why in this very video, there's no question and answers, because people are really putting the pressure on these guys. The funniest thing, though, is the purple NFTs that all the VIP 5s that have made millions of dollars like these two have purchased. They've got rewards associated with them, and no one's getting the rewards. In fact, there's a 20% backhander if you sell one of those under your membership, and that's meant to be paid out, and that's now not happening. So people are seeing the back end looks like it's all fake. That's what I heard today.
Community build element, they've disappeared. But one thing I can say about the Hyper project, the board, is that they transitioned and they've weathered the storm, and it has been a storm. There's no two ways about it. There's days and weeks, and I'm not sure where this is going.
Now, he's one of the leaders, the main instigator. In fact, I believe he is Mr. HyperVerse. Now, if he's saying that, who do you put your faith in?
Because of the fact that the industry has had such a pounding, and whatever assets you were holding on to last year, and I know we all have assets, not we all have, but a lot of us have assets from last year are worth a fraction of what they were worth a year ago. And luckily for some of us, we still have access to those assets. But some of us have...
Hope that doesn't look creepy.
Put our assets on different platforms, and some of those...
I might go see if I can sit next to her.
Platforms have struggled with liquidity and just being in existence. And I'm just giving everybody a flavor of what's to come with your training, because it's quite easy to say, Hyper isn't this, Hyper hasn't done this, they haven't done this, they haven't done that. It's so easy to...
It's easy for a reason, Keith. It's easy because they haven't done anything.
Say that. Isn't that right, Brenda? Because we've been here. I mean, your story is a beautiful story.
Rags to riches, solo mum, and all of a sudden discovered how to scam people out of millions of dollars. And she's even sold it to her friends and family. And listen to what she's going to say about that, because I heard a little bit.
The Hyper story is beautiful. You came to the platform.
Stealing from the poor, giving to the rich people.
At the end of 2020, if I remember, that was about September, October, and 2021 was a fantastic bull year for everyone. Everybody experienced tremendous growth in 2021. But the beautiful thing is that you went to work, you put your head down, you got going, and your belief was, as you said, you wish you believed quicker, faster, and you worked harder, and you dreamt so big, and you built a fabulous community, great team, and you're an outstanding leader. But again, we're all sailing the waters. The wind is blowing nicely. We're all going in that direction. We're going at a rate of knots, and then sometimes you come into stormy waters. And that was really the end of 2021, beginning of 2022, and many things happened in the world. But more importantly, the market itself.
That sounded like an elephant. There's an elephant in the room, dear Liza. Why is there an elephant in the room? Because no one's getting any of the money that's been promised. And now they're starting to tell people that they have an attitude problem.
Crashed. in some instances 70 to 80%. So that means, can you imagine going to the bank and let's say you had 100 grand in and the bank says to you, sorry, you've only got 20 grand now.
Yeah, that's something I've talked about before. I put $10,000 in the bank, boom, in January, and I come back 10 months later and I still had $10,000. That's why you don't put your money into crypto, eh, kids? It's gambling, highest form, high risk.
That's all it is that's left here. That's what it's worth. You can hang on, we'll be here, and let's see if we can turn your currency back to where it was before. And that happened many years ago. You might not remember, but that happened to a small country called Greece. And that happened after 2008. And they wiped 30% of everyone's holdings in the banks. Literally 30%.
One country out of, how many countries in the world is there? Is there 144? Or is it 100 and what? Yeah, and use one example of one country that went bankrupt, and that's what they did. Excellent, Keith. Good parallel there, mate.
Let's say you had 100 euros, it was now worth 70 euros in the bank. That happened in 2008. And Greece has recovered somewhat, but that's just giving you an idea. It could even happen in the regulated space. I mean, they devalued, everything got devalued, and people were standing in line outside banks trying to get what's left of their funds out of the bank. Some of you might remember that. Please check it out. But they devalued everything by 30%. And that was back in 2008. So,
alrighty. Well, let's just bring this window over here, Mr. Keith? Let's have a look and see how good the HyperVerse dollar is. Let's see. Let's do it over a year. Ooh, is it over a year? Is it month? Year? All time. Now, what is, I'm not very good at maths, but what is 0.0000076? What is that worth? And let's go to the highest point when it was worth, is that right? $11? Yeah, it was worth $11, and that was February. I don't even know when the February was. Oh, no, 2022. So at the beginning of the year, it was worth $11 in NZD, which is my currency. And now today, we're not even on the Richter scale, are we? We go to January. I think, is it still trading, still going? Yeah. Oh, look at that. Yeah, okay. I don't need to go on about that. But carry on telling us about how if you put your money in the bank, it's a big risk. Chris, let's go, Keith.
We are where we are now. And for some of us...
won't be long. You'll be somewhere else. Do you know that sound? That's jail.
We've moved forward with the project, with the concept, because we are one big family.
One big scamming family, all the way from the internet.
I'm big on that, Beauty. I'm big on being a family, but I'm also big on leadership as well, and people stepping up and being leaders. So the landscape has changed. We've lost a few people.
Kalpesh Patel, woo-hoo-hoo, your brother from another lover has disappeared. Where is he? He's off promoting another Ponzi scheme.
You can call them leaders. I was corrected a few weeks ago. So we've lost a few individuals. But I
wonder if he realizes that Brenda Chunder, directly underneath him, is actually promoting wewe.Global. And she's been with Kalpesh Patel in Rome with Roman and Gorman, the Australian guy, promoting another Ponzi scheme. And here she is now in here carrying on in HyperNation. She wants to get out of this now. She's already made her millions. Time to cut your losses and get out of it. Exit strategy over.
We've now got what's left, which I believe is the cream of the crop. Those that are so focused on where we're going. But we also know that we have to remember that there are a lot of individuals that need to be made whole, satisfied, happy. And that's also our responsibility as a leader, being here to make sure that the company doesn't forget all the community members. That's the ones that were in the previous project and the ones going forward in the new project. You and I are on the same page about that. That's why we're still...
Okay, so they've promised that. This is what you need to understand, kids. This is the stupid thing. Everyone lost their money. Their funds were frozen in HyperVerse. It's not rocket science. There was no money coming out. Even the big guys at the VIP and the VIPs had their funds, their accounts frozen, and no one could get any money out. The reason why, mathematically doesn't add up. There was no money in the kitty to pay out these people. End of story. So what they did, they've created another system over here called HyperNation. No one liked the HyperNation because they all come out wearing masks. Real freaky people. Then, yes, they had masks on. No one liked them. And then they said, look, if you buy the NFTs, the 3 different NFTs, and come over to HyperNation, we will make sure that whatever money you put into HyperVerse, you will get back. They call it one times. So everyone's going, okay. And then they said, and also the rewards that we promised you, we will give you that money back as well. Now, nobody has moved over to the HyperNation who had to put fresh USDT money in to just get the ticket to have the privilege of being able to get in so they can buy another membership package that's $400, $800, and $1,200. And when you buy these packages, you have to use fresh USDT. So just last week, they've introduced this new thing called HyperBond. Now, HyperBond enables you to move out your reward money and move it over to HyperNation. And they're promising you that you can use your HU dollar to buy real estate and buy NFTs. And also, you can use 20% of your HU dollars that you move over to purchase your new membership. So basically, what they should do to make life simple for everyone who hasn't realized they've lost all their money is actually just give everyone a 20% discount to buy a new membership. However, as soon as you do that, you forfeit the privilege of getting your money back. So if you put $1,000 in and you were waiting for that to accumulate to $3,000, then basically, if you haven't got your money back, they're saying you forfeit that privilege as soon as you move your money over to HyperNation. So that's just one part of it. They'll have another strategy. So every single thing that they are promising hasn't actually happened. Nobody has done what they said to do. They keep changing it. They keep moving the carrot. This is just modern day. It's a money laundering, I don't know, what do they call it? A money grab. And every time they want you to do something, you need to part with more of your USDT. So it's absolutely shocking. Let me not get started.
Here, it was far easier. And I can tell everyone now, it's far easier to just, sail off into the sunset, and say, that's my lot. I've given as much as I can, each their own. Hope your life jackets, keeps you afloat, but I'm off. That was the easiest thing to do for a lot of the so-called leaders, and many did take that route, but I'm so pleased and happy that you didn't. You stayed with your team under tremendous pressure. We're all under tremendous pressure.
Load of crap. This really pisses me off. Actually, I'll be honest, guys. I did this recording yesterday. I got about 25 minutes into it, and I just couldn't get my mojo going, so I trashed it. And then I did it again. I got about 20 minutes into it, couldn't get my mojo going, and I crashed it around about here. Because what is about to happen is Brenda Chunda is actually going to start telling you how hard life has been trying to keep face. And I just sit here and I listen to these guys and I go, oh my God, they've scammed people out of millions of dollars. This is a $4 billion+ scam. These guys have influenced so many people to get involved in this. And now they're trying to say they're in the same boat or life raft as you, and they're trying to give you a sort of bad luck story and a hardship story. These guys, literally, I've heard so many times that Keith Williams has been taking physical cash of people, promising to set up their HyperVerse accounts for them, and then never giving them access to their accounts. So that's what I've heard. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. Sue me for defamation, Keith, if you want. It's fine. But these guys are not nice people. They're trying to say they're keeping the community together, but they're trying to keep face, and they're trying to back out the bus, beep, 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 the bus, so that you guys don't make them accountable for stealing all your money. Now, this is a great time for you to hit the thumbs up and help me bust these guys. If you've got any information about these guys, please do go to my website and click on the Contact Us button and tell me anything about HyperVerse, HyperNation, HyperFund, any story. big or small, will not do me any harm. I publish a lot of the information on my website, TheHyperDriver.com, and I really do value people who comment. But help me by clicking the thumbs up, and we'll get back into the story as these guys dribble on.
Of course we are, because of our beliefs and our faith and the fact that we want the best. But it's a big job trying to look after everybody. It's like being a shepherd in the field, and you've got to take care of every single sheep.
I hate this. I used to be a Jehovah's Witness. I was brought up in a religious cult. I've had 2 people in my family commit suicide because of the pressures of the Jehovah's Witness organization put on them. And it's terrible. And I hate people that use religion and money, because a lot of people say religion's one thing and business is another. And these guys are talking about shepherds. Now, if you're not familiar with the Bible, that's a shame you won't understand what I'm talking about. But shepherds are people who look after the flock. Now, think about what a shepherd actually does. He looks after the sheep. He makes sure they don't get bitten by wolves and animals. He feeds them every week. He keeps them sheltered and makes sure they're all nice and fluffy so that they can use the wool, make money. Then he takes them to the market and he slaughters them. Yes, no more sheepy. They're all gone. So these guys are shepherds. Yes, they're just using the sheep, and then they will take them to the market and no more sheep. You are not going to be a sheep if I have anything to do with it.
You lose a few of those sheepdogs, and you start losing a few community members. Of course, that's obviously very painful for all of us. I'm just saying this, ladies and gents, because I've got a tremendous amount of respect for Brenda and what she has done, and the fact that she's still with us here, still fighting hard. And
not for long. I believe this is one of the very few times that you will see Brenda Chunder on these leadership meetings again. She has gone away on holiday with her friends and family on a frugal budget, and probably only fluid on YouTube Airlines, on business class instead of first class. And I think she's about to exit HyperVerse or HyperFund. And you watch the next half an hour of this, you will be in this, you will believe what I'm saying.
Believing in the future of Hyper and what it stands for, what it has achieved and what it will achieve.
It has not achieved anything. This is where NLP training does my head in. Keith Williams, I hear there's a guy that he talks about later on called Pinakee Naik. Well, I said it wrong. Pinakee Naik! Okay, and Pinakee Naik is an arc. No, he's basically they've all been trained with NLP training, and you listen to them. He obviously says, "Guess what?" And now everyone's starting to repeat the words that he's saying. They're going, "Guess what?" And what I'm saying with NLP training is they say things 6 times. Let's just say I said I went to the shop and I bought myself a pear and a banana and orange, and then 20 minutes later, I went to the shop and I bought myself a pear, banana, and orange. And then at the very end of my conversation, I say, hey, were you guys interested in buying some pears? You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? And this is NLP training. They've all had it. Their common interest is they have been trained to brainwash people. So they lace little words to build belief on people. I said to somebody the other day, what the hell do we have to do to get people thinking that this is 100% a scam? People are sitting here going, oh, I've got money in my HyperVerse account. I've played Monopoly before. I've got money in the bank in Monopoly. But Monopoly is not real life. And that's all that you've been playing with is Monopoly money.
And what it will put right. And that's so important. So we talked about it. I've got all the notes from what we chatted about. I know you're excited to deliver some training. That is enough from me. Everyone doesn't want to hear from me. You want to hear from Brenda. And don't forget, guys, this training today is going to be 2 hours max. So that will be for you guys midday, and we're done in the UK, 5 p.m. And we are going to stick to the time. We're going to respect your time. 2-hour training is more than enough now on a Saturday. So we'll give you a couple of minutes at the end to say a few words. But Brenda, I want you to just take the floor.
All right, I just want to be clear. If you've just tuned in, because I'll put a timestamp in about here, please do hit the thumbs up if you've just tuned into this area. I want to say that Brenda Chunder is basically, I can read between the lines here. I bet she's told Keith Williams that she doesn't want to be part of HyperVerse anymore. Keith Williams is a lovely guy. He's a great shepherd, and he's probably encouraged her to stay. And this is her moment to sort of say goodbye to the community. That's what I believe she is doing in the next half an hour.
Now, I mean, these guys hear from me every week. It's great to be back, guys. And this time I'm going to be here for the full 2 hours. And it's so good to see you again. You know how excited I am. It makes me feel good to see you again.
Thank you, Keith, and the entire community. Thank you all so much. The first person I really do want to thank for holding it down is Sheila Morris, because she has been truly holding it down and allowing me to be able to just take some time to spend with the family. Because the people that do know me, when we first got started in Hyper, it was hyper.
Now, Sheila, I've seen her on a Zoom meeting. I was watching it for 45 minutes, and she was helping people buy crypto on their phone, and they were holding it up to the screen, and she was going, click that button, and then she was teaching them how to buy an NFT. And they didn't know the arse end of a computer. They had no knowledge of crypto, but they had been referred to it by a friend or a family member. And because of that, they wanted to get involved. So Sheila is basically stealing from the poor and giving to the rich. And she is directly under Brenda.
I ate, breathe, sleep, drink Hyper. And we joke about my son, when I was going through Hyper, about him not eating because I was working doing Hyper. And with Hyper, I just enjoyed helping people. So I focused on just helping the people. And so with that, I realized that somebody had to sacrifice. And who sacrificed? It was my family. They sacrificed not having mom. And so I decided this summer I was going to really, truly help and be there with the family. And Sheila stepped up. Sheila says, Brenda, I got it.
Sheila, I love Sheila.
I'm going to train. I'm like, yes.
you know, Brenda, I remember when Sheila first started, the first few days, the first few weeks, and the first few months. And what a great leader, an individual, great human being. She's such a joy to work with, and she's someone who's got your back behind your back. I've said that a few times, but I know what I mean by that. That's somebody you can absolutely 100% rely on. You can just forget about it because she's got your back.
No, she does 1,000,000%. I don't have to even think twice. And it was some times where I'm like, Sheila, and she's like, we're gonna do the Monday. And one thing I love about her leadership is that she doesn't just go into, and this is a training moment for everyone. She doesn't go into, I got it, I know it all, I'm a VIP 5. She still comes in and she counsels with me. She was like, okay, it's Monday. What should we talk about? What should I talk about? And I'm like, okay, Sheila, okay, let's think about what the community is feeling right now. What do you think they would receive at the moment? And she'll just go for it. And so that's what I appreciate. And sometimes, as individuals, we get burned out. Locked up. And so that's why it felt so good to know that she was right there and holding down the community. I see all the messages in the chat. So way to go. Congratulations to you, Sheila, for just being an amazing individual and a sister and a daughter. I see how she takes care of her mom. I'm just looking at her like in awe how she does all of this. So with that, just had to say thank you. And to everyone else that's still hanging in here. For all of you all that's still there, that's still hanging in, that's still being positive, we appreciate you. I haven't.
So why is she saying that? Why is she saying to everyone else who's still hanging in there? It's because hope is a wonderful thing, isn't it? And you use hope, you got to have faith and you got to have hope. And yet they're basically hanging out a bunch of carrots in front of you all the time, aren't they? With the hope that you are going to get your rewards. A lot of people have actually mortgaged houses. A lot of people have actually left their jobs and they have decided to go full-time preaching the message of HyperVerse and encouraging people to sign up. So there's a lot of devastated people. I've even heard of cases of people taking their own lives because of the depression that comes after having something like this happen, where you thought you was going to get rich or you had hope, and then all of a sudden it's taken away from you. So it does blow me away what she is about to say.
Well, I'm still here. I just took some time away to spend with the family.
But sometimes, Brenda, sometimes you need to do that. I mean, I'm feeling pretty tired myself. I've not taken a holiday. I mean, going to Dubai and these places, is not a holiday. I'm not on, on the poolside with, with a nice cocktail, and relaxing. No, I'm working. There's stuff to do. We've been out there many times. So I've not been on holiday for over almost 3 years now. Near enough 3 years. 2019, I think early or late 2018, when been on my last holiday. I mean, you guys call it vacation. So I'm feeling tired now, and sometimes you've got to take some time out and recharge your battery. And whilst we were going through this transition, it was the best time for you to take that time out. You come back looking fabulous, absolutely gorgeous, fully relaxed, and it's great to have you back. And sometimes you do need to take that time out with the family and spend a bit of time just, recharging your batteries and just getting back into the family stuff. Because there's always stuff going on that you could be part of with the family.
Absolutely. Thank you, Keith. It's important, and you owe it to yourself. You deserve that for everything you've done. So, check with us, the community, and we'll give you a break.
I just want to show you a video I did just the other day, and it was with these two doing what they do best. They have a long history together, so hopefully I'll make that big enough so you can see it. And basically, this video is Brenda Chunder in there. Brenda Chunder has also been a multi-level marketer for quite a few years. Not that they've been successful, but this is the first time they've actually started to see real. So if you want to go back to some of the historical stuff, Brenda actually runs through a whole video about Hyper back in the day. And this was about 2.5 years ago. And you can obviously see her sidekick buddy is Keith Williams. So that whole video, be worth going back if you're just new to my channel. And what is HyperFund? So HyperFund was after HyperCapital, and now we've got HyperVerse, and now we're obviously moving into HyperNation. And I haven't done a voiceover on HyperNation's new second launch they've already done now. But if you want to find out a little bit about the history of Brenda Chunder, I'd recommend doing that. All right, back to these guys. So they've had a long road. That's probably my point of interrupting this. And they're tired. But don't forget, they've made more money than a bull can shit. Does that make sense? More shit than a bull can. I'm going to stop while I'm behind.
Let us know you're going to be gone for 2 weeks so that everybody knows. Because when you're not here, they go in commotion. Where's Keith? What happened? So you have to let us know in advance.
Absolutely.
You're going to be on, and we'll take it from there.
Really, I'll do that. Definitely do that. I don't plan to take a few months off, but it'll be a week or two.
And we can survive without you. We'll do it now. So real quick, what I'd like to do before I go into the training is I'd like to first address everyone's what they're feeling. I know people are uneasy, and I want you all to know we see it in the Telegram. I see the Telegram. I chat. I don't say anything in there because what else can I say? You all have said it all.
I've got the money and you haven't. Ha 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 comes to mind.
So my point is we see it. So we hear your concerns because your concerns are our concerns.
So she's talking about people's anger and the 5 stages of anger, as I did on my original video, which is my picture, which is denial. People are in denial that that HyperVerse is actually a scheme. And they're really angry. And then they're getting angry. They are actually festing their anger. And now they're starting to try to bargain with you, aren't they? Yes, they're trying to say, look, we're going to give you your money back. Don't you worry. And if you jump over to the fresh new Ponzi scheme we've started over here called HyperNation, you will get your rewards. That's bargaining. And then they're hoping that people are going to accept it. And people are going to be accepting this offer that they are giving you. And then they realize they're all full of shit and you're not going to get any of your money out of these Ponzi schemes. And you believed what they said for whatever reason, people. I do not understand this. And you've given them more of your crypto. And you're saying that you truly believe these guys are good people. These are dirty, disgusting bottom feeders. They are scammers. They will not stop until you stop them. So hit the thumbs up, subscribe to my YouTube channel, and help me stop these Ponzi scam con artists conning you. Wake up.
Correct. My number one thing I've said too is, how I look at this is Hyper, they're doing whatever it is they need to do to make sure we're going to the next stage.
See, they separate themselves from Hyper, which they haven't done in the past. They've been leaders, and they're talking about how they were going side by side with HyperVerse, and now they're talking about it as a separate entity, which makes it even sicker, the fact that these guys are now washing their hands clean of scamming people.
Next level, the next chapter.
Correct.
So they're doing that. So let's let them do that and do that well.
They haven't done it well. They're using NLP thinking this is not done well. They have pissed all over the people in the community.
However, what we can do is, of course, we put something in their ear. We're like, hey guys, you gently remind them, the 1X individuals, right? Keith is concerned about it. I'm concerned about it. We all are. Just because we don't every week say, where's the 1X? Where's the 1X?
So there you go. There's a first promise. Boom, we're going to number them. Let's go 1. This is the first promise that they realize has been broken by the people in HyperNation, which they are encouraging you to sign up with.
Yeah.
We're concerned, and we do reach out. We do reach out to them and send a private message and say, okay, how's everything going? The key is you have to lead with kindness and love. Because if you're sitting there in the chat and you're just all angry and upset and then saying, oh, I'm doing this for the people, you're really showing who you really are. Because 1 minute you're for the people, the next minute you're bashing the same company and saying that's not how you get the results you're looking for.
Okay, then tell us how people get their money out of HyperVerse. Oh, they can't, because there's no money there and there's no product or service. So people are angry, and you have been encouraging people to have faith in a company which is not delivering anything they say.
So what I want you all to understand is that we feel your pain, we see you, we hear you.
Keith is not looking at the screen, he's looking away. He does not give a flying toss.
Because we feel the same thing.
That is a load of rubbish. You guys have got so much money, you could use it for toilet paper.
I mean, I get phone calls and text messages every day of people who had just put 100,000 in, then hasn't withdrawn nothing. They haven't withdrawn anything. And they said, I'm concerned, Brenda, I'm worried. So do you all not think we see this and hear it and we're thinking, oh my gosh, So
okay, I have Keith Williams' phone number, and on Telegram, he no longer has been seen, or WhatsApp group, he's no longer there. These guys have basically dropped the hot potatoes and ran away.
We're hopeful. We're being positive, staying positive, putting that energy out there that Hyper will do what they said they were going to do. They said they're going to have this recovery plan for the 1X. Yes, they told us 2 to 6 months. And it hasn't happened yet.
Second thing, 2 things. Okay, first one is one-time rewards. Second thing, said it was going to happen in 2 to 6 months. Hasn't happened yet. But there's a big gap between 2 and 6 months, isn't there?
But being obnoxious or putting things in the Telegram group saying, we're all doomed, it's over.
So why don't they just close the Telegram group down? What happens if they took their website offline? What would you do?
What do you get when you do that? Or what are you hoping to get when you do that? I just want you all to ask yourself that question for those of you that do that.
What are you getting if you don't fight back? Why do I do these videos? I want to expose and name and shame people that have fleeced you out of your crypto. So what do you get out of doing nothing? What do you get out of not speaking up? Is staying at home and being nice and fluffy and being patient and waiting for something to happen the solution to this problem?
Because what's happening is now they're seeing the chats, everybody is rowdy, upset. And of course you see the people who are just positive or the people who don't have much to say. We're just sitting back like, okay. And it's not that we're sitting back and doing nothing.
Oh, what are you doing? Tell me.
We're just doing it tactfully.
Oh, well done.
So But if you're going in these chats, I look at it, I just shake my head and I'm like, ooh, okay. Did you get your point across? And did it help you? So think sometime before you're doing all these things and think.
Absolutely. Fight like finger and nail and tongue in cheek. Just get in there and get into these bastards. Don't be polite. Why would you be polite to people that knew what a Ponzi scheme is and they prayed after the people that couldn't afford to lose their investment, and they've taken the money and they've withdrawn millions of dollars and put it in their bank accounts, and now they're telling you to be patient. She just said a few minutes ago that she knows people that have put hundreds of thousands of dollars into HyperVerse and never withdrawn the money because they believed the message of the metaverse and the ecosystem that they were preaching. And then in the next minute, they talk about how they have taken out millions of dollars. They have taken they've taken the cookies out of the jar.
Think about what you're doing. So I want to just address that to say, we feel your pain. I feel your pain. I'm in the same boat. You know,
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Things like, oh, you guys are VIP 5s and you made money. And
you have made money.
You're this and you're that. Okay. We have. What?
Boom. Lots of money. Okay, we've made lots of money and we're not going to give it to you.
What's your point?
You're rich, you've got the money, you've cashed up, and we can't get our money out. That's the point.
And why I say what's your point is that we're human and we feel the pain.
Ooh.
That we actually brought our friends and family in here and they haven't received their 1X.
Oh no.
We feel that pain. Some of you may say, well, the funds, whatever you made, won't you help them, give some back? Well, how do you know we haven't done that?
Because you're not that type of person. You're a dirty, oops, I'm spitting. You're a dirty, rotten scammer. You are not nice. Have you really given it to your family?
Right. And so, but the point is for you, for people to just project your feelings and thoughts to other people. That's not the way this works, because you don't know what we are going through.
Oh, you poor little people. You poor lady. Why are you promoting another Ponzi scheme called wewe.Global for? Why are you doing it now? Why are you continuing to market multi-level marketing schemes? And why are you promising that people are going to get something if they invest their crypto in a membership? Huh?
I say I mean a few of the leaders that's still hanging in here.
Idiots trying to keep face.
Because what I've noticed is the people who just jumped ship and who've left, it's...
Practice what you preach, lady.
It was their decision. That's okay. But guess what's happening? They did that. And then the people are calling us. Well, my sponsor left. He said to contact you. And that's what Keith says all the time. That's the easiest route to take.
Yeah, it's the only route to take is leave. Get out of here where you can. Speaking to a VIP 5 the other day, recruited 200 people, made $200,000. He said his team is now 6,000 people large. And he said he's got people ringing him saying, I can't get my money out. You got me into this. What I reckon you need to do, rather than trying to go after HyperCapital, HyperFund and HyperVerse, go after the person that introduced you to this. A lot of them have been not paying their taxes. So go to the IRD or the tax department in your country and report these guys for committing fraud. Tell the authorities, go to your police station and tell them that Joe Bloggs introduced me into this Ponzi scheme. I invested $500 and they promised I would get 3 times my investment. If he starts laughing, sorry about that because it does sound quite funny. I was talking to a reporter the other day trying to explain how HyperVerse is and the terminology and the things that have happened. I thought I sound like a madman, but I'm only reporting what I've heard from other people who believe this crap. So my point is, report the people that introduced you to it. Ring up the police station, go down there and say, Danny DeHick's phone number is whatever. He introduced me to this Ponzi scheme. What are you going to do about it? That's how we need to fight this if it is fightable. We're not going to get the Sam Jews and the Sam Lees and the whatever his name is, HyperFund people and the, what do they call it, Digital X or Hyper Tech Group. It's a way gone. They've taken the money. So that's my 2 cents worth. Let's carry on, Brenda.
Like, what if I left today and changed my phone number?
Oh, that's what Keith's done. Keith's phone number don't work anymore. What a good idea. Is that what you're going to do?
Now it's like, oh, Brenda just left and so I say, please give a little bit of kudos to the people still hanging in here, still waiting and still believing.
Look, if you really wanted to do it right, Brenda, every last penny that you've made from HyperVerse should go back to paying people in your community. It's that simple. But you're not. You think you deserve to keep the money. Where did the money come from that you are living with? Millions and millions of dollars.
Because for those of you that are all here, you still believe a little bit. Yes, you're angry. Yes, you feel pain. Yes, you're hurt. Yes, you're...
Hold it. Let's see if she's got it right. What have we got? We've got denial, anger, bargaining, acceptance, and depression. She got depressed and she got the money.
Like, this was supposed to be my ticket out. Yes. But
that's what you guys sold everyone.
The beauty. You still get to wake up every single day with your health.
Oh my God, get me a bucket. Oh, friggin' hell.
And make a difference in life, whatever that is. And that's what I want to train on today, is to stay positive. Look, they say there's always lessons in the losses. So anything that you look at as a loss, there's a lesson to be learned there.
I truly believe that. I'm entrepreneurial, and I believe you've got to have your failures in business, because if you have failures, you learn stuff, and then they are the compost for your next business venture. Remember, you heard it here first.
And that lesson can be that very thing to take you to the next level in whatever it is you do.
wewe.Global. This is an advert for wewe.Global, her next scam event. Do not listen to this lady. She is a scammer, and she's just doing it with a smile on her face. She will take money from grandma, even her own mother or her family, to build her wealth.
Doing. Like in Hyper, some people look at it as a loss. No, well, I say don't look at it all as a loss.
Here's my money. I'll help you out.
I mean, for those individuals who haven't gotten their 1X, yes, I'm not speaking to the people who haven't gotten their 1X, because we're still here hoping you get your...
Let me get this right. Just want to get this 1X thing out of the way. It's doing my head in, but let me go down this track. I put $1,000 in and I got nothing back. And then the company theoretically the company behind it, said they're just going to give me my initial investment back. Am I any better off by being a part of the community? Am I, all the time I've spent recruiting other people to get involved, it's just been wasted? And they've had my money, and they've given it to Brenda, and they've given it to Keith Williams and Kalpesh Patel, who's taken $1 million a day. $1 million. Did I say that? $1 million a day. And they have taken your money, and now they are the leaders in this community, and they're telling you to be patient to get your initial investment back. Now, if you go into my community area of my website, which I'm going to flip to, you can see, if you go to my, so if you go to my YouTube channel, and if you click on the community area. Hello, everyone. Shut up, Danny. You'll see that I've been running a poll in here, and the poll was, oh, that's in there twice, don't like that. Here we go. Are you receiving, are you receiving your HyperVerse rewards without any problems and delays? And we've only got 22 people, so it's only new, 2 days ago. So 22 people have voted. 91% of them has said no, they have not received any of their one-time HyperVerse rewards. The only person that has voted yes is Mario, the HyperDriver. I'm sure he's subscribed to my YouTube channel, and he's the only one that's clicked yes, probably out of spite, because I've got more YouTube followers than you. So please do hit the thumbs up, and subscribe, and hit the bell to my YouTube channel. Let's carry on listening to the beautiful Brenda Chunda.
1X. For those of us who received our 1X and received a little extra, don't look at it as a loss. I'm speaking to that person who says, I quit my job and I don't have anything.
Oh my God, imagine that. You've left your job and you're going to become a full-time evangelizer of the Hyperverse, telling people about the ecosystem, and you're going to tell them about the new metaverse, and you're going to tell them they need to buy a ticket so they can get on the vessel to go to HyperNation, and then you realize the whole lot was a scam, and you feel like you've been conned by these beautiful people who are now painting a picture of doom and gloom about the world that we live in. That's very depressing, which is all part of one of the stages of anger, grief. Oh, let's get started. Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
Guess what?
What? There you go. Now that Pinakee Naik keeps saying, guess what? And she's just repeated it. NLP training. There it goes. It works. If you want to do something in life, go get some NLP training and become a Naik, like a Pinakee Naik.
I've hit rock bottom before and I didn't have anything. I didn't have a $1 to feed my child.
Boom. Depression.
I hit rock bottom. But rock bottom taught me so much. Rock bottom taught me that no one owes me anything. Not a company, not a man.
Boom! What's wrong with men? It's a bit sexist, isn't it?
Not a best friend.
Do you have any friends left, Brenda? You've conned them all into a Ponzi scheme. You won't have any friends.
Not anyone. No one owes me anything.
What about God? You talk about God. Has he blessed you lately? Have you blessed him? Has he blessed you? You don't bless him. Bless him. Bless his little soul.
Get out there and figure this thing called life. So if you're that person who quit their job.
Oops, bad mistake. There must be a noise for that. No job noise. The world's coming crumbling down, but never mind. Have faith.
Guess what?
Guess what?
You have a skill set. You have a talent. Maybe you were the best customer service rep.
I've heard them say in these leadership meetings that you should be grateful that you get access to the HyperCommunity.link. If you want access to the HyperCommunity, it's not rocket science. Go to HyperCommunity.link, and then when it asks you for a password, use 1010 or 2222, and you can have full access to all the leadership training videos. If you need help, put it in the comment section. I'll put it in there. If you go to my video before this one, I plastered it all over the screen. Now, they are telling us that you should be grateful, even if you never received any money back or you got none of your rewards, that you should be grateful that you got the leadership training. And I have just given that to you free of charge. And I have already downloaded all the videos, and I've been giving Dropbox links to private investigators and also a finance criminal investigator. He's got access to all the videos and all the back end. I did that. Aren't I lovely?
In your job. Guess what?
Guess what?
Become a consultant.
Oh, what a great idea. And that's what leaders do.
And go to companies and say, and show them your resume, show them what you've done, show them.
I'm a professional scammer and I promote Ponzi schemes. I'm wondering if there's a position available in your company. I just got to get the dog out for a wee, so I hope she doesn't say anything exciting. But this is quite good, isn't it? Well done, Brenda. Well done. I'll give you a big screen for a wee bit. There you go.
What you can do. Right. And then guess what? You can go in and be a consultant for that company. You can go online, create a video, talk about what you do best and say, look, you're looking for people to help. See, you start thinking outside the box. But if you're not thinking outside the box, all you're doing is hyper, they owe me my life. They owe me this. No one owes you anything. And that was my wake-up moment when I hit rock bottom years ago. My wake-up moment was no one owes me anything. See, when you keep having expectations that someone owes you something, you go through life angry, upset, miserable, blaming others, putting it all out there. And guess what? How is that helping you? How is it working out? How's it working out? And I'm saying this because I can relate. I was blaming everyone else. I was blaming everyone. I had to say in my entire 30s, I blamed everyone. But when I realized it wasn't doing anything, I said, girl, you gotta get up. I said, you owe it to yourself. You have the same 24 hours someone successful has. Now, what did that successful person do to get to where they are?
Scam people? Guess what?
Find someone who has what you have, mirror them.
Oh my God, she's been reading self-help books while she's been on holiday. Brenda, I've read that. I've heard that so many times. I don't know what book it's from. How to influence people, the 7 wonders of the world, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. What book have you been reading? Richard Branson?
Even if they can't mentor you,
Zig Ziglar?
You follow them. Pay attention to what they're doing on social media or whatever. Maybe some.
If you want to read a really good audio book, I'd recommend reading one called Be More Pirate. And that was the most awesomest book I've listened to. I'm dyslexic, and I have a left school at 14, and I have literally today have a reading level of a 9.3-year-old, so I struggle to read. But when I discovered audio books, that was pretty cool, and I've listened to quite a few. One by Michael Hippel called Flip It. I've listened to that 4 or 5 times, and I even got to interview him on my podcast, which I was really excited about because I asked. So what she's basically saying, if you don't ask, you don't get, and I'm a true believer of that. But I'm not a true believer of coming up with get-rich-quick schemes. Sorry about that. She's trying to justify her actions and what she's done so she can sleep at night.
When you follow, someone you like, just mirror that person. They may not be able to mentor you one-on-one, but you can mirror them. You can say, oh, wow, this person gets...
Oh, I want to be like Keith Williams and Kalpesh Patel, and I want to live in Dubai. And I'm quite happy knowing that I can't go back to the UK because I'm going to get locked up again. I want to be like you guys. I want to drive the sports cars that you guys have got. Can you tell me how much money you've made from HyperVerse, please? What's her name? Brenda Chanda.
Up every morning. They're exercising. They're doing this. They're doing that. Just mirror them. So my point to you all is that we feel what you feel, but just if you're still here, you're believing just a little bit.
If you're still here, you really need to get out more.
Try to put some positive energy out there, even in the chat. I see all the negative things in the chat. So
it's only negative stuff. There's nothing positive about what's happening, Brenda. It's over. It's time to, have... What did she say? It's time to have acceptance and realize that you've been scammed, and then be depressed the fact that you need to do something else now. It's okay to let go.
What I wanted to really touch on and train on today is called self-sabotaging triggers.
Boom! Hold on, we must have a noise for that. Do it. There's an explosion. We have a boom.
Sometimes we all self-sabotage, but we don't know we're doing it. So I wanted to point out those triggers so you all can be like, oh, I do that all the time. So the first one I wanted to point out is discounting the positive.
Now she's going to be digging really deep. Tell us about positiveness in Hypercapital, HyperFund, HyperVerse, HyperNation. Tell us about what it's like at the top of the pyramid.
A lot of us do that. You discount the positives. So for example, in Hyper, everyone's discounting all the good Hyper has done.
Are you shitting me? 1.6 million people, I heard today, had signed up and bought a membership in Hyper. Mathematically, it's a $1 billion scam, no doubt about it. And you're discounting the fact that people have been taking out millions of dollars at the top and lining their pockets, stuffing their boots. That's the good? Or what else have they done? Have they delivered anything that they said they were going to do? They're still trying to come up with the white paper in HyperNation so they can tell people how the ecosystem is going to work. And there's going to be a launch happening in about 3 or 4 months, which will be interesting. In the meantime, just give us some more USDT. We're starving. We're bleeding cash. But don't worry. If it all goes pear-shaped, Ryan Zhu, he's a billionaire. A billionaire that took a job for $120,000 a year. That was his wages. And that was back in 2021. This guy that theoretically is going to bail out everyone and his baby when it all goes bankrupt took a job for $120,000 a year. Who said he's a billionaire? They went for a fundraising exercise to raise $20 million so they could start up a company, and they've raised $2.9 million. They fell short quite a lot, and that money was only there to pay the chairmans and the people wages. It was just ridiculous. Anyway, carry on, keep going.
I always talk about, man, Hyper has been amazing. It's transformed lives. But yeah, we're going through this winter.
Who said it's a winter? Keith Williams. A storm.
We're through the storm right now. Oh my gosh. Let's try to weather this storm. So you all discount all the positives. I don't hear no one in the chat saying, man, I remember the days where we were, whew. I don't hear anyone say that. Nothing. I remember the days when I quit my job because Hyper was just, whoo. We've discounted all the positive things Hyper has done. I feel like if Hyper did it once, they could do it again. That's what I feel. That's what's keeping me here. If they did it once, they could do it again. I also believe, this is what I believe. I'm not saying this is Hyper. I believe they're just trying to weather the storm. I believe they're looking for that trend. As crypto goes up, then boom. You know, I've heard people say, well, the Who Exchange, they got us. They put the H on there and now you can't take it out. I mean, my own family member called me yesterday, said it like, man, these people. I just listened and I smiled. I said, let me ask you a question.
I've got to do something funny.
If you had a company with good intentions and you help people make millions, even billions, if you had good intentions, and then some people took advantage of the system and you lost everything, you and your own company, you lost it all. You have a little bit left on the exchange and you're thinking of a way to keep it going without going bankrupt. Wouldn't you try to think outside the box? So yeah, they put that H in front of it so that everyone doesn't just pull and it just crashes. So they're sitting there trying to figure out a way to make this thing work for all of us. I hear a lot of things. So I said, wow, man, they put that H there. They just stole from all of you. How can they steal what they gave us? They gave us. And they're saying, hey, for us to keep going, to keep helping and grow this community, there's some things that have to happen. And we know everyone's not going to be happy. So that's why I said, for those of us that still believe in just a little bit, just look at it as their reasons they're doing it. I mean, it could have been easy for them to just shut down the exchange. The whole exchange gone. But there were some people when the website, they didn't remove one of the website. I mean, people were calling me. It's almost like they were happy. See, I told you, it's not working. And I'm on the phone like, okay, I'll check into that. And thank you for Dale. Dale came saving the day because Dale was like, oh, here's another link. It's working. So my point, they were so self-sabotaging. You're looking for everything negative. Anything. Oh, they said 2 to 6 months. It's already been 2 months. What's going on? Okay, when you do that, what are you doing? There's another way you can say it. You can say it nicely. You can say, hey guys, just want to check in. What's the update on that? And the nicer you are, I think you.
Do you like my stormy seas? I used to do this one quite a lot. Yep, whether in the storm. I did a YouTube once and I had this and the sound come on, so I presume the sound came on there for a second, so sorry about that, Brenda, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But stormy seas, I'll let that play for a bit while she carries on talking about the stormy seas and how you've got to have faith, and if you're talking a nice quiet voice and use sympathy and empathy, people will believe you're more genuine.
You get a nice response.
You get a nice
But if you're angry and upset and rude, who are you?
Who are you, Brenda? What sort of person are you? You've scammed people and you've built millions of dollars for yourself, and you're asking people who are grumpy because they're not getting what they told they would get, and you're saying they've got the wrong attitude. Really? Is that it? Is that what you got to say? Is that your victory speech that you've written when you've been traveling around on your budget of poor? I'll give up.
You're no one's parent, and they don't have to address you or talk to you or answer you. And so this is the part, we're adults. That's why I say you gotta be 18 and over, even though 18-year-olds aren't adults. I have a 19-year-old adult. But most of us are adults, meaning we know how to control our emotions. You know better. Before you type something crazy and put it in Telegram, read it through and say, is this going to help the situation or just rowdy up some people? And then delete it. There's no need to post it. Feel what you feel. Talk it out with your best friend or your coach or whoever. You don't need to put that in the chat. The chat is not there for you all to just go and express what's on your heart. That's not what it's for.
What a load of bullshit. I mean, you provide an area where members or community members can go in there and chat and learn I mean, they're quite happy to teach you in these leadership meetings how to use the platform. But when you have problems and you can't get your money out, I mean, this has been going on for months and months and months and months and months. No one's been getting their money out. And now they're telling you that you shouldn't go in there and say anything and you should be kind, because that's the type of person. I mean, people are upset because you guys are rich and they are poor.
It's there to bring the community together. It's for a positive space, a positive environment. But you all have just made it where people don't even want to come on Telegram.
That's right.
You know, there's some chats that definitely need to be closed because we're not getting anywhere of what people are saying in those chats. So ask yourself, one of the self-sabotaging triggers is right here. I have all my notes, discounting the positive and only focusing on the negative. If that is you, work on that, right? If that's you. The next thing is catastrophizing everything. Everything is coming to an end. Oh, it's not going to work. Oh my God, they said this, but it's not going to work. That's another trigger. Self-sabotage. That's another trigger. You're catastrophizing everything. The next trigger I have is the should thinking. The should thinking. I should have done this. I should have done that. I should have. So now it just keeps you in this space of uneasiness. And then you can't focus on anything else. So think about it. Are you that?
Just remind me not to play around with the background images while I'm doing a live recording. Okay, guys.
Person every day you wake up, man, I should have withdrawn everything.
Yeah, you should have, but you couldn't because there's a Ponzi scheme, and Ponzi schemes only have so much money. I'm just going to go check on my dog where she's telling you all the things you should have done.
I remember there was a company I was with.
Dog's at my feet. He's sleeping. I'll show you my dog soon. I'll pick him up.
Years ago, some of you may know it, I was selling coffee. I didn't even drink coffee at the time. But I remember the owner was so...
Oh my God, Organo Coffee. I had a mate of mine that brought into Christchurch $350,000 worth of coffee. And that was meant to be have this herb in the coffee that is going to change the world. And now I think I'm actually, if I do, I'm going to do a search over there for Organo Coffee and Brenda Chunda and see whether she was promoting this multi-level marketing opportunity. This guy was trying to sell me coffee, right? And it was called, you'd have these boxes of coffee that you would sell for $30 and you would buy them for $25. And then that was your new get rich quick scheme. I'm going to have a look.
He was a genius because I was like, I can't do this business. I don't sell coffee. And he said, well, let me ask you a question. The owner of Purina Dog Food, do you think he eats dog food? And I was like, oh. He said there's a market, so he sells it, but he doesn't eat the dog food. So you may not drink coffee, but there's a lot of people that drink coffee. So that's how I got into coffee. This is that one thing he said. I was like, okay. I got into coffee. I made a lot of money in coffee. I was in that company, I think, for like 7 years. My point is, in that company, I made about 6 figures. And I remember saying to myself, when things went left with that company, I didn't blame the company. I didn't bash the company. I was grateful, right? There were things I didn't like because the compensation plan changed. So my point is this happens. And so what happened? I remember saying to myself, again, the power of positive thinking.
Let's see what I can find about this coffee. So I've just gone and found a Twitter account of Brenda Chunda's, and she's promoting this Cup of Freedom copy. Funny, I did a website for people selling the same copy called HyperFund, and now the domain name is you can buy it. But let's have a look and see what she did. If you ever want to do a bit of research, and you go to archive.org, right? And archive.org means you can put in any domain name, press enter, and it will give you the history of the domain name and you can see what it is. So I presume she's talking 2013, and you can see there's been a lot of activity on this domain name at that time. And we are, hopefully, while that's loading, I will let her carry on.
Positive. I said to myself, I said, Lord, you allow me to make a 6-figure mistake so you could prepare me for a 7-figure blessing.
Let's have a look. Organo Gold, I'm legend. So this is exactly the same multi-level marketing company that I busted with local people back here. I even went along to their meetings and told people not to get involved with it. I can't believe she's actually part of it. So that is a scream in itself. So this lady is just literally doing multi-level marketing. She will sell anything. And the beauty of this coffee at the time was that it had a special ingredient in it. So have a look. It's Organo Gold. I wonder what, actually, I just have to have a look now. Organo Gold scam. Let's see what we come up with. Risk. So here it is here. I don't know if it's still going. It might be. But that was, once again, it wasn't a get-rich-quick scheme. It was a opportunity of a lifetime. And I don't know whether it's still going or not. But yeah, literally a mate of mine bought in $350,000 worth of gold, of coffee for just a small city like Christchurch. It has 400,000 or 500,000 people in it, on the goal that he was going to sell it to people. And every multi-level marketing project that came along, this guy was involved in, and he just went back and flogged. So this is really important to understand this, because these guys, I don't want to interrupt everything in this video because I don't want to be here all night, but let's say you are good at building teams. Normally what happens is let's say HyperVerse or HyperFund or HyperCapital, whatever you want to call it, you build up a team of people and you gather a database of people. Now, your database starts off at 10,000 people. Well, it doesn't start off, but you build a database of 10,000 people, then they all get scammed. You've still got a heart database of maybe 2,000 or 3,000 people that believe you. So then they look for another multi-level marketing opportunity, and they take that database and they go, hey, hi, it's me, it's Brenda. I've got a new opportunity. Would you be interested in investing? That initial hit where everyone invests is where they make their ton of money. So these guys are all about building up communities, building up that trust. And that's why Brenda is now off promoting wewe.Global with Karpesh Patel. So it's just dirty, rotten scammers, and it's rinse and repeat. And now she's trying to exit out of HyperVerse by telling you guys she's hard done by. She's got millions of dollars. Do not believe a word of what this lady, this poor little solo mum who hates men now because she had a bad relationship once, is saying about her life.
And do you all know, years later, Hyper comes along.
Boom. Hold up, we got a boom. We got jail bars. We have an elephant in the room.
And so my point is this. Yes, we're going through some things. We're going through some storms. Some of us are at our rock bottom right now.
Not you.
But don't stay at rock bottom.
No. Get out of anything to do with crypto investments.
Don't just focus on what Hyper is not doing right now. Do something else, whatever that's something.
HyperNation, perhaps.
Something else is. Start your own business. Get an online course. Whatever you...
Oh my God, guess what I do? I produce online courses to help people survive and thrive. And I create people's passive incomes. Yes, that's what I do. What a good idea. Why didn't you do that originally?
Good at create a course. How do you create a course? Just get on a Zoom like this, record it, and then tell people about it and sell it. Sell it for $100, $50.
Did you sign up for this? This is sold to you as a passive income opportunity, wasn't it? That's what you signed up for. Now she's telling you to go get a job and start your own business and become someone. She's basically saying, go away. We've got your money. We don't want anything to do with you. It's not rocket science. It's the heck science.
Say, hey guys, I do this. I'm great at this. And here's some nuggets. Give them a little bit and say, if you want more, here's the, $50, and you send them the link. They can listen to it. Get creative. This is that moment. But if you're waking up every day and say, let me figure out a way to go in this Telegram chat to go in here and bash Hyper and say what they're not doing and what we're waiting on, you're wasting precious time.
Load of rubbish. She obviously doesn't want people to, it's stupid. Why is she waving the flag of HyperVerse or HyperNation? Why? She just wants to get out of this now with all the money. This is the biggest scam she's ever been part of, and they've made a ton of money. So why is she sticking up for them, and why is she saying don't stand up for yourself?
So I want you all to know.
I love you.
This time right now, this winter we're going through.
This winter isn't really a winter because it's been going on for more than 3 months.
Think outside the box. My name Forrest Gump. This is time for you to think. think outside. If you have to go back to work.
Oh, go get a job. But I gave up my job because HyperVerse said they'd give me 3 times investment.
Go back to work.
I don't want to go back to work. I like sitting in front of the computer and watching these Zoom meetings.
I've had to do it when I was selling coffee and I thought I was on top of the world and went down. Guess what?
You were promoting a Ponzi scheme called Organo Coffee. Look, this is coffee. Where's it gone? I shut it down. Let's go back. Carry on, Danny.
What happened? This sister went back to work and I didn't want to.
On a street corner near you.
And I did. And I humbled myself and I went back to work.
How much money have you made, Brenda? You going to tell us?
Because at the end of the day, guess what? No one
Guess what?
owes you anything. I could have been mad at that company for changing things around. So I want you all to know, as long as we are part of a company, we don't own it. We don't control it. But we can be a part of that company. We can make or generate wealth with that company. But guess what? We need to be doing something.
Guess what?
With it. But I think this was almost a wake-up call for a lot of us to say, hey, nothing lasts forever. So always move as if it's about to end. Move as if it's about to end, right? You get into something. So here's what I do in the crypto space because of everything I've gone through in the crypto space, even including Hyper. But before Hyper, because I've learned this before Hyper came, but in the crypto space, what I do is anything I start with, I try to get that back first. So that everything is just pure extra.
Oh my God, that's so funny. So this is like rubbing salt in the wound, isn't it? So here she is saying everyone's been told they're going to get their 1x back, which is what they put in. And that should be your first. Now she's telling you that should be your goals, just to get what you've put back in. And fair enough. Oh, I think that's a great idea. Everyone knows this. I'm sorry, I don't know if everyone knows this, but exactly what I do is I actually set up drop shipping websites for people. That's what I actually do when I'm not doing this. And I say the running cost is around about $300 a month. And I said the only focus that you should have is actually getting your $300 and breaking even. That is the only focus. And people go to me, oh, but what happens if it takes off? And what happens if I get $30,000 a month from it? And I go, well, that would be good, but don't make that your goal. You've got to make the goal to break even. And that might sound a little bit small. Think big, but grow like mold, big, but don't, and that's, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but don't, that's exactly what I'm trying to say is recover your costs. Don't have a business that bleeds you dry. I mean, I own a business networking company. People tell me they want to go to the bank, loan a lot of money to set up an office for an idea they've got. And I always say, think big, grow small. That's what I was trying to say before. And that's really important. So like I set up these drop shipping websites, they cost $300 a month to run. So the first goal is to sell $600 worth of products a month, and then you break even. And then anything after that is a bonus. And if you strike it and you get the right products, and if you have a good client base and you tweak it a little bit, you grow at 10% a month. And then you just grow a little bit, and it snowballs. And eventually, like I did, I'm not going to tell you how much I did last year in sales because I don't want it to be about me. But you can actually grow them into quite a healthy income. And that's how I support myself now when I'm not doing YouTube videos. Back to you, Brenda Chanda.
That's what I do. If I put my hard-earned income, whatever I have in anything, my goal is I try to get that back first. And then I grow the rest. Maybe some of you don't know that. And some of you just go in and just keep putting it in. And that's okay. But maybe now you're learning that lesson. But I'm here to say it's not the end of the world. It's not over until it's over. And when I say it's not over until it's over, I'm talking about hype. But I'm also saying it's not the end of the world because life still goes on and you have something in you. You have a talent in you. You have something in you that you can continue to grow and go. So people want to know, okay, what's going on with the yellow box? What's going on with the green box? What's going on with this? Trust me, if Keith, myself, all the other leaders that are still here, if we had information, you definitely are going to get it.
So if you think that you can get on these, now let's say we search for Brenda Chunga. Notice the second video that comes up is actually my video. If you want to get involved in multi-level marketing like Brenda, when you search for yourself forever, you're going to find these videos coming up with your name all over it. And look, you can see that picture there. I grabbed that. That's my logo. And if you come down here long enough, you'll probably find a blog of my website where I mentioned her, but I can't see it for looking. But yeah, so what I'm saying is she slept with the devil. She's got her money, and now she's giving you advice on how you should a video. So she's giving you advice basically on what you should do with your money if you potentially got your money out, which you obviously didn't. So it's just disgusting. But yeah, she looks like she's living a pretty good lifestyle. Oh, here's a really good one. Number 34 and 33. Now, they were a couple of really good videos to watch if you hadn't. But you can see these guys in full stream, really getting into their stuff. So here's Brenda. She's been preaching. She's been rehearsing herself in front of these Zoom meetings for such a long time. And, she's just part of the woodwork. She's a total scammer. But don't forget, if you go to my YouTube channel and you click on
Hello everyone,
playlists,
I'm Danny DeHick.
And you go to my playlist, which is called Ponzi Schemes and Scams, you can see the whole history of all the leadership meetings. And I have over 100 videos in here. And look at the thumbnails and pick the one you want to watch. But I mean, the 34 and 32 ones was when, 32, 33 and 34 were breathtaking. Just the amount of times that this outfit has actually told you guys that something's going to happen and you just need to have faith is tiresome. And like I said a few minutes ago, I recorded this video this is my third attempt, and I'm trying to have enthusiasm and stay positive all the way through it. But I gave up twice because I just having the mindset of that, watching these people who seem like lovely people, and she might be a lovely lady, but she's scammed hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of people out of their crypto dollar so she can live a life. And she's been a multi-level marketer for years. So she's a glorified sales lady who's just literally selling people a false dream. And now she's giving you advice on what to do with your wealth. Now she has actually just purchased a second house. Now I can't remember where it was, but it was somewhere really flash. So she's got a house, let's say Malibu, but she's got a proper house somewhere that she just bought. She mentioned it in one of the videos, and all because of Hyper. So this lady is sitting pretty, and do not listen to her hardship stories, and do not let her pull your little wee heartstrings, okay?
But if you're not plugged in and you just constantly want to call and say, what's going on with Hyper?
Yeah, so if you're not plugged in the new HyperNation, if you don't log into your account every day, you will lose brownie points. And they said that is a requirement if you want your rewards, is to actually log into your account each day. Can you imagine that?
What am I, your secretary? So you're not going to plug in to know what's going on with Hyper. You're going to go on about your life and then just come one day, what's going on with Hyper? So now I have 800 text messages. Give you an update about Hyper.
This is really bad, actually. I think you need to call these guys out. I mean, they're telling you to go into the leadership meetings, and this is a leadership meeting. Now, ironically, the video just before this one is the leadership meeting from last week, and Jackie was answering people's questions, and she was telling people that she didn't want to answer their questions about withdrawals, and the guy that asked the first question asked exactly that. The look on her face is actually disrespectful for people who are humans. And they're like puppets, these people. It's a puppet show. It's a circus act. And they contradict themselves every single time they open their mouths.
And so now you make me feel like the bad guy. Because
you are the bad guy. You're the bad gal.
I can't respond to 800 people.
Oh, you poor thing. Have you thought about getting an AI? Mr. H knows all about AIs.
So now I'm the bad person.
You are a bad person. I'm glad you finally fessed up. Thank you, darling. Mwah.
That's not fair.
Hey, not fair.
So I want you all to know, take ownership, take responsibility, plug into the leadership call, come to the training, know that your pain is our pain. We feel it. I feel it. I literally every day I have to drown myself with positive thinking because of what I feel for the people who are still just waiting for their 1X.
Waiting a long time for your 1X because there's no money. Where's the money coming from to give people their 1x? Have they got a product? Have they got a service? Or are they still, today, you can go to the front doors of HyperVerse, which has basically gone bankrupt. And if you didn't know anything and you read a video about HyperVerse as a good business opportunity, you could go buy a membership for $400, $800, and $1,200 with the promised rewards of 4 times your investment. Now, they changed investment strategy number 1 to 2, and you could invest 400 USDT, which is basically $400, and you were promised you would get 1,200 HU dollars, and those dollars would grow in value to $36,000. It would take 1,330 days for you to get 4 times your investment. Previously, you invested $300 or $500 or $1,000, and it would take 600 days to get your investment back by 3. However, when they realized that people were creating multiple accounts, they had this big thing about multiple accounts. And if I do have it here in my video, I actually talk about the multiple accounts, that one there. And if I go back to the very start of that video, you'll see, if it comes, that there is 21 account strategies. Now, Kalpesh Patel, Keith Williams, and all these VIPs that you see in the window. So if you go in here, this is Stephen Reese Lewis, who is a paid actor, telling everyone that people have been creating 5, 10, 15, 50, 100, and up to 500 multiple accounts. And the people, and these are the VIP 5s. You can see Brenda Chunder in there. You can see Keith. You can see Clayton Ford, Kalpesh, Rodney Ford. Rodney Ford was going to give away $45 million HU to anyone who wanted it because he's shown it's worthless. Now everyone's trying to get their money out. You can see the membership structure that they were telling people they're going to get. And then you come along here, you can see Keith Williams promoting it all. Then I've got a video of Kalpesh telling people just to go out and get 20 people under their team and create teams. Don't worry about selling memberships. Create teams of people that go out and sell memberships, the big picture. And now he's getting $1 million a day. And then you come along here, you've got leadership meetings in Dubai with all the people that were meeting in Dubai every 4 or 6 weeks. So here they are here. I'm just going to press play. So that's just one meeting every 6 weeks. They have people going, shut up, Danny. But you can see there's all these people meeting in Dubai, learning how to defraud the community. Now, and then you've got stories about people, you've got people, all sorts of things. So if you want to watch that video, I'd really recommend it because we've got a lot of people, even this guy here, Ollie, he used to be a performer, beat bopper artist, and he's now teaching people how to beat their, trying to keep faith. You know, it's just absolutely disgusting. I'm not going to go on about it, but it's a good video to watch. But what I'm saying is these people are not here as part of the community. They have built a community and they have fleeced these people out of their money. And that is their goal. So do not think that they are in the community with you. They have actually been actively promoting. They've been creating multiple accounts. They have been coming up with every clever tactic they can to get your USDT so they get more of your reward money. It's not rocket science. It's the heck science.
I do every single day. And if a lot of us can stay focused and positive, and then in the Telegram groups, because, you know, who are they? Nikolai, our hyper community leaders are in the group. Imagine if they could see a change of positivity. Like, thank you all for even still being here. Thank you. We're still waiting. By the way, is there any update on the 1X? That's a nice way to ask without being so.
You said around about 25 minutes ago that they promised that people would get their 1X and it would take 2 months or 6 months. And you said it hasn't happened. So now people are frustrated and they're sick of being nice. I mean, surely you must realize that's human nature.
Rude
people wanting their money back.
And then guess what?
Guess what?
Reading the chat soon. I'm like, oh, you know, we're still working on it. This is where we are. This is our time frame. They'll be willing to give us answers.
But where is the money coming from? Even if they are lovely people in management, and there's Kalpesh Patel, somebody was telling me today, talked about where's the $4 billion gone? So where is that money gone, and why haven't they paid it back? What have they done with the money? Why aren't they paying the community back? Because it mathematically is not possible to give everyone their reward money that they promised, nor have they made nobody has actually received the 1x reward, and everyone's going. And now the funny thing is they have promised the people who have bought the $10,000 purple NFTs that they were going to get 20% as a kickback if they referred other people into buying these purple NFTs. And now that hasn't happened. That was news today.
But no one wants to give you an answer when you're disrespectful. I've had one of the community managers say, Brenda, I don't know who this person is, but they were extremely rude to me and disrespectful, and they hurt my feelings. And I don't even feel like saying anything anymore. And I'm like, man, we're adults. If you want someone to treat you with respect, you have to treat them with, we get it. Communication is not their strong suit. We get it. It is not their strong suit. So because we do get it, let's be nicer in our communication to them and not be rude. So I wanted to really touch on that right there, because I know sometimes we have these triggers, but we're not aware that we have them. I like to call this a conscious interrupt, because when you're so used to thinking one way and then someone gives you another way to think, it interrupts your consciousness of how you think. So these triggers right here, you have them, you're probably not aware of them, you don't know you're doing it, but if you're always focusing on the negative and you're never bringing up the positive.
This is disgusting, actually. This is what they call, this is actually somebody who's done wrong. They do the blame game, and they're now putting it back in your face, aren't they? They're actually saying that you have the problem. You have the wrong attitude. And it's disgusting. I mean, you haven't done anything wrong except you've given someone your money hoping that you're going to get a big reward. That's all you've done. And now they're telling you that you've got the wrong attitude. I mean, it's breathtaking that they're doing this and that she's trying to do it.
That's a problem. That's you creating a bigger problem for yourself in everything. That doesn't have to just be with Hyper. It could be with anything in your life. So now I say...
So this is depression, isn't it? They're telling you that your whole life is a reject because a lot of people literally have mortgaged their houses. Like she said earlier on, they've left their jobs. And now she's telling people they've got the wrong attitude. I mean, this is, these guys, I mean, I believe this is like murder because people are depressed. People are down about this. People are angry and they have been shafted. And they could take their own lives. And the blood of those lives are going to be on the VIPs who I'm naming and shaming. And, people literally, I did hear of a lady today that took her own life that was heavily involved in HyperVerse. A successful lady, horses, the whole 9 yards, invested heavily in HyperVerse and lost all her money and took her own life. I mean, really? Are these people liable for death? Suicide's a horrible thing. As I said earlier on, 2 people in my immediate family committed suicide. It's a horrible thing. And, so are these people playing with people's lives and now they're telling people that they have the problem?
When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. So for those of you
that's in a motivational book as well. I think that's Rich Dad Poor Dad, isn't it?
Don't understand that. Think about it. Lemon is what? It's sour. That thing is sour. But when you make lemonade, it's sweet. So guess what? You feel right now that things are sour.
Actually, that's a great example, Brenda. I don't know if you watched that program on Netflix called Sugar, but sugar is a killer and it makes things taste nice. These guys are actually sugar, aren't they? They sweeten the deal. They sweeten the picture of the ecosystem and the metaverse, and then they make you drink it. But really, Ponzi schemes are sour, aren't they?
Feel right now that things aren't going so well. So what do? Let's make some lemonade. So I want to share with you all the lemonade I've been making, right? So the lemonade I've been making is just spending time with the family, looking at myself, looking at my life and saying, what is it that I'm good at? What can I do? So for example, and this is for my ladies, men, you'll come later. This is for my ladies. I I have this with fitness, right? Because I know your health is your wealth. And I'm putting together a 30-day program. I did it for me first. As it works for me, then I want to roll it out to my ladies, right? But again, I'm doing this for myself. But in the same way I'm doing this for myself is so I can stay positive,
I have the greatest pleasure of introducing your guest speaker.
And think about it.
For
as
those
women,
of us in the community,
she
needs no introduction.
Off your waist
for you guests, just know that the company has only 6
There's a video
global approved presenters, and she's one of them.
Sorry about that, kids. I'm doing a search. I'm going to go into a dual screen and see if I can bring up anything to do with her Instagram. So sorry about that, kids. Let's carry on. Sorry, Brenda.
1 week. And you start to, all the negative things you're thinking, you start thinking positive about yourself. Like, man, I feel good about me and things like that. So my point is, I'm making lemonade out of lemons because right now it's our winter. So let me focus on something that means something to me. So you focus on something that means something to you. Maybe you want to write a book during this time, right? Maybe you have a story in you that you need to give birth to. Write that book, right? Maybe you're depressed of your weight. Start working on that. Get up every day and do something about it. So my point is, while we're waiting for this, don't just sit still. Don't sit stagnant. Do something to keep you going. Go out there, go get another certification on something that you've always wanted to do. For those of us that learned enough crypto here, there's so many people that don't even know how to buy cryptocurrency. Maybe you do a crypto basic training and you coach and you teach and you post it. That's what you do, right? Life gives you lemon, make some lemonade. But there's always something you can be doing. I see my friends, they're out there doing all these different things. They're trying different things. That's a beautiful thing. Now, everything is not going to work, but trust me, you will find yourself through the process and you see your strength and see what you're good at and what you can keep doing and how you can keep going. It pays to be positive. It pays to be nice. I want you to think about all the things that come out of being negative. What do you get? Feel free to list them. If you're negative, what happens? Negativity breeds negativity. So you get more negative people. So now here you all are, a bunch of angry people, all angry. And nothing's getting accomplished. But positive people, when you're positive, guess what happens? More people want to be around you. People have ideas. Guess who they're going to come to? That positive person. Somebody has a company they're launching and they remember, oh, you were so good in crypto. Let me call this person. Oh, so many things come from just being positive, being thankful, being grateful.
Why do I get the feeling that this is a farewell speech from Brenda, eh?
Being happy. People want to be around you. They want to bring things to you, ideas to you. They want to collaborate with you. They want to go on business with you. But that negative person, no one wants you. No one wants you around. No one wants to see you. No one wants to talk to you. People ignore your calls. And you're just sitting there all in this. But guess what? You have your own group. You got a group of negative people. You all are just negative and going nowhere. And I'm sharing this because you have to hear it. Because when you hear it, if you are mature enough, you'll receive it. You'll take a look at your life, look at yourself, evaluate it and say, you know what? Why do I do this? And the beauty is that you can change. You can change. I say change or remain the same. You can change. You could decide today, tomorrow is going to be a new day. And write a list of what you're going to do to make tomorrow a new day. See, just don't go through life without a roadmap. You have no roadmap. Where's your roadmap?
It's in the metaverse.
You wake up in the morning, you're lost. Oh, Lord, what am I going to do today? Let me check Telegram. Okay, yes, I'm going to put about. I'm going to type my feelings in here. They need to know.
I tell you what, if you want to piss her off, make sure you do go into the Telegram group and tell her how you feel. Because they wouldn't be speaking about it if they have to be in that community. They wouldn't be speaking about it if it wasn't making a difference.
Why? Have that roadmap. What are you going to do? Where are you going? Put something, have a schedule for yourself. Wake up. I don't care if you're meditating, if you're exercising, if you're taking a trade, taking a certification, whatever it is, write a list of what you want to tackle today. And so you could feel good about you because no one owes you anything. Now, my 1X people, Hyper owe you 1X. Yeah, they owe you 1X. And they said they're going to get it. So I have calls to make. Even when I get off this call, this Zoom today, I have my 1X people who haven't received it. I need to call to just keep them updated. Right?
Updated with nothing happening at the moment. Can you just guys wait? And please don't get on Telegram and say bad things, please, because it's hard to watch. Because I am human after all. I'm drained human. That's why I just went on a big holiday and visited my second house.
I say, hey guys, here we go. There's Hyper still here. They haven't disappeared. They're still working on it. And just, I will give you any more updates or information as I receive it. And that's what I'm doing. Because if you log in tomorrow and Hyper is gone, then that's when you can say and do whatever it is you want to say and do. Because now it's like, whoa, we believed in you and now you're gone. So because they're still here, some of us are still believing that there is a chance. So Keith, thank you. I just wanted to share that because that's what's kept me going. That's what's kept me just still positive about Hyper. Because yes, Hyper is not on people's top list right now, but Hyper has done so much good to so many people that have never made anything, and people around the world. So my point is, if they had a mission and a vision to help people around the world, why would they end it now? Why stop now, right? So they are trying, but if we don't give them a chance and they realize these are some ungrateful people, we might as well say forget it because we're trying and they're still bashing us and still beating us up. So now what are we trying to accomplish? We bash them and now they just say, you know what, forget it. They're not happy anyway, but they see grateful people in the chat, thankful, happy, like we're not in a good place, but we're believing in you. We're hoping this thing all works out. That could change their thing.
Hey, Keith, if you're watching this, I've seen other photos of you with a haircut. It looks really good when it's short, maybe as short as mine. You look pretty groovy. At the moment, you're kind of looking like something on The Muppet Show. No offense, Keith.
Like, hey, guys, let's speed this thing up. The people are happy. The people are positive. But they could also go the other way and say these people they're so ungrateful. Right? So I hope that helped a little bit because man, our thoughts, we tend to really beat ourselves up. We tend to stay so negative all the time where we don't think about doing the right thing, making sure that we're focusing on what's good, taking care of ourselves, taking care of family. Because if you stress so much, they say stress kills. Stress does kill.
So does depression. And a lot of people are going to be very depressed about losing all their money, aren't they, Brenda? Look at Keith. He looks like he's depressed at the moment. If you've just tuned in, make sure you hit the thumbs up button. Much appreciated. Leadership training, 3rd of September 2020. This is Brenda Chunder. This does sound like her exit speech, to be honest. After listening to her speak for a while, it sounds like she's saying goodbye to the community. She's going through anger, a depression, whatever it's called. She's going through grief, and there's 5 stages of grief. There's denial, there's anger, there's bargaining, there's acceptance, and there's depression. Ironically, they're asking you to accept the fact that you've lost your money in HyperVerse. They are bargaining with you not to go into the Telegram groups and bag HyperNation for whatever reason. It blows me away. But anyway, let her continue.
Stress. This is exactly where we are. But just remember, he didn't lead us this far to just forget about us. So thank you, Keith. And I'm still here, so I'll chime on in, but I just wanted to share. You may have to unmute yourself, but I just wanted to share that part to just let everyone know that's how Brenda is staying focused.
You know, Brenda, listen, it's been a while since you've been on, and I've been very patient. You know, I could say, where's Brenda? Come back. You know, by myself, we're a handful of us. But I just knew you needed to take a bit of, some time off. And I could have said, that woman, oh man, there you go. She's gone. I thought so. She's just like, leaving us to it. But I just knew that, one of these weekends you'd come back and look at the messages in the chat. We've missed you. I've missed you. The positive side. I mean, the way you.
What about me? Have you missed me, Keith? My brother from another lover? A much uglier mother, but no doubt a brother from another lover.
Look at things, the way you get us to see things. And I love that because I think you've seen me react a few times on Telegram, where I sit and,
I have a relationship with Keith. I love him to bits. He's my friend. He's my brother.
How positive I am. So some of you might have seen some of my posts on some of the groups because I don't play.
Not for a long time, Keith. You've changed your phone number.
When it comes to being positive, if you're going to come across anything that is negative or just super hypercritical and you expect me to react and say, oh yeah, you're absolutely right, this is the shoulder you should be crying on. I get it, I feel your pain, but let's try and be positive because we're not trying to get a pity party going on. We don't want everyone to be chiming in because I wouldn't want to be reading stuff and it's just wallowing in the mud. Let's try and just see some clarity and not just see mud because
lots of mud out here though, Keith.
The bottom line is that, and I say it all the time, it was far easier for them to shut up shop.
I think they should have shut up shop really when you hindsight's a wonderful thing, but what good have they done by prolonging the agony that people are going through, Keith? I mean, come on. There's no money in Hyper. So you've taken all the sales team out, managed to con them into buying a $10,000 NFT or a $100,000 NFT and set up a whole new leadership team. Promises, promises, promises. And once they buy these NFTs, they still have to buy a membership plan. And then they have to go out there and start selling fresh. Fresh is ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous.
Because one of the things you covered today was that we have lost sight of all the positives.
Okay, well, we did start counting the negatives and the promises I didn't make. I got up to about 3 that she stopped and I stopped counting. But let's review some of the positives.
That has been achieved on this long journey. I was on the journey in 2019. You came late 2020.
And one of the 5, when I watched a video the other day, and there was 5 VIP 5s, and Brenda and Keith were one of those, 2 of those 5.
But the journey has been now almost 3 years. We're fast approaching our 4th.
Isn't it lovely watching lotto winners, isn't it? Talking about their winnings. How do you feel? You go buy a lotto ticket? You should go buy a lotto ticket. Come on, go buy a lotto ticket. Great thing to get into. I won lotto and I loved the money I got from lotto. So you should go buy a lotto ticket. That's the same deal though, isn't it really? Or would you rather get hit by lightning? There's more chances of that happening than it is getting a lotto ticket.
Yeah, and it's far easier than, listen, we did as much as we could do. Tens of thousands, or dare I say, maybe hundreds of thousands of members globally benefited to the tune of more than one time. I mean, some of the names that, used to appear during 2021, I don't see them anymore, but we've had, if we go through the catalog of leaderships and we go through the history of training, technical training and leadership, you will be, I remember that individual. We've got, if not tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of members that have benefited during the good times. And of course, those that have not been able to do what they wanted to do or to achieve what they wanted or to get back what they put in, we're here to help you achieve that. But if you've done...
Okay, bit of a commercial advert. Remember, it's me looking at my own videos, a bit sad. But this video here, that's about 6 videos back from this one on my YouTube channel. Make sure you hit the thumbs up. This is actually a video of me doing my best to name and shame everyone that's been part of HyperVerse. So if you recognize anyone in this video, I should get the screen back. I can't get the screen back. Why can't I get the screen back? Anyway, it doesn't matter, but you'll see what I'm doing. But if you go into here, same with this video, if you go into the more, you'll get all the timestamps. And if I move this over here, I'm going to leave this here while those two are talking, and I'm just going to go through all the names. So go to this video, see anyone you recognize, put their name in the chat. And funny enough, I had this lady contact me today. Her name was Susan Goldsmith. Now, Susan Goldsmith is just a good example, and I need to show you this. So if we search Susan Goldsmith, you can see the very first thing that's associated with her is HyperVerse. So you click on that, and then you can see that 3 of my videos actually come up. Is that mine? That might not be mine. Might be. But anyway, if you're going to be in here on these Zoom meetings and I see your name, I will do the best to name and shame you. She was complaining about, she owns a pet store. She's what if it's the same lady? I've never looked her up. But anyway, I wrote to her and she said that she's going to go to my authorities and report me for bad mouthing her. I wonder if that is her. Florida, that will be her. I'll tell you if it's her in a minute. Her email address was pet products shop or store at Yahoo. And I bet this is the same lady. No, so it might not be the same lady. So let's go on. Okay, let's do it. Pet products shop at yahoo.com. I got the right one? Or was it pet store? I'm going to try store. I'm no good at spelling, so excuse me if I get that wrong. I did. I won't do this for long. Pet store. There it is. Yeah. Is that it? I think that's it. LinkedIn. So this lady complained that she was in that chat window and I shouldn't be bad-mouthing her. I don't even know it is the right lady. But I wonder if I can go through here and see she's into crypto. That's how I normally find out. Anyway, I'm going to keep researching her in the background and let these guys continue. Sorry for the commercial interview, the commercial whatever. Anyway.
Very, very well. And you still only see negatives, then I can't help you. I can't help you when you post something. I can't help you when you write something. I can't help you if you want me to be on your side, because the way you see it is that this was the deal, this was the contract, and I want 25x. You've given me 10, I want the other 15. If that is you, I'm sorry, I can't help you, because my focus is on, first of all, making sure that they're still around and they are leading us in the right direction, and they have not forgotten their responsibility to those individuals that are...
Oh, Keith, that's ridiculous. They have not forgotten their responsibility to those individuals that have not received their one-time reward. Are you kidding me? They haven't done anything. They've got no money to pay them. They've gone bankrupt, but they've managed to start up a new Ponzi scheme and take the assets out of it and move them all over to HyperNation. And you're telling me they have not forgotten? You will not be forgotten. Sounds like something out of World War I.
The ones that should be focused on, the ones that are yet to get one-times. I'm here for that reason and that reason alone. I absolutely believe in the Project HN. I believe in the NFT marketplace is going to grow. I think that's the next big thing in the blockchain space, Brenda. But I also know that we're in the best people, the best company, and the best individuals to steer us in that direction. And what we've achieved up until now, I think, will pale into insignificance if you think about what that space is going to become. And we're quite early in that space. But you just have to have that belief. You just have to believe that that is where we are. If you don't, and if you are getting frustrated, if you're...
Hold it, mate. So you're still selling the ecosystem. Is this what people are buying when they get a membership? And if you do believe the ecosystem, why have you taken all the money out? Why didn't you keep your money in the ecosystem? Why didn't you let it keep... Why didn't you keep rebuying? And why didn't you just keep everything? You haven't. You've taken your money out. You've cashed up on this opportunity. And now you're telling people they need to have faith in the ecosystem. The ecosystem that HyperVerse was selling doesn't exist anymore. Now they're starting a new HyperNation up, and they haven't even got a white paper or a yellow paper or anything. They haven't got a strategy. They've just got a whole lot of promises, and it's all about grabbing as much USDT as possible. And you're still selling the fact to people that they need to have faith and they need to look at the bigger picture. Shame on you. You are a mongrel.
Patience has been worn thin. Then, you know, as Brenda says, you just have to just take a deep breath and start to focus on other things around it. Because, you know, sometimes I remember, you know, you talk about when you went from that six-figure, you know, flying high, doing well. I've been there before, and then all of a sudden the rug is pulled from underneath you. The company that you're with do a few things that you don't agree with, and then all of a sudden that has a direct effect on you. It happened to myself and Mr. Clayton Ford in 2002 with a very large regulated company, a telecoms company, and it crashed completely. The third largest company in the world completely crashed and left the stock market. It went from flying high hundreds of dollars down to like worthless. And a few actions by the directors and the financial directors had a knock-on effect on businesses around the world, including my business with Mr. Ford. And we had to lay off staff. We had to hand out redundancies. And eventually we had
poor Keithy.
to close the shop. Business was over. And that took us 6.5, 7 years to build. And it took like a year to just go boom. Now, we had no control over that. But I did learn something from that I can only control what I can control. And then I got to decide what I do afterwards. Do I pick myself up, dust myself down, and say, stuff happens, and let's see what else we can do? And that's exactly what I did. And that was what, I don't know, 20 years ago. I'm still here, fighting the good fight. And hopefully,
it reminds me of one of my stories. Back in 2004, I made $100,000 in 2.5 months, you know, and I was involved in affiliate marketing. And I'd just advertise people's products. People would click on the products, click buy now, and they'd buy, say, something for $400, and $200 would turn up my mailbox. I thought I was going to be rich, you know, and then all of a sudden, Google realized that I was getting a free ride, and Google AdWords come in, and they changed the commission structure. We've all got those stories, Keithy. Oh, it's a sad story. But yeah, that's what when you're a bit of a hustler or an entrepreneur, you have many of those stories. I mean, you know, I do drop shipping. When COVID happened, boom, we were making $5,000 a day out of selling products. And the phone was going ding, ding, ding. And we thought, we're going to be rich. But it lasted for about 6-7 weeks. It was amazing. And it was really good. But you make hay while the sun shines. And that's what these Ponzi schemes are designed to do. They're there for the people at the top of the pyramid. There's not much room at the top of the pyramid to make money quickly. And then they're out and you're left with the bill.
What I've been able to do is to change the lives of not just a handful of us. So it's not just a handful of us, not just yourself.
It's exactly what it is.
Myself and a handful of us. We're talking about tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of individuals that we've been able to change their lives positively. And you've got to hold on to that because that's so important. That means your life has meant something. You've done something, and you've changed the course of many individuals, their lives, their families' lives. Now, that's little comfort to those who are yet to get their 1x back, or even get a little bit on top. But again, we're here to make sure that those individuals are also taken care of, and the company is responsible for those individuals. But what gives me the biggest just satisfaction is that I know personally that we've helped thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people around the world on this almost 3 year, definitely 3 year journey going into our 4th year. We've helped a tremendous amount. Some names that I was looking through some old, posts and old chats, and there are so many individuals. Some of them are not visible anymore. Some of them have chosen that this was it for them, and HN is something that they don't want to go. I understand that. Everyone has their own choices, but we have had a massive impact in this space unlike any other company. You talked about your coffee company. I've been around a little bit longer than you, so I've experienced wellness, I've experienced telecoms and services and gas, electricity. I've experienced coffee as well. I've experienced a lot of things in the last 35, 40 years, cleaning products, the whole lot. But what it has done, it's hardened me to, when things are going tough, you just stick around, you know, and you believe. And
you're involved in Amway?
Sometimes, you know, it hasn't worked. And as you know, as I said, with the telecoms company, with your coffee company, you know, sometimes.
Your coffee company, she was a multi-level marketer for Organo Gold Coffee. And it was it's basically, you get a referral link and you have to go out there and tell everyone about coffee and they buy it and you get a commission. It's multi-level marketing company. It's not my company.
You have to start again from rock bottom. But I know that if you've done it before, you can do it again. And you said something very, very important.
So they're telling everyone basically to forget about the investment and walk away from it and start over. That's the message you're getting from this. That's the message I'm getting from it. And this seems like a farewell speech from Brenda. And Keith's not been around very much. He's only normally in these meetings for an hour and he pisses off. So there you go.
As well, is that you believe that these guys can do it again. They did it before. They've got the experience. They've created something before, which is unique, and they can do it again. And that's what I hold on to, the fact that they've done it before and they've got the experience. And
I'm sorry, but this is terrible. I mean, he's basically telling you to walk away from your investment that you haven't received and put more money down, double up and go for them again. And hopefully the people at the top of the pyramid are going to be making all the money. Now, the people at the top of the pyramid have paid $10,000 and $100,000 to be at the top of the pyramid. So there's no room for anyone else to climb over. It's basically a pyramid that's been moved over to scam people. Only people that's going to win out of this is the people that's paid the $10,000. And just today, I heard that the 20% commission that people were getting who were referring people to buy these purple boxes hasn't been paid. And if you look at the structure under each person's purple box, if you bought a purple box, it's the same as the other guy because it's all smoke and mirrors. The reward system isn't even set up in the back end.
Ironed out some of the bugs from before, and now they're going again. So I'd rather take a chance. I'd rather jump on this saddle, stay here with these guys, and to look around for another horse, you know, that may or may not.
Hello, everyone.
Journey,
I'm Danny DeHick.
Finish the course. Jump over all the fences. And who wants to be on a horse that can't get over all the fences? We want to get on a horse that's going to be able to get over all the fences, and that would have to be an experience.
So that's why you'll find a lot of these VIP 5s are now out promoting Novatech, wewe.Global. You've got Pinakee Naik, and he's promoting one called Apollo Finance, or Apollo Group, and basically it's a pump and dump exercise. And they're off diversifying, and it's going to be rampant. I often say at the end of my titles, it's a scam-demic out there at the moment, and I really mean that. So crypto scams, don't get involved in them. It's just a waste of your money, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just going to do my clicker again. Click. Now, you're probably wondering why I do that. I do that so that I can line up the audio better. Just like those clicker boards that you have at the movies, my voice starts turning into chewing gum because of the way I record these shows. So just so you know.
Wise old horse, you know, and when you see them, you go, okay, you watch show jump and you think some of these older horses, they won't get round, but guess what? Boom. Someone just said a mule.
Notice how it works? Everyone's saying guess what these days because they've been listening to Pinakee Naik saying guess what? And guess what? He'll be on soon.
Be on a mule. But many people, Brenda, leave this space or this company and they jump on mules. They jump on horses that can't survive the course. And unfortunately, they end up going from one to another, and stories are coming out about how this is going to be the next big thing. One thing I can say is that it takes, 3 years is an awful long time. We're fast approaching our 4th year. It's an awful long time for a company to be around in this space. And yes, they've got a lot of things to put right, but they're also giving us a chance to continue the journey and to explore this new space. And that is tremendously exciting.
And Keith, I also believe that they have learned what not to do. See, this was something they put the plan together, didn't realize. Like, again, they didn't realize we were going to grow as fast as we've grown. I remember Sam telling you.
The whole thing is full of excuses, and this is another one. They didn't know about the multi-accounts that people were creating and the glitches in the system. And these guys have been training leaders how to create multiple accounts so they can defraud the community. And Sam Lee and Ryan Zhu, who are the founders, they literally, I've got the last 6 videos I've done are quite in depth, but they show people who doubt the fact that these guys have been fleecing the community. And I've got Keith telling people it's okay to eke a little bit more out of your account by creating multiple accounts. And then I've got videos of Kalpesh Patel showing people he's got 77 accounts, and he was taking out $1 million a day out of HyperVerse.
Sam Lee saying to you how, like, you exceeded their expectation by it growing as fast as it did. And it grew because of you. You started the calls, you started the trainings, you started the presentation because of you. And that's why if I'm going to look to anyone, I gauge my pulse for Hyper based on you, because you started this. You led the way. Like I said to people,
I truly believe that Keith Williams is Mr. HyperVerse, HyperFund, and he is the main instigator. He's been doing multi-level marketing, I think, for 41 years. He knows how to do it. They've plotted together. The whole thing's been planned out, and now he's a multi-millionaire. Congratulations, Keith. How do you sleep at night?
If Keith says, jump now, I'm jumping. I don't even have to ask any questions, because I know how dedicated you are to the company. I know that you are in touch with certain individuals.
Throw him under the bus.
I know that. So that's why I'm like, if you're still here, still grinding, still on these calls, still here to give hope to individuals, and they can't respect that and appreciate that bothers me, because I'm the same. Like, just leave. Don't come on here to tell us all the things you know is going to go wrong. You might as well leave and go do something right. Right? So I believe all the mistakes, they are human. They're not perfect, but these are some humans and individuals who have actually helped transform lives around the world, and they're willing to do it again. So why would we be patient with them to see what they put together to help? I mean, because I look at the chats every day and I'm like, why are you guys so nasty? And they're trying. Like, when I saw what they did to who, I was like, man, they're genius. But other people looked at it like, oh, they got us. Oh, these thieves. Oh my gosh. And my brain was like, this is genius. They're like, okay, here are your assets. You just can't take it out right now, but here they are. But what you can do eventually is stake them and then get rewards from them. So it could be
oh my goodness, they're giving you a strategy to stake your crypto or stake your coins. I think that means locking it in at an agreed value, and then later on down the track you can unlock them. I'm not sure, I'm not a crypto, I'm not claiming to be anyone crypto, but however, what I think that would mean is that you are basically giving them more time for the anger of all this to wear out. Remember, we are talking about the 5 stages of grief, which is denial, anger, bargaining, acceptance, and then depression. So if you have accepted the fact that you've been ripped off, you're probably about to get into depression mode, right? I'm sorry about that, but I'm doing my best here all by myself. I've never invested in a Ponzi scheme. I just want you to hit the thumbs up, and by all means, hit the thumbs up, help get these videos out to people, stop people getting ripped off by these career criminals. They're serial Ponzi scheme scammers. That's who they are. And they do not believe a word of what they say. They only care about themselves.
Slowly get them so people don't just pull it all out and the exchange crashes. So I'm down for any company or anyone who wants to do the right thing by the people and still stick around versus to give you what you want, crash the thing, it crashes and burns, and everybody's just like, oh, I knew it wasn't going to work anyway. No, this is why they're who they are. They're in this crypto space. They understand it. But what they didn't understand, like you said before, Keith, they didn't understand how to design a compensation plan. That wasn't them. Their specialty is crypto. They didn't understand that. So when they designed what they designed, they didn't realize it was going to grow the way it was going to grow. They didn't realize it wasn't going to be sustainable. They didn't realize there are people in the world that's going to abuse the system. They didn't realize all that. Now that they know, they're like, hey, we're going to go to the NFT route. And with the NFT, guess what? You can't use the same email over and over. We will know, we can see, we can stop it, we can catch it.
Correct.
And they're trying to do it right.
Right.
But so when I hear people say, well, they just took the purple people's money so they can use that to pay you back. And
that's exactly what they did.
Who cares if they're going to take it to pay you back? It's okay as long as they have a system and how they're going to do it.
Yeah, it's called a Ponzi scheme.
It does take money to make money. I thought it was genius even with...
Oh, that's a cliche. These guys are friggin' circus performers, aren't they? I mean, really, I was trying to explain to a reporter from the New York Times how HyperVerse works and what people believe, and it just sounds stupid. These guys are nuts. They're absolutely nuts.
Regular HyperVerse, because I figured, hey, that was a genius idea. You take, let's say someone puts 10,000 in crypto in, and they're going to give it back to you in, say, 20 months. But they're going to give it to you at 0.5% a day. That allows you to take the 10,000, turn it into 100,000, and give it to someone at 0.5. That's
Brenda,
how I saw it.
But Brenda, that happens every day in the regulated space. I'm just saying.
No, it doesn't. You're full of shit, Keith. No one will give you 3 or 4 times your investment. And if the company was that good, why didn't they just go to a bank and borrow the money? Why do they have to go to their members and say, look, we're going to give you... Yeah, they're offering people 3 or 4 or now 7 times their return on investment if they loan them money to build something for them. It's just stupid. This is friggin' idiots. The shit that comes out of their mouth is just pathetic. Just saying.
Because I've been in the regulated space, I've been in the pensions and investment space, and investment companies offer that every single day, whether it be based on property assets or in the market or hedge funds, but they offer similar types of benefits from their project. Now, let me say this to you now, not every one of those projects are successful, and many of them are unsuccessful. We in the UK.
Yeah, but you've had HyperCapital, HyperFund, HyperVerse, and now HyperNation. 4th rinse and repeat Ponzi scheme. This one is a $4 billion scam. And now you're telling me just because some companies in the real world don't succeed, there's no sure thing about succeeding in everything you do. Of course not. But 4 in a row, and you're still telling people to have faith and hang in there and reinvest? Get a life.
UK had a dearth of companies offering some kind of ROI, and that's obviously from the regulated space based on their idea. And those companies just had a director or a CEO, a board of directors and management, and it was set up as a company, of course, because it's a regulated space. And they were offering products and services that is designed to give an ROI. Let me say this to you now. The vast majority of them that I was in the 10 years that I was in the space did not make it. That's in the regulated world where you have a director.
You know, and that's true. And you know what happened to those guys, Keith? They all went to jail. And if they did something wrong, they did something illegal, and they had a company and the company wasn't paying its taxes, if they had marketing material that was publishing false lies, like imagine a mainstream company putting a billboard up saying that guaranteed 3 or 4 times your return on investment within 600 days. How would that work? How would that actually work, Keith? They would be going through all the financial institutions would just kill them, and the mainstream, all the legalities of it, they would get taken out. They'd be made bankrupt. If they did fraud, they'd get locked up. But with crypto, you can do what you want. You can say whatever you want, and I'm not making much sense. So I'm going to go back to my video. I think I'm pissed off.
And the board, and guess what?
Guess what?
Go down, and then of course you have a very small compensation scheme that's designed to give the victims a small amount back. All I'm saying to you, Kara, is that the concept, if you think about it, is exactly the same. You know, we give them a membership, that they take that membership and they look to make profit on that in the market through the various areas that they specialize in. And that is how they're able to give back. We understand that model because it's in the regulated space as well as in the crypto space. The great thing about it is that they managed to achieve this for a couple of years, just over 2 years. And did they see the market crashing as badly as it crashed? So,
who are you talking about, Keith? What's the names of the people you're talking about? Oh, that's right. We don't know.
If they're holding on to assets that's 100%, yeah, and then they wake up one day and those assets are now only worth 20%, and everyone's saying, right, sell your 20%. Well, the 20% might not be able to cover what everybody is owed because they've already paid out. So it's just...
So this is like going to the casino, isn't it? And you keep doubling down until you win.
For me, just trying to say, well, listen, let's be patient because, things will change. The winter, what comes after winter? We have spring. And we might see some green shoots in spring. And have we reached spring yet? Probably not, because Bitcoin is still hovering around about.
Well, my advice, if you're going to believe what he's saying, just go buy some Bitcoin now. Simple. Don't need a middleman, do you? Do it yourself. Get on there, buy yourself some Bitcoin, hoping that everyone's going to go all in with crypto again. You don't need these guys. If the company here is relying on crypto to take off again, then you might as well just go direct.
The 20,000, and Ethereum is hovering around about the 1,500. So we know that we haven't seen many green shoots. It did pop back a little bit. Bitcoin got up to about 24,000, but it bounced back down. I'm doing my best to try and make a little bit in this very bear market and trying to buy it on its way down because I believe that it will come back. And so does the owners. And that's why we have to be patient because...
Who's the owners? Are you talking about Sam Lee and Ryan Jew? They haven't been seen since December 2021. Was it December? Yeah. They haven't been seen for 8 months. We reckon that Ryan's been locked up in a Chinese prison. And then there's another group of YouTubers out there that reckon that he's living in Florida. Florida? No, California. In a summer beach house. Really nice one.
After every bear market, you are going to get a bull market. And now that the fact that they're also looking at the NFT space as a new space for growth, I think we're perfectly positioned. But as leaders, we've got to just help our community to understand that let's be positive as long as we can be positive because they're still here. And as Mr. Ford says, the lights are still on. They're still here and the lights are still on. Listen, Brenda, it's been fabulous. It's been an honor to have you back on leadership. Man, wow. I know that everyone thoroughly enjoyed that. Look, we're still at 1,000 and we are gone past quarter past 4 here, over an hour and 15 minutes. You were
I have to say this. I love the community. I love all 1,000 plus of you all. I truly love this community. You all are amazing, and we all have learned so much. All of us have grown. And when I say all of us, I'm talking about all the ones who have stayed plugged in and committed. And here we have all grown. We are in a really good place, guys. We just can't see it right now. We cannot see it. But you have to try so hard, dig deep within whatever that little feeling, that little glimmer of hope, hold on to that and believe in it. If you're still here, if you have totally given up and you don't believe in it, then that's okay too, right? So, but don't bash the ones who are still believing. If we still believing, it's okay.
I've got to have a lecture here. Right, I want to explain hope to you. I was in a relationship when I was young and I got engaged to a girl, and when we broke up, I couldn't get over her, and I pined for her every day. And then one day I remember talking to her on the phone and she said, there's no way we're going to get back together. And so I can't remember the whole story, but I remember putting the phone down. I can still see the phone in my face. And from that day forward, I let go of hope, and it was brilliant. And that's what you guys need to do. You need to wake up, smell the coffee, and forget about the hope that you're going to get the money that you were promised back, because that is stopping you from moving on. Now, I'll give you another example that may make it easier. Imagine that you were Kalpesh Patel and you were in prison, and you've been in this prison in the jungle for years and years and years. And then one day you saw a little opening in the gate that you could squeeze through and escape. So you start working your way towards the fence. It's dark, there's no lights on. You creep through the gates, and then you're free and you're on the other side of the prison, something that these guys can relate to. Then you think, right, let's go. So you start jogging, and then all the lights come on. And they realize that someone's escaped from the prison. And then you hear the sirens going. So you start running, and you run even more and more and more, and you're starting to run for your life. And then you hear the dogs barking. And they're getting closer and closer and closer. And then you see flashlights. So you run faster and harder, and your heart's starting to pump out your chest, and you're thinking, oh my God, I can't do it anymore. And then you see a clearing, and you think, oh, I'm going to run, because you're bashing through these forests. You look behind you, there's a flashlight, and there's a dog, and there's a guy with a machete breaking through all the bushes, and you find this clearing, and you run through it. And you fall. You start falling. You've ran off a cliff, and you're breaking all the rocks and the branches, and you're trying to stop your fall, and you manage to grab onto a branch, and you're hanging onto this branch for dear life, and you're thinking, oh, what an ordeal. What an ordeal I've been through, and I'm hanging on, and I'm hanging on. And then you look down at the ground, and you realize that you're only a foot off the ground, and you need to let go of the branch. That is what it's like. Let go of the hope. These guys are buying time by telling you to hang on to hope and have faith. Let go of the thought of getting rich quick. Let go of your losses. You know, the person that introduced you to HyperVerse, you need to prosecute them. You need to go to your local law enforcement and report them for promoting a Ponzi scheme or a multi-marketing product to you. That's what you need to do. Forget about trying to get these big guys. Go after the person that introduced you to it. Anyway, back to Keith Williams' dribble.
Hey, let us believe, because you got to believe in something.
Well, the fact that they're here on leadership tells me that they still believe. Otherwise, they wouldn't even show up. There'll be messages, right. What's going on? Like I get messages now, I've been away for months or whatever, what's happening? I'm like, what? Come on, please. But if you're here now, just take the positives away from today's training, because we don't have all the answers, but we're here with you, and we feel every emotion that you're going through. And for those of you who, are feeling frustrated, we want to tell you that we understand, but we're here with you. And that's why we are still here. And we believe that things will be okay. We will have a summer again, and we will go through some good times again, because, after every winter comes a spring and summer, and that's going to be the same for our industry. I mean, we lost over 1 trillion in market cap. It was fast approaching 3 trillion. Now we're at 1 trillion. Sorry, 1 trillion. So we've lost in terms of market, almost 2 trillion from the markets. And that's going to have an effect on everybody. But that being said, I want you to stick around. We've got, 45 minutes to go. I want to bring up, I can't find her, though. I'm looking for her. Dale, is Whitney around? Her camera is not on. Whitney, is your camera on? I'd like to also...
Hi, I'm definitely here.
Just say a few words and I'll be able to stop. Hey, whoa, there you go.
God, why are you blurry for?
Whitney, thank you. That's such...
Oh, no. Why is she blurry for? You want to take people's money, but you don't want them to see you? Oh, my goodness.
Short notice for jumping on today. I heard about your training this week. I think this is your 3rd or 4th now training this week. Brenda, you still there? Sorry, I think Dale's taking
No, I'm here. I'm in the background. I'm watching. I got to hear from Whitney.
Absolutely brilliant. Fabulous. Guys, make sure you get the recording, because you've got 2 fabulous superstar women here delivering training today. I need to shut up, because sometimes keep it in mind, and I'm going to go on and on and on. I need to shut up and let the experts do their thing. And Whitney, thank you for such short notice. We only messaged each other about 4 hours ago.
Literally.
Talking about your training this week, you got a slide that you want to share with us. You got 40.
Alrighty, so I put timestamps in my video. So I'm just going to explain how that works. If you're looking at a typical video of mine, you go to the bottom and you'll see you've got a title up here, and I'll make it a bit bigger, title up here, and then you have a start of a description, and you've got the word more. If you click on more, you'll get a description of what the video is about, but the why I'm showing you this, you want to go to the timestamp area. Now the timestamp means that any points that I've got, so at the moment I am taking notes on the right hand side over here, and I am basically highlighting all the interesting parts for you. So that means you don't have to watch the probably 4-hour video, aren't you lucky? But you come down here and you can see anyone that's of highlight, I'm creating them as I go. That's why I'm looking away on the other screen. Now, if you go to the very bottom of the video and past all the comments, please do comment and click the thumbs up. It makes a huge difference. Why isn't that working, Danny? Oh, okay. No, this one was a bad example because I don't think it... Oh, yes, it did. So here's the chapters here. So when you click on the word chapters, actually I lie. That is a bad video to show you. I'm going to find another one because I'm Danny and I'll do this. So let's pick the latest video, which is doing really well. Thank you very much. But when you click on more, you go down the bottom, and the very bottom, you'll see an area called chapters. And when you click on chapters, meetings, shut up. It takes me about 5 hours. Then it takes another 2 or 3 hours for me to render the file. There we go. You'll see that I've got chapters coming up here, which means you don't have to watch my video for 4 or 5 hours. Go to the part that you want to watch, and I'm time stamping it. We're putting chapters in, so it makes it easier for you to watch. A lot of people say to me, why don't you do shorter videos? Well, the honest truth of it, each video I do can be up to 4 hours long, but if you break them into chapters, they're actually 25 different small mini videos all in one big long haul. If you're thinking about investing your life savings, spend 4 or 5 hours watching one of my videos. I'm pretty sure at the end of it, you'll be thanking me. All right, let's get back to Keith Williams and this blurry-faced lady.
5 minutes to just deliver some training. Guys, we won't have any time for Q&A today. I appreciate you guys want to jump on. You're all very excited. But guess what? 2 hours of solid training, guys, will be brilliant for you to just go and recap. But Whitney, I'm going to hand the floor to you. Again, you're always welcome. You know, they love you when you come back. I mean, you just knock it out the park. Guys, I want to just say thank you all for your kind words in the chat. We just want to deliver training for you on a Saturday morning, afternoon, or evening, which will set you up for the week ahead and just maybe get rid of some of those negative cobwebs that are just sometimes you just got to just clear out of your
Imagine doing a leadership training session and all what you're talking about is people's negative comments.
mind. But Whitney, over to you. Beautiful. Thank you so much for stepping in and giving us some of the training you covered this week with your team.
Perfect. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. First of all, guys, good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Maybe she's got bad skin and she decided to cover it up.
Wherever you are calling in the world, I was not supposed to be here today. So this was not a planned, thing for me to be here. I had an incredible training session. I kicked off my 14-week leadership class yesterday, and we had 3 amazing sessions, 10, 3, and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that was just kind of open to everyone around the world. And we had people calling in from all over the world. It was so incredible. A huge shout out to all of my new students that I have. You guys were incredible. And so the reason that I'm here today is because one of my students, and shout out to Dr. Ethel James Cooper, who is on the call, Dr. J, as you guys know her, incredible, incredible woman. And she loved this one slide that I did so much. Like, she was like, Whit, she goes, I am going to message Keith and tell him that.
Alrighty, I'm going to just duck away for a few minutes. Hope I don't miss anything. Let me know if I do.
if this is the only thing that Whitney talks about, this slide needs to be spoken about. And so she did just that. She did exactly. I really, I was flattered by what she said, and especially because Dr. J is a coach herself. And so, when a coach teaches a coach, it's different. It's a different, level, because she understands a lot of the things that I'm teaching. And I mean, I'm not rewriting the wheel here. I'm not rewriting anything. But she was so, I guess, inspired by, kind of the way that I put it together and what I said. And it resonated with her so much because it's a truth that she has come to herself, and an understanding that she has come to herself. And she felt so powerful about it that she actually messaged Keith and was like, please get Whitney on training to teach about this slide. So that is why I'm here. So I'm going to focus for the next few minutes because y'all know I can be long-winded, y'all know. So I'm really going to try to keep this very, very short, very, very concise, because there's a lot of things that I want to kind of touch on this one topic. So leadership training was yesterday, and one of the things that the topic was fundamentals of leadership. So what we're kicking off is really understanding what are the fundamental things that make up effective leadership, right? Because you have you have leadership, which is, could be a person that gets a title of leadership because of their pay grade. Maybe it's a position in a company that they get, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe they're in a network marketing business and they've reached a certain level and now they're considered a leader. Okay, cool.
Okay, let's have a look. This is Pixel. He's 17 weeks old, just over 4 months. And he's looking at the lights. And he's my baby. Isn't he gorgeous? You haven't seen him for a while. A lot of people who watch my videos seen him grow up. But he's turned into a superly cool dog. He's so cuddly. Ooh, isn't he beautiful? He's a schnauzer and a poodle. So he's a toy poodle and a miniature schnauzer. He's called a schnoodle, but he's only a first generation one, which means he's 50-50. So if you're going to get a schnoodle, they're beautiful natured dogs. I have had one for about 11 years and he passed away suddenly. And now I've got this new replacement. Haven't I? Yeah. All right. Thanks, whatever your name is, blurry face lady.
That's leadership. Then you have ineffective leaders, which are people that really don't want to do the work. They're in positions of leadership, but they don't want to do the work. And they are really not committed to helping their teams, building their teams, being better people, growing, et cetera, et cetera. And then you have effective leaders, which is really what my course is about, is really building and growing effective leaders, giving you guys the tools to really understand what being a leader is, because it's way more than just a few bullet points. And so in our class yesterday, the first topic that we had was called characteristics of leadership. Like, what is leadership and what are the characteristics of leadership? And I had compiled these, I think it was about 9 characteristics of leadership from the greatest of the greats, and kind of like what they were saying were the main components, the main things that really make up a good leader. And what is so interesting is, in the beginning of the video, at the beginning of training, Mr. Williams plays that art.
Does she say what makes a good scammer or a good leader? I get fused. These guys are confusing me.
Williams video all the time, right? And I mean, I've listened to that video a million times. And it's so funny how you don't hear certain things until you're ready to hear it. And I've listened to that Art Williams video a million times. And for the first time, I really heard him in the beginning when he said, I have never seen a successful team, a successful organization, a successful business without.
Actually, he's quite cool to listen to. If you go to my YouTube channel, please hit the thumbs up button for a start. And if you go to my YouTube channel, make sure you subscribe and hit the bell so you're notified when my latest videos come out. And go to the community area and scroll down a little bit. You'll see a video of Art Williams, his latest video. It's actually quite good. It's good content. Don't get the wrong impression. I'm not into. I've been an entrepreneur for over 25 years. I haven't worked for a boss for a long time. I do a lot of side hustles and I do love passive incomes. I just don't get involved in Ponzi schemes. All right. But a lot of these motivational books that you hear of are actually brilliant, and they really do get you. When you work for yourself and you work from home, like I'm recording this in my studio at home. I've tried to record this one 3 times. Haven't been in the right frame of mind. Sometimes you need to listen to a good motivational book, or you need to hang out with some really positive people, and it helps you be in the right mindset. I believe that mindset is everything. Tomorrow morning, I'm going off to my business networking group. I own a business networking company called Elite 6, and we basically sit there and we basically mentor each other. And I come away and I always feel like I've got the wind back in my sails. So don't underestimate the power of personal development. I think it's really important, but just don't do it promoting Ponzi schemes.
Good, effective leadership. And he is absolutely correct. If you don't have effective leadership in your organization, you will not succeed. If you are not an effective leader on your team is not going to succeed. If you are not invested in doing the work, doing the real work, your team is not going to succeed. And I want to say something with all love and respect to Brenda and Keith, because I know that they're so positive and I love their positivity.
Okay, tell them.
And, they were saying that, obviously if people are still here, then it must mean that they believe, right? And I personally disagree. What I would say is we have a term in Trinidad, it's called Mako, M-A-C-C-O. And a Mako is somebody who just likes to come in and just kind of see what's going on and just Mako the business. Like you're in Jamaica, we call it preeing. And it basically just means, these terms just mean that you're not really here to be a part of anything. You just want to know what's going on. You're not really here to grow and to develop. You just want to know that you just want to be able to say, oh, I come to leadership and I know what's going on. But you're not actually invested in doing the work in yourself. And that was never more apparent to me than this week. And I think it was really interesting, especially for those of us that are coaches and those of us that do this work out like in the real world, right? Outside of just being on a Zoom's call. And it was so interesting how many people, reached out to me and were like, I want to be in your course. I want to sign up in your course. And I sent out the email. I sent out everything. The days were going down. I was counting down the days. And the amount of people that I sent this email to versus the amount of people that actually showed up, like actually came, paid their money, showed up, and were in class, very minuscule. And this is not to shame anybody. This is not to it has nothing to do with money, has nothing to do with that. What I want you guys to understand is what I'm about to talk about in leadership directly correlates to this. My spiritual teacher says there is never a crowd on the leading edge. And now more than ever, I believe that and I see it. A lot of us come to this training. There are 992 people right now, almost 1,000 people in the main room, and then we have probably another 400 or 500 people in on.
Brilliant. It's dying. Normally always 1,000, under 1,000. What does that tell you? It's dying. It's going.
On the external link, on the overflow.
Dying.
A lot of us are here, and we come to training every week. And we listen and we listen and we listen. And Brenda just said, don't go into the Telegram groups and be negative. Don't go in there and, ask people things that you can get on training, all that stuff. And it's like it goes through one ear and it just goes out the other. Like it just like, I don't know if we're just like willingly, consciously, subconsciously, but there are some of us that are just like, no. I will give you an example. I had somebody after last week's training, I was on technical training, I was talking about some stuff, and I had somebody reach out to me and ask me how to do a withdrawal. And here's my thing. Lovingly, that's not my job. Like, we have technical training for that. And it's so...
You mean you can withdraw your money now if you go to technical training? Hey, if you want access to technical training, just go to HyperCommunity.link on a web browser and then go to the technical training and type in the password 222, let's just say 2222, okay, 4 digits.
Interesting how there are so many of us, like we will come to training and we'll listen to Brenda, we'll listen to Dr. Tamia, we'll listen to Keith, we'll listen to Clayton. We will listen to all these people. We'll come every week and we'll listen and we'll rah, and yeah, we get it. And then literally we will turn around and do the same thing. I wish all the leaders could like take screenshots of the messages that we get. It like, and we would never do that. But like, I wish you guys could understand what it is like when you come on a training and you literally tell people, guys, go to technical training, go to the trainings that are designed for these things. Technical training is designed for helping you set up your wallets. If there's a wallet that you've never set up, go to technical training and ask the technical trainers. Jackie's there, Andrew's there, Susan is like, we have so many technical trainings. There is no excuse for anybody to say, I can't get to training. And yet you will come into, and we come into these groups as leaders and we say, guys, you have to help yourselves. We are not helping you if you come to us and now you think that we are your resource to help you do things that you should be doing yourselves. And so it was such an interesting experience to go through. And so as we were in training yesterday, one of the things that we were talking about is some of the traits of leadership. And these are traits that are so hard for some of us, but it is so necessary. So I'm going to share my screen really quickly, if I can, and I really want to show you what we were talking about. So this was our topic number one. What is leadership? So very quickly, we were talking about the traits of effective leadership. So the first trait that we had was effective leaders communicate authentic core values. Now, I'm not going to sit here and go through each of these. I'm just going to give you kind of like the main highlight points, because this is not the slide that Dr. J wanted me to talk about. So, but this is the preview to the...
Funny, just got a text from Mark Gardner. He's one of the original ones I interviewed. One of my YouTube video. I did a 2-hour, 15-minute YouTube video. It was my longest one yet. This one's so far 3 hours long, and I like to keep in touch with him. He just sent me a wee message. So if you were watching me do a wee video, I just sent him a wee video clip of me recording this lady with a blurry face.
Slide that we were talking about. So one is effective leaders communicate authentic core values, right? We see that with Keith all the time. Keith comes on here every single week and he will reinforce what he gets from corporate because he genuinely believes in this project, and in the product that we have. That is what an authentic leader does. They say the core values of this company are understanding crypto. There are still many of us in here who are still only in this for the money. We are not in it for crypto. We are not in it because we understand blockchain. We're not in it because we even care about Web3. We're in it because somebody that we know made some money and we saw it and we saw how they put it in their bank account and it was real. And we were like, yeah, I want that. And then what we did is when it started coming through, some of us, not everybody, but some of us quit our jobs. We gave up things and nobody told us to do that. Respectfully, nobody told you to quit your job when you had money coming in.
I can't believe that. I cannot believe that they're telling people that they've done the silly thing and they did not tell you to leave your job. Because when they do say, I've left my job and I'm full-time hyper, everyone claps and applauds. And now they tell you that no one told you to do it. Oh my God.
But you made a decision because you saw what was coming in. That's what some of us did. And then when things kind of hit rock bottom, we were like, oh crap, now you're responsible. Now the company is responsible for making me whole. When really what I'm upset about as a human is that I didn't necessarily make the right decisions. But it's easier for me to make it about the company and make it about the team and make it about other people than it is for me to take responsibility for my actions and say, you know what? No one actually told me to do this. And I made this decision because
You naughty people. No one told you to invest your money. You're silly. That's what she's saying. No one told you to give up your job. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have listened to other people doing it. Positive peer pressure. Oh, I love it. Keep going. What if your name is Blurry Lady?
Really legitimately thought that this was going to last for a long time. I saw what was going on, and maybe I made an error of judgment. Like Brenda said, what can I learn from this period? What can I learn?
This is an exit strategy.
In this time and say, okay.
What makes me sick though, they haven't just gone after, look, I used to be a Jehovah's Witness, okay? And we used to knock on people's doors. Now, if you've heard this before, Let me tell you again. We used to knock on people's doors and they'd say, I'm not interested. So we'd walk down the drive, go to the next house, knock on their door. They're not interested. So eventually we thought, well, rather than just walking away, why don't we ask them what they're not interested in? So you'd say, are you not interested in Jehovah's Witnesses, or are you not interested in religion? And they would say politely, oh, religion. Oh, and then you'd walk out and you'd go up the next door and knock on the door and say, hello, I'm not interested. And you say, you're not interested in religion. You're not interested in Jehovah's Witnesses. They would say religion. And so, well, I can understand that. I can understand you not being interested in religion because religion is responsible for a lot of the mayhem in the world. Wouldn't you agree? And then they would say, yes, I do agree. And would you be interested in knowing why? And you know what I'm saying? It's like every obstacle, these are clever people. And now they're turning this all around to being your mistake, your problem. They are moving the blame game and they're pointing the arrows back at you because they've been there. You can watch my videos of all the leadership training. They are telling you to go out there and build a team of 20 people. Go out there, sacrifice a lot. You've got to work hard. You've got to put everything into this. So you quit your job. You go get 20 people and you entice them all to join the Ponzi scheme. And then you work hard, you don't eat, you don't sleep, you work hard, you don't feed your kids if you're Brenda Chunder, all that sort of stuff. And then they're now telling you that no one told you to quit your job. No one told you to put that much money in. And we told you only to invest in what you're prepared to lose. This is utter bullshit.
So what this taught me is even when you have things coming in, that's great. Just don't depend on one source of income. It's the same thing with your job. Even when you're in your job, you don't want to just depend on that one source of income because a company can come in and fire you in a heartbeat. They can have layoffs and cuts and all that stuff. It happens every day. I used to be a director. I used to have to fire people because my company president came in and said, I don't like that person, so fire them. It sucks. And you have to make hard decisions. You got to do things that really don't make you feel good. So we never have any guarantees in life. And yet some of us saw this and we thought, oh my God, this ain't going anywhere. Crypto's at 65,000. I'm good. So there's a lot of us that have a hard time taking responsibility for our actions, for the things that we have done, for the decisions that we've made. And then we come into leadership and we want the leaders to fix it. We want the leaders to take responsibility. We want them to fix it. We want them to tell the company how much this is hurting us like they don't know, because this is not benefiting the company for people not to be taking out withdrawals if you don't know how a hedge fund works. It doesn't benefit a company. It doesn't benefit a hedge fund if you're not getting your rewards. It doesn't.
So whereas I missed some of that because I was out letting the dog go for a wee. Hedge funds. See, it really pisses me off because Pinakee Naik, he talks about hedge funds and the modern world and scare tactics. And if you listen to him, it's doom and gloom. You might as well go along, and I won't say what I'm thinking. But, now she's repeating his regurgitated content, talking about hedge funds. I never heard about hedge funds talked about in such a negative way until Pinakee Naik starts talking about them. Now she's repeating her content. You listen to Brenda Chunder and Keith Williams keep on saying, guess what? That's all other people's re-chundered chunder that they're doing. They don't care. These guys will use every tactics. This is all part of the exit strategy, telling you that you have the wrong idea. I just can't stand it. I'm going to go back out and let the dog back in.
Regardless of what people may think about what they're making in the back end, trust me, it is not a good look if people cannot take out their money. So why we would think that the company would intentionally do this to us makes no sense. So back to real leaders communicate core values. The core value of this company is crypto. It is not making money. It is crypto. Making money is an after effect of it. But the core value of this company is understanding crypto. And what crypto is ownership. Imagine someone trying to give you ownership to something and you're like, well, it's not coming in the way that I want, so no, I don't want it. Imagine that. So core leaders, authentic leaders, effective leaders, they communicate authentic core values. The second trait of an effective leader is effective leaders demand customer centricity. Here's the thing, guys. We are Keith's customers. Okay, we are under Keith Williams' team. So we are his customers as leaders, as team leads, as people that are building this organization. We are his customers. Do you know who our customers are? Our teams. So if you have a team of people, that is your customer. So if you are someone in this business who brought in people, whether you like it or not, whether you want to own it or not, because you received rewards for the team that you brought in. So if you want to get the rewards, you have to take ownership as a leader. You don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to bring people in and then walk away and say, well, you need to go talk to somebody else. That's not my problem. No, that is your problem because you brought those people in. You're a leader. Those are your customers. And how you treat your customers is everything. How you treat your team is everything. If you are not taking care of the people on your team, then you are not being an effective leader. And you don't get to blame it on your upline who walked away. That's them. Who are you? If you're still here, if you are one of the 990 people that's currently on this call right now, if you're still here, who are you choosing to be when you show up for your team? Your teams are your customers. You got to take care of them. And those people, whoever they brought in, they need to take care of them. So if it means getting on the phone and just saying, hey guys, I still don't have any information other than what we had, but I'm letting you know that I'm still plugged in.
Oh dear. Just going to go back to my picture. Remember to hit the thumbs up on this video, help get it out. Make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel, hit the bell and be notified when the latest video comes out. This is the picture of people of grief. So people are going through denial. They have had anger. They're bargaining and they have acceptance. And then depression sets in. So don't get depressed over this, ladies and gentlemen. Learn from your mistakes. Learn from your mistakes. I'm going to sit here and have some crackers and some hummus while I'm listening to this lady. But moving the blame back to you is just disgusting. And they're telling you off. How condescending is that?
I'm still going to training. I hope you guys are still coming to training. Please get on leadership. Please get on tech training. Anything where any information about updates or what's happening is being released, please come on and keep plugged in. That is your job. Your job is not to make sure that people are in training. You can't do that. I mean, people are grown-ass adults, right? We're all grown, like Brenda said. But we have to start taking responsibility. And as leaders, this is going to be some tough love because when we get to slide number 9, you're going to understand why I'm kind of being a little direct, if you will, because if you don't get these things, you're not going to get slide number 9, okay, or point number 9. Point number 3, effective leaders display total commitment. That is what Keith shows us. That is what Clayton shows us. That is what Renal Hepburn shows us. That is what Jackie shows us. We see Jackie every week. Jackie is consistent. Jackie was very rude to somebody in last week's meeting, if you go back one video from this one. It's disgusting. And they're not consistent. There's another saying in business, make hay while the sun shines. While the money keeps pouring in, you keep collecting and working hard. Committed. I can't remember the last time that I haven't seen. I mean, I think there was a time where Jackie went on vacation with her kids, I think, and she told.
What about Brenda? She just said she took the summer off.
She was like, guys, I'm going to be away. I think it was like 3 weeks. And she came back when she said she was going to come back and plugged right back in when she came. She's committed. That's what effective leaders do.
She should be committed.
They are completely committed to the project, to the company, to whatever it is, because they understand, hey, if I start being wobbly, what can I expect from my team? You know what I'm saying? Like Brenda said, it's not that we necessarily have more answers or we're privy to more information than anybody else is. It just means that we've learned how to manage our emotions and communicate effectively. And we are saying, we're going to stay positive because we believe in this, we understand what this is, and we want to make sure that we can be effective for our teams. So effective leaders display total commitment. Number 4, effective leaders are of service, because this is about being of service to each other. When we are pouring into people, when we are making sure that our teams, to the best of our abilities, are emotionally stable, and it's like, guys, I'm still here. Let's lock hands. Let's hold this out. Imagine Bitcoin. Just think about this first.
I love it when they use Bitcoin as an example. Not stupid example.
Second, imagine if we had HyperVerse back when Bitcoin was like 0.0000 cents, right? And imagine for 10.
Why imagine? Why do you need to imagine something? Imagine if you won lotto.
10 years. We were holding on to this thing and locking our arms and believing. I said this in the last training. How long are you guys willing to stay in the game? Bitcoin, the last time that Bitcoin went through that period before it got to $20,000 or $60,000 or $100,000, whatever it was, it took it 10 years. What are you really committed to? Are you really?
Imagine trying to claw your money back out of HyperVerse in 10 years' time. That's what they're saying. Remember, go after the person that introduced you to this.
In this. That's why I said, are you really in this crypto life? Because there's a lot of you that still don't get it.
Oh.
You still don't get it. You are not about this life. You're not.
They're creating doubt by saying that. You're starting to think, I don't get it. And more responsibility moved back onto your own shoulders.
Really about the crypto life. You're about the money, but you're not really about the crypto life. And if you're about the crypto life, you understand that there are highs and there are...
No. People were marketed that they would get 3 or 4% return on their investment if they invested in a company. They were told that they were buying a membership, and instead of spending money on advertising, HyperCapital and HyperFund were willing to pay members to talk about them and promote them rather than spend on advertising dollars and billboards like HyperNation is now doing. They said they'd rather pay people to be part of a community, and that's why you would get the rewards. They were also told that Ryan Zhu was a multi-billionaire who was funding the whole thing. Now, in 2021, Ryan took a job with a company that was paying $120,000 per year. Why would he do that if he was a billionaire? And he's got 300 companies he's associated with. We can't find any of those companies, can we? Except one called, what was it called? Oh, I've forgotten now. But something, the one that were raving on Bitcoin. Oh, I can't remember. But one of them basically got listed on the Australian stock market and raised $50 million. And then they took off with the money. And that was Sam Lee, Ryan Zhu, and Jaden. HyperNation is the one I was thinking of. Yeah, so that company there managed to get on the Australian Stock Exchange and then defrauded the investors by $50 million. And that was also the last time we saw them. Anyway, just thought I'd tell you that. 2 cents worth.
Lows, there are tides, there's going to be harvest, there's going to be seasons where you got to just plant and you got to just stay firm. You're going to go through that. But if all you're concerned about is, well, I made these decisions because I thought the money was coming in, and now your expectation is that...
You were told the money was coming in.
Well, the company and the leaders, well, Brenda should give me some of her USDT because she got it from, her thing. And, she had, no, she doesn't owe that to anybody. Mm-mm.
What a load of crap. I mean, a cracker. Should Brenda Chunder, Kalpesh Patel, Keith Williams, Roman, Gorman, Bitcoin Rodney sit on their millions of dollars that they have from HyperVerse? Do you really think that is the case? No. They should be locked up for fraud. Simple. Simple, simple.
She doesn't owe that to anybody. We are all responsible for the decisions and the actions that we take. We are all responsible.
No. You pray after the low-hanging fruit. Never do a YouTube video when you've got a cracker in your mouth, okay? They do. They pray after the black African community and the people that don't even know how to get onto an exchange and buy crypto. I've seen them in these leadership meetings teach people how to use their phone to buy crypto and then buy a yellow NFT. I was watching this hour-long Zoom meeting of them trying to do that to people. It's absolutely disgusting. So they go after the people that aren't educated. They use jargon that no one even understands. And then they feel like because they don't understand it, now you're telling them they're half-wits and they shouldn't have listened to the advice or been in the rooms of all the Zoom people who were doing the same thing. They've all followed the Pied Piper. And now you're telling them they should have stand out there as individuals. And these people that have taken all the money shouldn't be liable. Bullshit.
For the decisions and the actions that we take. And we need to start, as leaders, we need to start showing some tough love to our teams, because a lot of us are being walked all over because people think that we are now the repository of their frustrations. It's like, well, I can't, my leader isn't here, so now I'm just going to project all my stuff on you because you're there. Everybody else walked away. I'm not going to take a responsibility anymore. I'm not going to attend training. I'm not going to actually try to understand the system or the new products or anything like that. I'm just going to be angry and you have to deal with it. No, we don't. Respectfully, no, we don't. Because I didn't recruit you, right? So if you're coming to me, you're coming to Brenda, you're coming to anybody, you're asking for help. And please be aware of how you're doing that. Because honestly, I think if some of you were to see the messages that we receive from community members, you would be shocked. You'd be like, wait, what? Like, people are coming at you like, what? They're saying what? They're asking you these questions? Like, these are things that we talk about every week on training. It's like, yep. And yet still, we will still have some people that will come in and will be like, I don't know how to take out withdrawal. Can you show me how to do that? No, I can't. I haven't taken out a withdrawal on HyperNation yet. So, I mean, until I can actually walk through it myself. Now, do I understand the basics of it? Sure, I do, because it's not difficult. It's really not difficult. But I understand the basics of it because I go to technical training, because Andrew is an incredible technical trainer. And I have watched his videos a million times. Especially the HVT video. I remember when nobody was setting up their HVT and I was like, no, I'm going to make sure it's set up. And because I took the time then, which was a decision I made, it made it so much easier for me now to understand what was happening and how I needed to convert the funds. I was like, oh, okay, this is easy. I just add in the token, done. But for people who were like, I didn't set up my MetaMask, I didn't set up my HVT, I thought it was BS. I thought it was garbage. And that's a decision you made. That's not anybody else's fault. That's a decision you made, right? So if you're now trying to understand how to get these things done, you got to take responsibility and attend technical training. You got to go back into your back office that you still have access to because you paid for it. And you got to go through those videos. You got to take the time to do that. Number four, effective leaders are of service, meaning that they take care of their teams. They make sure that they're serving their teams, and they're not giving people orders. That's not what effective leaders are doing, right? They're saying, hey, let's make a plan. Let's be of service to each other. Let's help each other as a team. I'm a part of an incredible Telegram group. Shout out to the HV/N strategy group. I was invited by a member who reached out to me after my training last week and was like, I think her name is Yana. And she said to me, hey, Coach Whitney, I really think you would love to be a part of this group. It's very positive and, da-da-da-da-da. And they're awesome. It's like 2,900 people and they're amazing. They're positive. And I'm not saying there's still not people that are confused and whatever. But the good thing is that the owners of that group, Dee and Pinakee and everybody else who are like the admins.
Hope you guys aren't negative. Now, do you know what she's doing here? In case you haven't been... She's actually grooming you guys to be part of her community, and they are looking for a new opportunity. Pinakee Naik is actually promoting Apollo, which is another, it's mining, basically. They want you to buy a computer and start mining crypto. And they also have membership plans. Now, he's basically the new Kapish Patel. So she's part of a group there with Pinakee Naik, and they're all got their own agenda, and they're all trying to sell you another membership. Not HyperNation, not HyperVerse, no, another one. Brenda Chana, that was on before, she's promoting wewe.Global with Kapish Patel, and that's another one. And there's also another group of people that are VIP 5s who are not moving to HyperNation, and they're standing firm, and they're asking people to diversify, and they're promoting another Ponzi scheme called Nova Tech Group. So there's 3 Ponzi schemes. Now I'm currently, and I think this will be the worst thing I probably do, but I've got a list. Let's go back to this screen. And just while she's talking, I'm going to bring up a list of other like-minded Ponzi schemes were pretty much the same as HyperVerse and HyperFund, and just let you see how many URLs I have of sites that are doing the same thing. And this is what they're doing. They're grooming their teams. They want you to be part of their team, and then they will get you into another membership plan, encourage you. They build a relationship up with you, and they'll encourage you to join.
Susan Lawrence, they do not allow the garbage. They don't. They set the tone as leaders. They're like, listen, if you're coming in here asking questions about this wallet and da-da-da-da-da, go to technical training. We are here to reinforce each other. We are here to stay positive. We are here to make sure that we're sharing information about what's happening on the network. We are not here to bitch and complain. There's another HyperVerse group that everybody's in there just bitching and complaining, and they're all in their little circle together, and they're all cheering each other. This company sucks. Everything sucks. Da 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 da. And that's literally.
Do a search for there's a Telegram group called HyperVerse Lawsuit. I'm the admin in that one. There's 2 of us. Come and join me. Whoop.
All they do all day. It's the funniest thing. That's literally what they do all day. There was someone that said, I can't believe that anybody in HyperVerse would ever invite somebody to HyperNation, especially when they haven't given us our 1X back. And I'm like, okay, so basically because people are not in your attitude, you don't understand why anybody else would be happy? Like, really? But yet you're really sitting there and expecting good things to happen to you when all you do is come into this group, and this is like one person. Every day they come in and it's something negative. Every day. Like, without fail. This person has never come in and said, today is a good day. It's just a good day. Like, happy morning to people. Good day, guys. Hope you have a great day. I know things aren't perfect, but you know what? Have a good day. Nope. They're like, I am determined. Like Brenda said, we are determined to make everybody as miserable as we are. Because if y'all are in here being all happy-go-lucky and we haven't gotten our money back, and they think that the only people that are happy-go-lucky are the V5s and the people that have made money, which is absolutely not.
So next time you got a pile of money and you're thinking about investing it, just go throw it in the street. And while you're doing it, make sure you're laughing and make sure the neighbours are applauding you. And just be happy, because you'll get more enjoyment out of throwing your money in the street than you will investing in a Ponzi scheme, okay?
True. Absolutely not true. You know how many withdrawals I had from HyperVerse? 1.
Whoop.
Before everything got shut down, because I was building my account. I at the time, I didn't even need to do a withdrawal. So when I did the withdrawal, I actually only did it because I was like...
She's a perfect customer. So many people I've heard of have just keep rebuying, and they had complete faith in the company. Isn't that hard case? Imagine that. Guess what? Everyone lost their money. Guess what? They reckon they're going to get it back. Guess what? They're full of shit.
I just want to make sure that everything is set up and da-da-da-da-da. And I had one withdrawal go through and everything else was shut down.
How much was it? Oh, that's right. You're not allowed to talk money in these rooms, are you?
I didn't go out there and burn the house down. You have never seen me come on here and say, this company sucks. I'm not going to be in service to anybody. No, I've been in service to a lot of people because I believe in this project. And you don't have to believe in it, but don't tear down the other people that do, like Brenda said. Be of service to people. How about instead of bitching and complaining, come in and try to just be of service. Try to do one thing every day where you are of service to another person and it doesn't, and you don't get anything back from it. Just try that for 30 days and see how your life changes. It's incredible. It's an amazing thing when you're positive. Number 5, effective leaders are transparent. They let people know what's happening.
I thought they all had blurry faces.
Keith has said, Brenda has said, we want to make sure that you guys at least get your one times.
Oh my God, I just clicked something. HyperNation, transparent. What do? They have masks on and they don't let people see their identity. The last HyperNation video is just ridiculous. They had sunglasses on and masks and they're not transparent. They're quite the opposite. So this is a good leader. It's got to be transparent. This will be good.
We let the community managers know. We let them know to the best of our abilities the things that we can. What we have control and power over is what we're going to manage. We can't manage anything else. That's being transparent. Keith is not sitting here telling us a whole bunch of crap about, oh, well, you know, by this date and by that date. No, he's like, look, this is the time frame they gave us. I have the same information that you guys do. I'm giving you the same information that I have. And that's all he can do. And continue to be the incredible leader that he is. And he shows up every Saturday. He shows up every Saturday.
Let's all clap.
Number 6, effective leaders create a path. Great leaders create a pathway devoid of obstacles that could impede their team's progress. Question for you, and this is obviously rhetorical. For those of you that are leaders or have teams, what paths have you created for your teams lately? What have you done for your team lately to ensure that they are staying as positive as they possibly can in this time of crypto winter? What have you done? Because if you haven't done anything for your team, if you're not staying plugged in with them, if they don't know what's going on, if you're not reaching out to them and just up.
You know, it pisses me off, really. They're blaming crypto for the collapse of HyperNation, and they're lightening a whole lot of other crypto companies. The fact that they've crashed as an excuse why HyperNation has crashed. Now, when you sign up to HyperNation, they never said anything about if the economy changes, we will be in the same boat as everyone else. They didn't. They just kept moving straight ahead and looking forward. It was all about the ecosystem and people buying land on the metaverse. And they were going to rush in there like real estate agents and grab all their stake their land and sell it to you and theoretically make a profit. And then you could all move in and go on a spaceship or a vessel to Mars. Oh, brilliant.
Updating them and saying, guys, we have a Telegram group. I'm going to send you some positive videos. I'm going to send you some videos on just like managing your emotions and controlling your mind. And I want you guys to start doing some basic meditation, 5-10 minutes in the morning every day, just to make sure you're staying in a positive place. All of that stuff. If you're not doing that, then you're not being an effective leader.
Right.
Because you have to create a path for your team.
Yes.
People, we don't all know it all.
No.
I don't know it all.
No, you don't.
But what I do understand is that me being negative is definitely not going to help anything.
Yeah, you got to be positive.
It never does. I've never worked at a company, at a Fortune 500 company, and seen things falling apart in the company.
The good news is this won't take much longer, people. Remember this timestamps. Hit the thumbs up if you've just got here, and by all means, please subscribe and hit the bell so you're notified when my new videos are out. Use the timestamps underneath the, let's go back in here. You'll see that, Danny. Oh, that's a nice photo, Danny. If you scroll down here, you'll see scamps. And when you click on view all underneath here, it takes you here and you can basically fast forward to any part of the meeting. So Pinakee Naik, boom, look at that, he's right there. Jackie Holmes, boom, she's right there. And of course, I think we have Susan Lawrence. She's just lovely. Oh, it must, when you push play. But yeah, so remember to use the timestamps. That's what they're for. And that's why I'm looking away all the time, because I'm writing down the timestamps. So use those, navigate your way through the video, and happy families.
And seeing somebody sitting there being a negative Nancy or whatever they call it in a boardroom saying, well, that's not going to work. And that's not going to work. You know what happens to those people?
Oh, you just got to be happy all the time. Hilariously happy. Ha ha ha. There's a laugh. Laughter.
They get fired. They get fired.
Oh, boom. You get kicked out of HyperVerse, don't you?
Because leaders, companies, CEOs do not want people when the house is burning down. They don't want people.
Who's the CEO? Stephen Rees-Lewis. Don't get me started. He's an actor. Never been seen anywhere other than on Twitter. And there's a reward. I'll pay $100 for anyone that can find the real Stephen Rees-Lewis. Now, he is the CEO of HyperVerse, and he's never been seen except on a videos reading it from a teleprompter. Now, he's a paid actor. So, yes, using CEOs who will fire people is a good example when talking about HyperVerse. Anything HyperBond, new one.
Sitting around there and downplaying every suggestion that people are coming up with. Some of the suggestions are not going to work, but at least you have people.
What do you guys have to come up with the solutions for? I thought you've been led by the HyperNation.
Trying. At least there's people showing up.
Give me a bucket.
So what are you doing to help make that way, that path for your team to just show up? Even if it's like a once a month call that you do right now and you're like, guys, once a week, every 2 weeks, once a month, Whatever that
Next
is, we're just
slide.
going to get together. We're going to have a pizza party, a virtual pizza
Excuse me, blurry face lady. Can we go to the next slide? I've got a life.
party. And we're just going to just make sure that we're all good. It's not even about hyper. I just want, as a human being, as your leader, I give a crap about you. And I just want to make sure that you're good. How many of us have done that? And some of us have done that with select people, and I get it. But if you still have people on your team who are still invested, who are still here, have you done that with everybody? And again, this is constructive criticism. And if you as a leader, if you're sitting here and listen, I saw the numbers go down when I started talking. Let me tell you, there are people that have no backbone whatsoever.
I have a backbone.
The moment that someone starts telling them something they don't want to hear, they're like, I'm out of here. I don't want to hear this. And that lets you know who people are. If someone does not want to hear constructive criticism.
Oh my God, you're contradicting yourself. Are you crazy, lady? You're telling people they can't complain, they can't ask questions, they get kicked out of a Zoom meeting if they ask about withdrawals, and then you're saying these people, you need to have a backbone. I mean, you're contradicting yourself, something stupid.
They have zero self-awareness. And let me tell you, the same way that people are showing up in this business is the same way they're showing up in their lives.
Boom, boom. It's now life coaching.
The people who don't want to hear it, the people who only want to come and only be positive and only hear the happy-go-lucky stuff, but they don't want to hear the, ooh, I got to work on myself. Like, okay, I got some areas of opportunity. All right, yeah, that hurt a little bit, but you know what? All right, cool. All right, maybe I haven't been doing my best. Maybe there's ways that I could show up. Those are the people that are the real ones. Those are the people that are willing to grow. But if all you want to do is be happy and hear positive things and hear what you want to hear, but when someone is lovingly telling you, you have some areas of opportunity in your body language, in your communication, in your energy, in how you're showing up, and you don't want to hear it because you ain't getting your money, I really hope that gives you some level of awareness that maybe you have some things that you got to work on.
Oh my goodness. Do not be taunted by this lady's words. You have invested because someone told you you were going to get 3 times your investment, and you put your money in. Your family friend or your colleague at work or your husband or your wife told you that you should invest in this crypto opportunity, and you said, oh, it sounds like a scam. They said, no, it's not. I've put my money in and I've got some money out. And then you have tried to do your due diligence, which is supplied by the company, to find out whether it's legit or not. And then you've thought, well, my friend's done enough research for me. I'll take his word or her word for it. And you've invested. You've waited, and then you've see in your bank, in your Monopoly bank balance, that you've made money, and then you've been enticed to reinvest that money into the company and the dream of the HyperVerse and the meta things. Don't think that you have a problem with what you've done. Don't invest in Ponzi schemes, but realistically, she's trying to say that you shouldn't have the attitude or the gumption to actually say, where's my money? When she's just told you literally 2 minutes ago to have a backbone and stand up for yourself. Shame on this lady. She's disgusting. She's a scammer. I don't care if she's only got one withdrawal. If she didn't deserve any withdrawals. She's just lying to get what she wants.
Just maybe. Just a thought. Just a thought. Number 7, effective leaders borrow best practices. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're really not, because there's no need to. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. What you do is you go to people that are doing it really well, and you sit and you listen and you learn and you ask the right questions and you say, I'm in one group and this is how we operate, but man, I was invited to this other group and they do some really cool things just to keep everybody motivated and keep everybody plugged in. And I really like that. So I'm going to borrow some of those practices and I'm going to implement that on my team. We borrow best practices. We don't have to reinvent the wheel every single time. There's no need to. Trainings are trainings are trainings are trainings. I bet you that the people that were in the ACN business and all of the other businesses, Avon, Amway, everything, I bet you if you were to ask a lot of those people, like, is training, they're like, yeah, for the most part. I mean, different products and, but training is training. So you plug in and you're not reinventing the wheel. Every network marketing business knows you got to keep people plugged in. And you only do that by holding leadership trainings and technical trainings and making sure that you provide the space for people to make the decision whether they want to plug it or not. Now, ultimately, it's their decision.
Is it just me, or do you hate network marketers as well? I do. So yeah. Just if you're wondering what I'm working on over here, I'm working on the timestamps. So I'm actually, I do an introduction. Keith Williams, Traveling on a Budget, when Brenda Chunder was talking to him about that. And then Brenda Chunder's speech. And then the summary, which I can't spell, but I'll get that right, hopefully. And then the blurry face lady. And then Pixel, my dog, when he come in. So that's what I'm doing in the background. And that means that you can just go into the description of the video underneath the title and navigate to the part you want to watch. So you don't have to watch the whole lot, which means that you probably haven't been here for the whole video and you need to hit the thumbs up. Why do I keep saying that? Because you guys don't do it. Well, you do it, and I thank the ones that do. But when you do it, it tells YouTube that you like my video, and it sends that video out to the people within YouTube to watch. Now, some of my videos have taken off. Some of them have got 28,000 views. Thank you very much. And that's because people leave lots of comments and I interact with everybody. I put a lot of work into my YouTube channel because I'm here to expose Ponzi schemes and I don't want you guys to get ripped off. I want to be known as Ponzi Dan. So please help me build this YouTube channel, like and subscribe, and I'll keep you up to date with the latest Ponzi schemes. Now, I'm not a educated crypto user. I'm not going to try to sell you anything. I just want to help you, and I want to see if I can get a cool YouTube going and have a community of my own. That was what I like. Anyway, let's get back to this dribble. Actually, it's good advice, to be honest. It really is good advice, I must admit. But don't need crypto to have this applied in your life.
To the people that left, it's their decision. You're not responsible for that. All you can do is create the space and say, I am here and I am willing to serve. Anybody that chooses to come and learn from me, I am more than willing to help you. I'm not going to answer questions that you should know or that you can get from other resources. I'm not going to do that because I have boundaries. But I will help you if there's things that you're still stuck on, or if you're like, okay, I've done as much as I know to do, and now I don't know what else to do. But at least I know you tried. At least I know you tried. At least I can say that you made an effort. You would not believe how many people will message all of us leaders. It's not just myself. And they will ask us things. And I look at the messages and I'm like, did you even try? Like the question that you're asking me is something that I know is covered in technical training because I'm in technical training on Sundays. So I'm just like, there's a part of me that's like, did you even try? Did you try to go to training? Did you go back into your back office if you couldn't make training? Did you listen to the recordings? Like, there's so many of us that don't do that. But we want the answer now, and we don't want to have to do, we don't want to do the gritty work. We want to find a person and be like, you give me the answers, because I don't want to go back and have to listen to a whole train and have to skip through it. I don't want to do all that. So listen, it's just easier for me to just find a person who really looks like they know their stuff and go to that person and be like, hey, can you help me do a deposit? Can you help me transfer my HB? Can you help me do a withdrawal? And you're like, no, go to technical training. That's what it's there for. I'm not here for that. If I were to stop what I'm doing to answer everybody that asks me a technical question, I would never get any work done. I would never be able to coach people. I would never be able to do what I get to do. So you have, as a leader, you have to put boundaries in place. And this is going to be hard for the people that are here just to Mako and Pre, because the people that are here to Mako and Pre, they're the suckerfish. And I'm going to explain what a suckerfish is in a minute, right? There are sharks and whales, and then there are suckerfish. And I'll explain that in a minute. Number 8, effective leaders hire well. This is huge. If a lot of us, when Hyper was first going on, we just brought in anybody. Like, we were just like, listen, you can make this money. You could do this. Look at what I did. Da 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 da. Yeah, it's this crypto blockchain thing, but don't worry about it. You'll figure that out. But like look at what you can do. And that's what a lot of us did. And we didn't stop to think about, does this person have emotional intelligence? Is this person do they have really? Investments in their own life? Like, are they used to volatility? Do they know how the markets work? Is there any level of basic education when it comes to?
No, this is stupid. This is really bad now, because other videos I've watched, they tell people that they don't need any understanding of crypto. And the very first one, I did a 2000, if you go through my videos, within the last 20 videos, there's one called HyperFund 2020. And they tell you that when you invest, you can be a passive investor, or you can refer people and introduce them and get the rewards for doing so. So they gave you two options. And now they're telling you that you need to go out there and be active. They might as well employ you. So maybe you should go to your country's employment, look at the employment contract to do their promoting. And these companies are just, multi-level marketing is normally companies that are too lazy to employ marketing techniques, so they get people to do the word of mouth stuff. Ugh.
Just understanding how the financial markets work, the things that affect the financial markets, and what could potentially, affect their it's not an investment, but their membership. Like, what are the things that could impact the assets that they have? A lot of us didn't do that. And so this is a learning opportunity. Who are you recruiting on your teams? Who are you recruiting on your teams? Are you recruiting just anybody because you're trying to make everybody in your family rich, even though there's people that have no emotional intelligence and they're completely fear adverse, they're completely risk adverse? I have learned from this experience, I don't want anybody on my team who's completely risk adverse, because if you're risk adverse, you are going to panic and have anxiety attacks every time you see something happen. And quite frankly, it is exhausting as a leader to have to manage that. It is exhausting having to manage people's emotions because they don't understand how markets work. And now they're coming to you and they're like, but I don't understand. And I'm losing everything and I'm not going to have and it's like, but who told you to take out your whole life savings?
Oh my God.
Like, honestly, I'm not trying to be mean. Who told you to do?
Oh my God, they're shifting the blame back onto the people that invested. This company's turning on you guys. It's disgusting.
That. And now you're making it someone else's problem because the market is doing what it does. And now you're panicking because you're like, my whole life, I can't tell you how many times I see that in a chat. And I'm just like, I don't want to be mean because I'm like, if I...
Well, they tell people they have to have hope and to have faith. So of course they've put their money into it. I mean, they prey after the weak-minded people that don't do the due diligence. They just go for the low-hanging fruit. These guys aren't rich. They want to be rich. You're selling them... You got pictures of Brenda Chunder in front of a Lamborghini. You know, they're selling that picture and the independence, freedom of independence, what do they call it? Passive income and financial freedom is what they're selling you. And of course people put everything into it because this is the next biggest thing. It's going to take off like crypto did. And now you're telling people they're stupid because they invested too much money. It's just criminal.
Put that in writing. It's not going to come out right. It's just not. But I'm being honest. Nobody told you to take out your life savings. Respectfully. Even an accredited investor wouldn't tell you to do that.
Oh, whatever. You're not allowed to go.
So if you decided to do that, that is a choice that you made, and you have to own that.
Oh, I think this is criminal. This is the worst I've heard. This is robbery.
You have to own that. You can't go through life blaming everybody else or saying, well, the reason I did it was because things were so good back then. And if things would just only...
Let's have a look at our picture again. So this is the 5 stages of grief, because this is what people are going through who are realizing they've lost all their money. So the first thing is denial. I haven't really lost all my money, have I? Yes, you have, unfortunately. Right, I'm angry. Who's accountable? You know, I'm going to be angry at somebody. And then they start negotiating and bargaining. Then you have to have acceptance, and then you get depressed. So this is the 5 stages of grief. And this is what this lady is telling you now, that you're doing the blame game and you've got to have acceptance. It's shit.
Go back to the way they were. That's not the lesson. The lesson is to be cautious, to always do your due diligence. You don't have to take out everything and put it in there. You have pots of money in multiple places. You have that's why even in the accredited world, we call it having a balanced portfolio. You don't put all your eggs in one basket. No one does that. Like, not even on the regulated side, nobody does that. So if you did that, I'm not unempathetic. I'm not sitting here saying, well, you're shit out of luck. I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying own it. Own the decisions that you made. Don't
Do not invest in crypto opportunities again. And if you ever want to find out whether one is a good one, please go to my website, which is here. You go to thehick.com, and on my own website, there's a contact page, and you can click on that, and you can send me anything you want anonymously. Just in the subject line, put anonymous, your email address, name, and message in here, and send it away, and I'll keep it anonymous if you tell me to in the subject line. And yeah, do that. But don't fall for these crypto scammers.
Make it, because if you can't do that, you will not be able to move forward. Because what's going to happen is every time something happens, you're going to blame everything else. And again, I promise you that if you do this in HyperVerse, you most likely do this in other areas of your life. You most likely don't take responsibility in some other area of your life, and you blame other people.
How do you feel, guys? Is this lady helping you with your grief? Is she being paid to do this presentation? Is she telling you how you should be? This is disgusting. This is maggot infested, scum of the earth, giving you content like this after you have lost your money that you've invested, because they have been in the leadership meetings telling you that this is a good thing to do and you're part of a community, and these maggots of people are now, they're literally scum of the earth. I can't even describe how I feel about it. I just think they're disgusting. So hit the like, thumbs up button, and get these videos out to other people before they get scammed, okay? Okay.
You allow other people to make decisions so you don't have to make the decision. So then when everything falls apart, you don't have to own it. It's like, well, you made that decision, so you got to do that. Leaders, you got to understand who those people are. You got to know who those people are before you recruit them on your team. You don't want somebody on your team. Trust me. Trust me. I am saving a lot of you right now for this new act as we move into the HyperNation, and you think about the people that you're bringing onto your team. Please vet your people correctly. Use your discernment from the lessons that you learned and the things that you saw from a lot of people's behavior. Take all of that and apply it to your new life.
New life on the HyperNation. Get on the vessel. Go get your passport. Go on. Give them all your money. Promises, promises, promises. Broken dreams. No hope at getting your money back ever. And you're just giving and feeding this criminal network more money.
And make better decisions about who you recruit on your team. You got to have people that are...
Excuse me, whatever your name is. Can we please have the next slide? I'm getting sick of this dribble.
Truly down for the cause. You got to have people that really understand financial markets and how these vehicles work. And then lastly, so all of that led up to the slide that Dr. J wanted me to say, which is one of the hardest things for a lot of leaders to do, which is leave people behind. You got to cut some people off.
Oh my goodness.
Dr. J calls it the shaking of the, I'll let her say it because she says it better than I do, but it's like the shaking of the trees or the pruning season, right? You ever see a landscaper go in and like prune the bushes and just like shape everything and make sure and cut off the dead leaves and cut off the dead branches. And if they see a rotting root, they're like, well, we may have to take down the whole tree if that's the case, because it's going to destroy the whole tree. You got to do that work right now. You got to do some real pruning work on your teams. So again, the people that just want to mako and they're out of here because they're not trying to hear this. They don't like it because they know who they are. Trust me, they know who they are. They're like, I ain't trying to hear this. I ain't trying to hear nobody tell me about myself. I'm going to get out. But for those of you that are leaders, that are still here, that are still plugged in, that really want to do the work, you really are committed to doing the work. And this is not, I don't care if you don't come to my training program. Go to any training program. I just want you to do the work. So
let me translate that for you. She wants you to go do her training program, and there will be a fee for that, I'm sure. She won't be doing it out of love because she doesn't want to help you do anything like get your money out of HyperVerse because she knows she can't. She's not completely stupid.
All I want for those of you that are truly leaders, and listen, out of the 942 people that are on this call or on this live on this session here, maybe a fraction, maybe not less than a quarter of you are true leaders, truly. The rest of you are just here for y'all are here for the ride. You're just here to mako.
Show me
But
the
for
money.
those of you that are committed, you're like, Whitney, I spend money on personal development. I know what it is. I'm willing to put in the work. I'm willing to do whatever I got to do. I'm going to find a coach or a training program. Go on Eventbrite. Go on Google.
You know, I've been own a business networking company for quite a few years, and I used to have 15 business coaches. All of them were asking me for advice on how to run their own business. I've never found a business coach that doesn't have a business that they're trying to promote themselves. So no doubt this blurry lady who's willing to take your money but not show her face is actually, literally out there trying to build her coaching business. And that's what she's all about. And she's shown her skills to 1,000 odd people, and the overflow room, probably about 600, maybe about 1,500 people right now. She's on the stage of her life showing her wares, and that's what her hidden agenda is. So make sure you sign up for a course and learn how to become a strong scammer and get rich slowly. Quick.
Find somebody that you resonate with and do the self-awareness work on yourself. The points that Brenda Chunga was talking about, that is real.
Brenda Chunga? Oh, you mean for the last 100 videos I've been calling her Brenda Chunda? And it's Chunga? Oh, silly me.
Those are actually points that I have in my training that we'll be doing next Friday on self-awareness, because being self-aware is a
Here comes the sales pitch. Woo-hoo, woo-hoo.
Part of being a leader. And if you are not self-aware, if you do not know how you show up in the world, what your negative thinking habits are, what your self-sabotage
I haven't watched this, but I bet the next slide is all her contact details.
behaviors are, you have no idea when you're triggered by things. You got to have your personal board. You got to have your team around you, people that you trust to tell you the very hard things that you don't want to hear about yourself. But
I trust Keith Williams, and I trust Brenda Chunda, and I trust Pinakee Naik, and Vivian, and I trust Bitcoin Rodney, and I trust Mick, who's the voice behind the presentation. So I trust all of them, and they trust me too, because I'm a nice person. If you're a nice person and you have a smile on your face and you're positive all the time, people will trust you.
got to trust somebody to tell you. I have my personal board. I have people in my life that tell me things that I do not want to hear.
You suck.
And it sucks. It sucks.
She heard me.
It hurts.
Sorry.
It's not a good, it does, like, you know that they love you.
I don't love you. I don't love you. I despise you, and I want to spit in your face, but that's not very nice.
And you know that they're telling you things in love, but it doesn't.
It is love. Would love to spit in your face.
Feel good?
Yeah, I felt good.
It never feels good to hear things about yourself that you're like, oh.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I do that. And it's not cute.
I'm trying to be cute. I've got a cute dog for cute stuff, all right? His name's Pixel. Hey, if you want to see Pixel, I've put a time step in there for Pixel. You can go see him as my dog. He's beautiful.
But sometimes that's what you need. You got to get kicked in the butt. You got to have somebody that loves you enough to tell you the truth about yourself. I told you guys this in another training. The highest form of love is correction. You got to be willing to accept that correction from people. And for those of you that are effective leaders, you don't hold the bus for anybody that's not willing to come along for the ride. Okay? No matter how carefully you recruit your team, some people will be unable to evolve as your...
I'm on the bus. I tell you what, though, if you want to go on a really cool bus ride, go on one in Cambodia. And go and get one of those go on the sleeper bus, and you get to, I laid on a really tiny bunk that was like being inside a coffin right on top of the back wheel for about 10, 12 hours while they drove me through these third world roads. It was the bumpiest ride of my life. Anyway, let's get back to the traffic on the bus. Woo!
Company grows and addresses challenges. And although it is painful, successful leaders must leave some people behind. It is never easy to
leave HyperVerse behind. Leave HyperNation behind. Seriously, you don't need it. Put your money in the bank. go get a job, get a product or a service, become a business coach like this lady and sell your time. Share your experience, knowledge and skills with other people. It's not rocket science, ladies and gentlemen. I've been doing it for 25 years. I went and helped a mate out today who owns a sports and fitness shop. And I did something different. And he paid me, so it was nice. But I go there because he needs a day off a week because he's going mental. If you're listening to this, mate, Steve. Anyway, and I just go and do something different. But I'm not enslaved to my work. I'm not enslaved to my job. And I really love that about my lifestyle. And that's what financial independence can help you do. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have cash around you all the time. Because I don't. I've had some real lean years over some fantastic years. So yeah, just go out there and it's all what you do with your time. Because we all wipe our bottoms, don't we?
Advertise.
Hope you do.
People, whether it's team members, employees, whether you're doing this in your corporate job, whether you're doing this maybe in your house of worship, wherever that.
Yes, house of worship. Go to those religious people. They're easy to get into a Ponzi scheme because they trust what you're saying is true. And then you can tell them that they shouldn't have got involved. Isn't that right, blurry-faced lady?
It is for you. It's never easy to cut people off.
Oh my God, cut people off, turn your back on them and walk away.
But sometimes you have to, okay? Even the people that are not doing well, you know they're not doing well. And you're like, oh, but I don't want to do that. And it's confrontation and, oh, it's going to create a conflict. We talk about that in my training class. We're going to do a whole class on conflict resolution, on knowing how to do conflict in a healthy way, because there's a lot of people that hate conflict. They're like, Whitney, I don't want to have that conversation. These people are crazy. I know they are. I know. Trust me. I know. But if you don't know how to do healthy conflict, if you don't know how to have difficult conversations, you can.
Make sure you do this lady's course because she really wants you to go and do her course. She's about to give you a sales pitch on how her course will benefit your life and how it will make you richer. Don't forget, make sure you subscribe to her mailing list and give her your money. She'll groom you how to be successful just like she is. She's now on top of the pedestal. She's on top of the pyramid and she's up there as a VIP and she's training other people. She's a lovely lady. She's not a dirty rotten scammer. She's using the blame game. Yes, that's enough from Danny. Okay, over and out. Where do we go? Back.
Not be an effective leader.
Sorry about that.
And sometimes those difficult conversations are, guys, this is the direction we're moving. And you know what? You're just not here yet. And when you're ready to jump back on this train and get back on board with us, we will be here. We will invite you back into the team with loving open arms.
In the meantime, stand still. He's gone.
But right now, where we're going, we can't afford to have anybody hold us back. Successful organizations seldom have the luxury to throttle back their growth to accommodate struggling team members, employees, people, period. What company do you know where someone is not performing well that they still keep their job?
McDonald's?
You guys know this. Every company goes through performance reviews twice a year. You go through it mid-year.
Not if you work for yourself, but then if I did a performance review on myself, I'd probably say I shouldn't do all these YouTube videos. Make it worth my while by hitting the likes up. Make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel and hit the bell and be notified when my latest videos come out. Let's help fight Ponzi schemes together. Notify me via my website of anything about HyperNation, HyperFund, what's left? HyperCapital and HyperVerse. Tell me about it. Go to my website, TheHyperDriver.com. Tell me what's your problem with a Ponzi scheme. What don't you like about a Ponzi scheme? Or even better, let's take it from a positive approach. Tell me what you do like about a Ponzi scheme. Tell me positive affirmations about what you like about HyperVerse. What appealed to you about HyperVerse? Hey, do you want to come and talk on a Zoom meeting about your love for HyperVerse? You're more than welcome. My mate, Mark Gardner, who I've been texting while I've been doing this, he won't come back on and do an interview with me. He said I didn't let him speak enough about this scheme at the start. And he's got 85,000 HU in his account. Sorry, Mark. And he said he put $5,000 in. He did get his $5,000 back. My point is he won't come back on and talk to me about it now because he doesn't want to talk about negative stuff, losing all his money. But I want to hear about his next opportunity and what he's into now because that will be exciting.
And you go through it at the end of the year. You give people a chance at mid-year to make if you see things that you don't like, you give people the chance at mid-year to make decisions and to make choices. You tell them the things that they need to fix. By the end of the year, if they haven't fixed those things, guess what? They're gone.
Jail.
Period. Because companies are not going to sit there and be like...
Actually, talking about performance, HyperVerse hasn't performed very well, have they? They should be gone. That's what I reckon. Oh, that was funny.
Well, let's just give them another chance. Let's send them to another training. Let's do this. They're like, no, you're a grown-ass person. If we told you the things that you need to fix, we gave you a performance improvement plan, a PIP, and we said, these are the things that you need to work on, and you decided not to do those things, it's not the company's fault. They're like, hey, we did our part. We gave you ample opportunities. We provided you with training. We sent you to training. We poured into you as much as we could. You made the decision that you were not going to rise up to the occasion. That is a choice that you made. We don't think as a company that you're a bad person, that you're evil, that you're whatless. No, sure. We just say that maybe this is not a good fit for you.
Oh.
That's corporate language.
Ooh.
This is just not a good fit for you. And it's the same thing in Hyper. For some of you leaders, you need to have those conversations with certain team members. Maybe this is just not a good fit for you. Maybe once you get your 1X, you just...
Maybe when I get my 1X. Did she just say that? Maybe when you get your 1X, you should go. Boy, they're going to be around for a long time then, aren't they? Goodness me. 1X promise. I will bet money on it. Ooh, how much money? Unreal. These guys are lying, dirt and scammers. They'll tell you whatever they need to tell you. It's an exit strategy. Do not fall for it. Hit the like button, subscribe button, post a comment. How are you feeling about this video so far? Let me know in the comment section.
Exit, and that's cool. Like, I'm not going to argue with you. We're not going to talk about yellow boxes. We're not going to talk.
The door is the wooden thing on the wall. That's what they'll tell you.
About no. We're just. I'm going to support you. You're going to get 1X. Have a great life. I wish you the best. I wish you nothing but success in your future endeavors. And we keep it moving because we don't have time any longer. None of us are guaranteed anything. There was someone in one of the groups that I'm in that recently passed away. There was a HyperVerse member that recently passed away. None of us are guaranteed anything. And we have to stop acting as if, well, I ain't going nowhere until they give me my money back and da-da-da. Really? Instead of learning the things that you need to learn in this period of time. So while you're waiting for your money to come in, what are you doing to work on yourself? What are the things that you're doing to make sure that you are as whole and healthy as a human being as you can be? Not just for your hyper team or whatever, but for yourself, for your family, for your business, just for you. This is about you. And so many of us don't want to invest in ourselves. Like we're not interested in hearing the things that we need to be told about our behavior. We don't want to hear it. We don't want to change those things. We want our money. We want it now. And we want what we want. And you are not going to get what you want with that attitude. You're not. Your aptitude and your attitude determine your altitude. They really do. And if you come in with a nasty attitude because you're angry, you're frustrated, and now it's all these other things in your life and it's just you've amassed it into hyper, and you come here to take your frustrations out on everybody because you don't have anybody at home that wants to listen to you. You don't have anybody in your life that wants to listen to you because you show up the same way. People don't want to hear it. Respectfully, people don't want to hear people being negative all the time. They're like, nah, like after a while, you just tune it out. You're like, you know what? Like everybody has problems. Everybody has stuff going on. You don't know what's going on in anybody else's life, but yet you think that your problems are worse than anybody else's. Look at all the people in here that don't talk about their stuff, don't tell you what their personal issues are. There are people in here going through real problems in life, and you will never hear them come on and bash the company or talk about it because they're like, you know what? What point does that make? How about I focus on gratitude? How about I focus on waking up this morning and the fact that I had internet to be able to join this call and the fact that I can be around amazing people who are all trying to do the same thing, and to know that we have over 1,000 people on the call, over 500 or whatever in the overflow, and all of us are here for a common goal, which is to grow ourselves, to be better versions of who we were than we were yesterday. Every day you should be doing one small thing to improve who you are as an individual.
Now that is my line, because I create courses that help people become better versions of themselves, because I build personal brands. She stole my line.
Individual, or to become aware of how you're showing up in the world. And I can promise you, like I said, if this is how you show up in Hyper, this is how you show up in your life.
I feel depressed now. Now let's go through it again. The 5 stages of grief: denial, anger, bargaining, acceptance, and depression. How are you feeling? How is your mindset?
And it's why your life is the way that it is. Because
this lady has just been telling us that no one forced us into HyperVerse. And look at it now.
You keep thinking it's hyper, or it's your job, or it's the church, or it's this, and you refuse to take any responsibility for your actions, how you show up, your stinking thinking, your negative habits. And those are all things you can fix. Those are all things you can change. You are not your behaviors. I do not ascribe people to their behaviors. I can separate people's behaviors from people. You are not whatless. Your behaviors may be whatless, but you are not whatless. You're a child of God. Whether you believe in God or not, it doesn't even matter. You're still a child of God.
I am not a child of God. I just thought I'd say that. I don't know if you are, but they're still going after people with religious beliefs. I just think it's disgusting. And this lady has basically put all the blame back on you. And that, to me, is disgusting. This lady is a bottom feeder, low life, not a nice lady. Well, she might be a nice lady, but I think her agenda is all up the what. I just thought I'd throw that in there.
Daddy doesn't care whether you believe in him or not. He knows who he is. He don't need you to figure it out. He knows who he is. And he knows the plans that he has for your life. He knows the good things he put in store for you. And very lastly, because I know I've gone over time, and D, you're amazing, because you didn't even give me the 5-minute thing that you said you were going to give me, and I know I'm over time. But I want to give you guys this last thing. Do you know what a suckerfish is? SUCKERFISH. Look it up. It's called a remora. 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 Remora is a Latin word, and it means delay. And let me tell you what a suckerfish is. You ever see like whales and sharks, and they have those little fish that like swim under them or on top of them or beside them? And it's not just whales and sharks, but I'm just using that as an example because usually when you see whales and sharks, you always see those little fish. And I remember one day I loved like Animal Planet, National Geographic, Discovery. I'm that person. So one day I was watching National Geographic, and they were talking about these suckerfish, and they were like, suckerfish are these little fish that they swim around big animals. They attach themselves to these whales and these sharks because they know that nobody's coming after the whale. The whale is the biggest thing in the ocean. Ain't nobody coming after a whale. When is the last time that you heard of a animal actually attacking a whale? Very rarely happens. Animals are smart. They know. They're like, nah, I ain't messing with that. And sharks are sharks. Sharks don't sleep. Literally, they don't sleep. They're alive all the time. They're awake all the time. So what suckerfish do is they attach themselves to these big animals because they know that the big animal is going to get some food. He can't survive or she can't survive without food. So I know at some point they're going to get some food. And all I'm going to do is just kind of tag along for the ride and eat whatever little things drop out of their mouth, or I might even go into their mouth and eat the little crumbs on their mouth. But I'm going to somehow attach myself to this big whale. And it's not that I can't fish. It's not that I can't swim on my own. Suckerfish can completely swim on their own. They can fish on their own. They can hunt on their own. They are capable animals. But when they see a whale, they're like, why would I go put all that effort instead of just hitching a ride with this dude when I know he's guaranteed food? Because he can't survive or she can't survive without food. Don't be a suckerfish. Don't just attach yourself to people and just ride along and don't want to do anything and don't want to plug in and don't want to come to training, but you want to get all the glory. You want to get all the this. You want to come into training. You want to come into the chat and be like, yeah, rah, 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 but you're really not actually doing the work. Don't be a suckerfish. It's not cute. And suckerfish drag. They actually slow down the whales. They slow down the sharks. They can actually attach to humans. They can attach to boats. They attach to anything that is bigger than themselves that they think is going to hitch them a free ride to where they want to be.
Really?
It's an amazing analogy for life. Do not be a suckerfish.
Okay.
Be a whale. Be a shark.
Be a whale.
Don't be one of these people that just attaches yourself to people.
Okay, 5 minutes is up, lady.
Oh, well, if I know Keith, Keith knows what's going on and Keith is this and I can drop Keith's name. What does that mean for you? If you're not doing the work on yourself, what does it mean?
I've worked 8 hours in a shop for my mate today, and now I'm doing a video, and we're up to 4 hours and 13 minutes, and it's 10 o'clock at night. And I want this lady to shut the beep up. I need a beep button.
For you to know Keith. How is Keith going to help you in your business?
Shut that.
Because unless he's out there doing the work for you, which I know he damn sure is not, it still doesn't matter whether you know him or not. So don't just attach yourself to people for the sake of saying,
okay, give us a sales pitch and tell us when you're doing your training next.
I know this person or this person is doing this. Put yourself in position to be around people who you can learn from and grow from.
Learn from me. Trust me. Don't get involved in Ponzi schemes. Okay, this is Russia, Mother Earth. Do not get involved in Ponzi schemes. Ponzi schemes. Can't speak very well. I'm tired. Hurry up. Pinakee Naik should be on here. He's more boring than this.
But you got to do the work yourself. You got to do your part. There's nothing wrong with you surrounding yourself with people that are smarter than you, better than you. Of course, that's what
There's people that are smarter than me.
You want to do. But what you don't want, what you want to be aware of and what you want to be careful of is becoming a suckerfish, where you're not really trying to do things for yourself. You're not really trying to feed or fend for yourself. You're just like, nah, I'm just going to ride this wave. I'm just going to, because they are doing this, so I'm going to do this too. Learn for yourself. Take accountability and responsibility for your life, for the decisions that you've made. I know I gave you guys some really tough love. And I know there's a lot of people that were like, I am not here for this. And that's okay. For the 916 of you that are still on this call that listen to what I said, I thank you for having the maturity and the emotional intelligence to be able to hear what I'm saying without running away. That is a sign of growth.
I think that the honest truth is they've actually all fallen to sleep, and they probably forgot they're still online.
If you are someone that was able to listen to what I said and you didn't take it personally, you didn't sit there in your emotions like, oh, she's talking to me. Oh,
shut up. Get off, you crazy numbskull of a lady. That's not very nice.
If you were able to just hear what I said, because I don't know all 915 people on this call. How could I possibly be talking about you?
Good point.
I may not even know you.
You know me because you've written to me in the past. You're not a nice lady. Oh yeah. What do you call you're a wolf in sheep's clothing? That's who you are.
But if I'm saying stuff that's triggering you,
trigger. Don't trigger me, lady.
Maybe that's a sign that you got some areas of opportunity to work on. Maybe that's a sign that there's maybe some things in yourself that you're like, oh, I wasn't aware of that.
I want to become a suckerfish. I quite like them. Ride on the back of a whale. Be quite cool. Have you seen Whale Rider? Brilliant. Kiwi movie. Good movie.
Ooh. Yeah, I might have done some of that. And it's okay if I did, because that's how I learn. I'm not a bad person. None of you are bad people.
You say it 10 times fast, you'll believe it.
We are all incredible human beings.
All right, get her off, Keith. Come on. You gave her 5 minutes, 10 minutes ago. It's 15 minutes of dribble to go.
Some of us just need some tough love every once in a while. You can't always come on here and be happy, joy.
Go get a job in the supermarket. Okay, blurry face? You want to be on here training people and you have a blurry face. If you're going to scam people, then at least don't be transparent. Don't have a blurry face.
Sometimes you need a big sister or a big brother to tell you
or a blurry face.
Things about yourself that you need to learn and you need to fix up. We say that in the Caribbean. You need to fix up. Real talks. Some of y'all really need to fix up because the way that you're showing up, the things that you're doing, it's just not even appropriate. And if I just think about, imagine if before you send a message to somebody, I want you to think about this. If 10 people were sending you that message, how would you feel?
I don't care how you would feel receiving a message from me. I don't care. And I don't even think that's wrong because you've sold people the opportunity of getting a return on their investment. So I don't care how you're feeling when people are annoyed.
So before you send a message to a leader, asking them for help, asking them for what, read your message. And then ask yourself, if 10 people were sending me this message, how would I feel?
I don't care. 1.6 million people have signed up for a $300 or a $400 membership. Do the maths on that. This is the biggest scam. And these are the exit strategy team that are probably getting paid from HyperVerse or HyperNation to be on here to soothe the community. Go like a riot and make these people's lives hell. Don't hold back. Have a backbone, as Blurry Face Lady says.
Because I think a lot of you think so singularly. You think about yourself, and you don't realize that a lot of us receive.
And here she is on here promoting her business coaching company.
Your message times 20. And it's overwhelming. It's like, wait, I'm not even your upline. Like, I don't know how to fix these.
I get people asking me, I get people asking me to help get their money out of HyperVerse, like I'm some part of it or something. Maybe I'm in the marketing team. Maybe I am. I didn't know it. Maybe I should stop talking about it. Maybe I'm encouraging people to join or investigate, and they think I'm an idiot, and they're not listening to me, and they're giving away their crypto. Good on you. Go do it. I don't care. I don't care about you. I care about me. No, I don't. I do care about you. Guys, don't sign up for this crap.
Problems for you. I can give you some advice. I can maybe try to, but imagine if you were receiving that message from a multitude of people. How would it make you feel? How would that make you feel?
Oh, I don't care how you feel when you've scammed me. You've taken my money, my life savings. I now have to pay a mortgage off for the next 30 years because I mortgaged my house. I have to go find a job because I left my job, and now you're telling me I shouldn't have left my job. No one told you to. No one told me to invest. No one told me to put money in HyperVerse. What a bunch of lies! Lies! You've been telling people this all the way along, and now you're changing your tune at the end. Ugh. Awful people. Awful people. How do you sleep at night?
And maybe if you stop and you do that, maybe that will give you just a little bit of awareness to be like, is there anything more that I could have done before I send this message?
Yeah. Go to your local police station and dob the person that introduced you to this. That's what you do. Try doing that. Go to a lawyer and get him to write to the person that sent you and ask for your money back, or you'll go to court. A lot of you would get your money back if you did that, and you know it's true. And it would shudder through the community. That's what people are doing. Take action. Don't go big, go small. Like when you're growing a business, start small, think big. That's what you do. So go to the person that introduced you to that and go get a lawyer and get your money back from the person that introduced you to it because they told you a bunch of lies. That's my opinion.
Is there anything more I could have done?
Yep, they could have done that.
And if there truly isn't, then send your message, shoot your shot. No worries. But I will tell you, sometimes, man, I look at these messages and I'm just like, nah. I'm just like, not doing it. Because if I start responding to that, then remember, as leaders, you teach people how to treat you. I was saying this to the group yesterday. You teach people how to treat you. You train people how to treat you. When you accept certain behavior from people, they then know that they can do that to you. Trust me, I had a situation this week where someone tried to go off on me about something, and I was just like, no, I'm not going to tolerate that. I don't tolerate.
Actually, it sounds like these guys have more stress in their life than most people do. I mean, that's what it really comes down to. They're telling you to have good people around you, but they obviously aren't preaching what they preach. Hold it. You got to practice. They're not practicing what they're preaching. Because you think about what Courtney's just been on about here, and I don't want to go on about it, but I'll go on for a little bit. Here we go. She's telling you to cut the negative people out of her life. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be people. It can be activities that you do. Now, I'll give you a couple of examples. My ex-wife drank a lot, so I stopped drinking for 12 months. It wasn't too bad. But I got myself back into the habit of having a couple of beers, and you'd have 6 beers each night. And so I stopped again for another 12 months. And just the other day, I decided to stop for 5 years. I don't have a drinking problem as such, but I didn't see the point of it. And I thought I'll make dramatic changes. And 2.5 years ago, I became a vegan. Yeah, vegan. Why not? I think, why not? Can't think of any reasons, But I'm just thinking if you want to practice what you preach, I mean, it's no point me telling you guys to give veganism a go if I aren't doing it myself. And I mean, changing things and breaking habits can be hard work. So I'm all about having positiveness around me in my life, but it can be a negative thing in your life. Now, she's part of HyperVerse. You can't tell me at the moment it's a positive place to be. So if she was going to practice what she preached, she theoretically should run away from this negative stuff. I mean, who does she think she's really helping by doing this presentation? Is she soothing the community? Is she a professional health worker that's trying to help people who are in need? Nope, she's just told everyone that no one told them to do it and they're responsible for their own actions. And she's saying, cut out all the negative people in your life, get rid of all the people that are bitching and moaning in the Telegram groups, and do your own thing. But she should not be involved in HyperVerse if she practices what she preached. Just saying.
Disrespect from anybody. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're paying me. That doesn't mean anything. I'll happily give you back your money because your money is not worth disrespect to me. And especially...
She's just grooming you then. She's talking about how people pay her for her services, just in case you haven't picked up on that. The next slide will be a services thing.
When you're not even right about the things that you're claiming. So do not accept people's bad behavior. Check them on it. It doesn't mean they're bad people. It's just their behavior is not acceptable. And sometimes people need to be checked on their behavior because if they think that they can get away with it, it's like kids. Kids are going to test the boundaries. They're going to do dumb things and see what they can get away with. And if they know they can get away with it, they're going to continue to do it. So teach people how to treat you. Set boundaries. If you want to know how to do that, you can come to my class. If you don't want to come to my class, there's Dr. J, there's Valerie A. Campbell. There's other people in here that are incredible.
Told you the sales pitch will start. Here we go.
Coaches. You can go online and find a coaching. I don't care what you do, but you need to learn self-awareness. We all do. I am doing that work every day. This is not a me versus you thing. This is an us thing. We are a family, whether you like it or not. And sometimes you like people in your family, and sometimes they do dumb things that make you, it makes you crazy. But you still love them, and you still want the best for them, which is why you say, yo, you got to fix up.
Praise the Lord, brother.
You can't be coming in here looking all raggedy. You can't be just showing up however you want to show up. You have to do the work. And if someone loves you enough to tell you.
Sorry, I thought she was saying time.
Things about yourself that you don't like, but that you need to hear, don't be mad at that person. Don't be mad at them. Don't try to make them the issue. Stop and look at yourself. Stop and take a look and say, what do I need to fix in myself? What are my areas of opportunity? And if you think you have no areas of opportunity, then that's the problem. Because everybody does.
I agree with that.
Everybody has areas of opportunity. You're never perfect. You're never going to get it right. You're always going to be working on yourself, but you have to learn how to start somewhere. And
Dale, can you get this lady off? I'm starting to get depressed, which is all part of the process of grief, isn't it? So, we've gone through denial, anger, bargaining, acceptance, and now we're depressed by listening too much to this lady with a blurry face who's blurred her face out. Why would you blur your face out and then take people's money?
Starts with someone giving you constructive feedback and you being able to take that, not make it personal, not make it all that stuff, face. And just come back and say, all right.
Oh, but she won't be able to show you her last slide with her sales pitch.
All right, I got to do the work. And I'm committed to doing the work.
Do you think she's in the ecosystem? That's why she's blurry.
So that's it from me.
Thank goodness.
I know I went over time.
You did, and you shouldn't have. But you don't care about us. You care about you. I do public speaker training, and the worst thing you can do when you're doing a talk is go over time. It is now 4 hours and 27 minutes of my life I have wasted listening to the blurry face lady. Did I get anything from her talk? Yeah, I did. I got the fact that HyperNation HyperVerse would rather blame you for losing your money than taking any responsibility. I'm appalled by this lady telling you that you need to do the work. Not everyone's into this business coaching rah-rah stuff. Not everyone's got the entrepreneurial know-how to run a business. A lot of the people were told, you give us money, we'll triple it. And they put the money in, and now they're telling you that you've got to work hard for it, and you're not allowed to ask questions, and you're not allowed to have any negativeness about losing your fortune of money that you couldn't really invest. It's disgusting. This lady is disgusting. I don't care what you guys say. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. And you're entitled to your feelings as well.
I am so sorry. I'm going to try to read everything. I have not been paying attention to the chat whatsoever.
Get her off.
Yeah, the suckerfish, the permanent hitchhikers of life. Talk about it, Steph B. Don't be a suckerfish. I want everyone to remember that. Do not be a suckerfish. Go and look it up. They attach their little tentacles on these big whales and they just ride.
You've said that already. Why are you regurgitating it? I've got it even in my notes.
They just ride. They just come along for the ride. And that's not what you want. You want people on your team who are really going to be in for the long haul. Okay. I love you guys. I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but I promise you, I love you guys. I'm saying this in love. And for those of you that could be emotionally mature to handle it, I appreciate you. I really do.
Get her off.
So that's me.
Off.
Whitney, brilliant.
Of course, here we go.
Back on Spotlight, please, because I think it's
Brenda, I would love to. If I could hear, I would love your feedback, Brenda, on what I just said, because I think that you were saying so many of the things that I teach in my class, and I know you get it, but how do you feel about that?
Oh, you have a class? Are you a trainer? Can I sign up? Can I? I'd love to be in your class. Can I be in the class? I could be in the back of the room. I wear one of those funny hats and be in the corner like a naughty boy. I've got lots of questions I'd like to ask you, blurry face lady. Why have you got a blurry face? Hey? Why have you got a blurry face? What's up? Hey? What's happening to your blurry face? Hey? Don't know. It's a bit strange that. You're willing to take people's money and scam them, but you got a blurry face?
You, like, honestly.
Oh my God, that guy's ugly. What is that? Is that like one of those, I think that's one of those dinosaurs. It's a Keith William. Do you think he saw us?
Just kind of coming back from vacation.
Hey, look right in the center of his head. He's got a cut. It looks like a scar. Have you noticed that before? This is the best scar photo angle. Wonder if somebody hit him over the head one day when he stole money from them. I would love to know. If anyone knows why that scar's there, let me know. I'd like to know if that's okay.
And what's going on? What are your thoughts? I would love to hear it.
Everything.
Us girls stick together. I hate men.
Everything was on point. Let me see if I can. Where's the spotlight?
Let me do it. Let me spotlight everyone.
Everything was on point with me. I'm listening to you, and I'm like, this woman got it. She got it. The one part when you first got on, say I disagree with Brenda and Keith. What I wanted you to understand is that we were being lovingly saying.
I know. I know. And that's why I came in with the hammer.
We did all the kiss at the beginning. It was kiss from up for like an hour. And I'm so happy you came on just, some tough love, because it can't be kissed for 2 hours. I mean, we only lost 10%. We were like 95%.
You saw that, right? You saw that. They were like, nope. I'm trying to hear it.
5% had dropped off, so that's brilliant. And we're still at 90% or just under 90%. That tells you that training today was immense, ladies. Absolutely outstanding. So we did the kiss, and then Whitney did the kick, and we're going to do the kiss right now again. Some of you will get there if you're into personal development. But
this is brilliant though, because this is actually the first time that I've heard that they've got under 1,000. So, and they have this is great. Numbers are dropping. They do have a community, but when you think about what I said earlier on, if 1.6 million people have signed up for HyperFund, HyperCapital, and HyperVerse, and now HyperNation in total, that's what I've been told. To only have 1,000 people in these leadership meetings is pathetic, really, isn't it?
Bottom line is you both were absolutely awesome today. I am in awe of your presence. Your training is brilliant, and thank you for stepping up as well. I am absolutely certain that those that took notes today, listened, really, really absorbed what you guys were covering today, will leave this call today and say, wow, we're in good hands. Our leadership is in the right place, mindset is fine, and we're in good hands. And all we have to do now is believe and have faith. That's it.
What a load of crap. What a spew vomits out of Keith Williams' mouth. Believe and had faith. How is that done for everyone so far?
That's all we're asking.
Exactly.
And as you said,
and I don't know about the blurry face lady, but I know these two people are stinking rich. They have pulled money out of this Ponzi scheme and are living on your money. Make them accountable. Go and report to the police, the person that introduced you to the Ponzi scheme. Go to a lawyer, get him to write a letter, and send a letter. I know it's a friend. or a family member, but they introduce you to a Ponzi scheme, they introduce you to multi-level marketing, and in my country, New Zealand, it's illegal. So why let these people, your neighbor, your friend, your colleague who introduced you to this, away with it? Go get a lawyer. A lawyer will go after it. It's a legal activity. Send them a letter telling them you want your money back that you invested, and get your money back of these people that have scammed you.
You've got to do the do. You can't just be a sucker fish. I love that.
Brittany brought the heat, right? She brought the heat, but it was but people need to hear that. Again, I went through that. That's why I'm so big on personal development as well, because you don't know what you don't know.
Exactly.
So even if the information hurts, it just means that you can relate and you have
5 minutes to go and I get my life back.
For growth.
Exactly.
That's all. Thank you for the training. That was
Thank
awesome.
you both. Brilliant today. Absolutely outstanding. I want to thank Dale and Jackie for co-hosting in the background. Susan as well. Thank you everyone for your input today. Again, this one is right up there with the best of the best in terms of training, guys. Please, we're going to obviously have the recordings available tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate them. And thank you to my subscriber who gave me the high quality video, and I didn't have to spend hours fluffing around with what Dale does to it. So thank you very much. And remember, if you want access to the community area, go to hypercommunity.link and use the password 1010 or 2222, 2222, 1010 or 2222. There's different areas you can get into with those two passwords. Have a great day, and let Keith finish up.
If you've missed bits of this today, jump back on the recording, have a listen to it. It's 2 hours and 20 minutes of intense training. And again, you'll love it. Second time, third time around, it'll even sound even better. What I want to do right now is to say goodbye to everybody. Thank you, you guys. You were absolutely fabulous today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to thank each and every one of you. Wow, we just, 85% still just on Zoom, not to mention the overflow, which probably has, a few hundred on that as well. So absolutely brilliant. It is the food for you guys to enjoy for the rest of the week. You've been given breakfast, lunch, and dinner all at the same time. Enjoy it, and come back next week. Don't forget, we've got technical training tomorrow.
Yep.
It's so important. I get a lot of questions on, I don't know what to do. I know what you have to do. You've got to go to technical training. I don't know what this means. I don't know what that means. I say to you, even I've got to go to technical training, and even I've got to pick up on a lot of new terminology and a lot of new things. So if I've got to go to technical training, you should at least consider going to technical training, at least one live session.
You guys aren't talking about the elephant in the room. People aren't here to learn any more about crypto. They've thrown in their cards, they've had enough, and they realize they've now been played at the casino and they want out. Now they're at the door and they're arguing with the doorman saying, I want the money I put in because you guys promised me that I would get this, that, and the other thing. And where's my money? And I'm not leaving until I get my money. That's the elephant in the room that you guys are not addressing. To tell people to go back into the back foyer or back into the conference room and start learning more about the Ponzi scheme is vomit and unacceptable behavior.
Thank Anakem and Valerie this morning for knocking out training, and Susan as well this morning. We had over 500-600 on that call this morning. Tomorrow we'll max out. We'll have 1,000 to 2,000 on technical training tomorrow. Guys, this is it. We have to learn some new shit. Sorry, but we have to learn some new stuff, and we have to do that by attending live session, asking questions, and going over our notes. I want to thank you both. Brilliant.
Hello, everyone.
But what I want to do right now is to put us all on gallery mode. Dale, do you want to put it on gallery? Show us your NFTs, everyone. And as we say goodbye to you, you can say goodbye to one another. Dale, do you want to put it on gallery or shall I do it? Yep, on gallery mode. Let me do it. Let's see.
I just wanted to say really quickly, if I can just say this really quickly, because a lot of you guys will message me in the chat and you'll say, hey, I want to come to training, or how do I get
Yeah, she's got to plug a business. I'm guessing that's what she forgot. She's going out for herself, because she's all out for herself, really, isn't she? The blurry-faced lady who will take your money but don't show her face. I mean, what sort of person? She's told you that you've got to be transparent in business. What's the word? Yeah, effective leaders be transparent. So don't hold anything back. Anyway, tell us about your business and how to get in contact with you, because that's your agenda. Whoops.
In touch with you. Please reach out to me on Telegram. I'm there at Coach Whitney Smart, I think is my Telegram. You can reach out to me in the chat here quickly before we close off. If you want, send me your phone number, your email, and your full name, please, because some of y'all be sending me some weird stuff and it bounces back and I can't call you and all kinds of stuff. Send it to me. I will save the chat and I will reach out to you if you want to join training and be a part of what we're doing in building real leaders, because it's real. I promise you, we're doing a good job over there. So thank you guys for the support.
I know you are a professional. This is what you do for a living, and just to extend your
Sorry about that.
knowledge and experience to our
Hope you didn't mind.
membership is, as I said, like,
of course. And again, we're a family. Like, I really want to say that we are a family. This is not about siloing out people. We are an incredible family. I want to
kiss the monkey. Hug the elephant.
Help those who want to help themselves. I want to help those who want to help themselves. And I want to help.
Leading a horse to water is hard work.
People that really want to do the work. And I'll tell you, out of all the people that reach out to me, there's going to be a very small few of you that actually attend. And that's okay. That's okay. Just be aware. Go and do the training somewhere, wherever you can find it. If money is a problem, go and find a free program. If there's any free programs, it doesn't matter. Find a way to plug in and do the work. That's what Brenda's asking. That's what Keith is asking. That's what I'm asking. We are here to support you in the ways that we can, but we can't do everything.
Bloody hell, get her off. Does she have to start ranting again?
We need you guys to help us. We need you guys to take some of the reins and do some of that work. And then when you come to us, it's like, guys, this is everything I've done. I've done everything I could. Now what do I do? And then we can say, okay, now.
Somebody shoot me in the face, please. Put me out of my misery. Don't have to listen to this lady any longer. She's the dirty scammer.
Now we can work with something, because you've done the work. You've done.
Come on, get off the screen. 4 hours and 40 minutes. This is nearly my longest video and she's still going.
Everything, and you hit a roadblock, and this is where leaders can now come and take you to that next level. It's just hard to prioritize your time and manage your time when people are coming and asking you basic things that it's like, guys, just go to training. If you went.
Oh my God, please shut the up.
To technical training, a lot of these answers would be there, and yet you're coming to a whole Keith or a whole me or a whole Brenda or a whole Jackie, and you're like, how do I do a withdrawal?
Get her off.
Like,
get the blurry lady off.
I love you, but
Chris,
really?
She's got a blurry face.
So that's all I'm saying. It's said in love, truly. It's not to shame anybody. I'm not about that life, but I really just want you guys to have self-awareness. I want us all to work on our self-awareness.
We heard you the third time.
Every day to be better versions of who we were, so we can show up as the best versions of ourselves. Okay, so I love you guys sincerely. Thank you, Mr. Williams. You're amazing. Listen, when you are ready to go on vacation, when you are ready, you let.
Oh, can we use the Joker card in the pack? Get her off.
Us know, and we got this. You so deserve some time away, like truly. No. You deserve like 2 full weeks, not weekends, because you be doing stuff in the week. I'm talking about 2.
Oh my God, are we kidding? How much more have we got? We've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. She's going to take a minute of this, so fast forward to the end if you want.
Full weeks, like gone. Like, don't check in. Don't email nobody. Be with your family. Eat some good ass food. Be on the beach.
Eat some good ass food? What's that mean?
Beach, whatever it is.
Is it? I hate to think what comes out of elephant's ass.
Just
those days, Whitney, they were lovely.
Yeah, you deserve that. Mr. Williams, you deserve that.
Mr. Williams. I've heard it all now. And let me grease it before it goes in.
You really
Thank
do.
you so much.
Yep.
You really
I
do.
want to say thank you for everything.
The only time I really thank Keith for cutting her off. Thank you, Keith.
Today, you guys were absolutely awesome. Your input was brilliant. I'm absolutely positive that those that stay till the end will have got something from today's training, even one golden nugget.
No. Oh, I did get one golden nugget. You guys don't give a shit about anyone else. Anyway.
Now, what I'd like to do right now is that if your profile pic is an NFT, please raise your hand, switch your camera off. I want us to be able to scroll through the gallery.
These are all the people that have bought worthless NFTs to get entry to the HyperNation so they can buy a new membership plan.
See how many have got NFTs up. And that's your profile pic. Already my front screen's already got bundles, tons. Raise your hand so it goes on the front screen. Switch your camera off so we can see. If you've got it in your background, brilliant. Then we can see you and your NFT. Absolutely fabulous, guys. Look at this. Just scroll through and see how many NFTs are on.
We can't see it. I wanted to see all the NFTs. I wanted to see all the cartoon pictures. Worthless NFTs. Oh, I feel ripped off.
The profile pics today. Absolutely brilliant to see. Well, that's the end of training today. I want to say thank you to Bitcoin Beauty, Brenda Chunga, aka Bitcoin Beauty. I will also say thank you to Whitney Smart, the one and only. I have to call her literally the mentor of mentors. She's brilliant. I want to say thank you all for attending leadership today. It's been brilliant. We always have to try and raise the bar every single week. I hope you got something from today's training.
No.
As we say goodbye to you, you guys can say goodbye to one another. Have a fabulous day, an outstanding week, and see you again next week on leadership. Take care, everyone. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Bye-bye now.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Oh, that was hard work. That honestly was probably the hardest video I've actually done. So thank you if you got to the end. We have scooted to the end using the timelines because that is what it's all about. My videos are very long. This is 4 hours and 45 minutes and I haven't put my bookmarks in yet. So it's probably going to be just short of 5 hours of life that I've wasted. Why do I do this? Somebody asked me that question today. I don't like people getting ripped up. I've been busting scams for a long time. And I want to be known as Danny, the guy that's a scam buster. Well, not scam buster, Ponzi scheme educator. I want to tell you guys when there's a Ponzi scheme or a multi-marketing opportunity, whatever it is. I'm a bit tired. I'm not going to go on about it. Hey, I want to thank you for watching my videos. And thank you for subscribing to my YouTube channel. YouTubers always tell you to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Do you know why? Because the only way our videos get out is by our subscribers subscribing. And that makes sense. Subscribers subscribing. Bit strange. Anyway, let's go down that road. Okay, so you subscribe, you hit the bell. That means you'll be notified when a new video comes out. But it also tells YouTube that you like my YouTube channel. So if you hit the thumbs up button on these YouTubes, then they tell you that there's a video out there that people are liking, they enjoy it, and that gets it out. And the other thing you can do is provide a comment. How did you feel about today's meeting? Are you annoyed like I was when you're watching that blurry-faced lady who was hiding behind her blurry face, who's happy to take your money, educating you guys that you were not forced to buy a membership and you were, no one told you to leave your job. And basically all the responsibility has been moved from HyperNation, HyperVerse, to you, listening to that lady's talk. And she's out there pushing her own agenda, telling people she's a business coach, and she's asking people to reach out to her. So she's out there promoting her own agenda. You keep your crypto in your crypto wallet. Stop giving it to these people. Speaking to a lady today who said that she's lost 4 lots of money this month to crypto scammers. I mean, come on, work it out. Stop giving that money away. It's hard to come by. I like money, but I want to sleep at night. That's the difference. All right, so what else do I want to tell you? I'm going to play the my intro music. So there it is. I'm Danny DeHeck, and you're subscribed to the Danny DeHeck YouTube channel. My goal, my mission is to expose Ponzi schemes. I'm out there to name and shame people who are out there actively trying to scam you. If you're going to get involved in a Ponzi scheme and you're going to have yourself on a Zoom meeting, I'll find you and I will do my best to name and shame you. Hey, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in my next video. Do check out my last videos, especially the one with the name and shame. There's lots of names in there. I'm still looking for a few extra names to update on the list. And also, if you're wondering how all this got started, check out the latest video on what is HyperFund, and it gives you a bit of a background. All right, thanks for watching. I'm Danny the Heck.